Welcome to Audiera. I keep these narrations high quality and completely ad-free, so you can just enjoy the ride. If you appreciate that, subscribing is the best way to support the channel. Alright, let's dive in.
Chapter 826, In the City. People said the season of salamanders had ended, and the season of harvest had returned, so they were preparing for a festival, which meant crowds would gather. And if news about salamanders or monsters were suddenly delivered to the city now, people would scramble to flee first, causing chaos, and some would be trampled to death by the crowd before any monster ever reached them. Orderly evacuation is impossible. Chris's judgment was precise. The border guard in the nearby cities had expanded like never before. Within the swollen city, just as many people had gathered. The safe road, the trade route they called the Stone Road, and commerce with the trade cities, everything drew people to this place. What would happen if such a population had to embark on a mass evacuation? The country would collapse, of course. There was no need to see it to know. Perhaps it's fortunate this is happening now at least. During the festival, people would gather. What was fortunate was that this year's festival was to be held in the city of Lochfried. The city of Lochfried had been built on flat land, not in the mountains. From the start it had been planned not as a military city, but as a city specialized for trade. So its walls were relatively low, and its roads were wide. Wells had been dug in various places, connected by water channels, and the storage district and commercial district had been clearly separated. In short, it could be called a merchant-friendly city. It was not designed with the possibility of invasion and war in mind. Large roads and clearly divided districts were advantages in peacetime, but disadvantages in wartime. The wells dug throughout would be of great help to enemy supplies. The roads would be perfect for enemy troops to move through. The warehouses would transform into their supply depots. Of course, such possibilities had been considered, and various countermeasures had been prepared, but one war would be enough to render the city non-functional. Still, the important thing now was that it was lock-free, a city built on flat ground. If things go wrong, it'll be easy to escape. They had deliberately built the city gates wide. And what of the border guard? The border guard is too close to the Penhanel Mountains and the frontier. That was how Cress saw it. Moreover, it was a city built on terrain well suited for a military city or fortress. Therefore, the last bastion. If salamanders descended from the mountains, and they failed to stop them, then they would have to fight here until every last one of them burned out. Chilling thought. His heart pounded and sweat threatened to dampen his back. Chris thought of himself as a rather shallow opportunist. Honestly, he did not believe anyone could expect heroic qualities from him. It wasn't about others' expectations. He himself had none of that, nor did he want it. But situations never went entirely the way one wished. That was why one had to prepare. If things go badly, do I have to tell everyone we'll die here together? Chris whined in his stray thoughts. A surge of anxiety was rising. Wasn't all of this to prepare for such a situation? Right at that moment, Abnir spoke at his side. Chris thought of this man as half his teacher. He possessed the confidence and talent Chris lacked, and Unovathiate, original source, his depth of thought was extraordinary. Well, that's true, Chris answered. Inwardly a teacher, outwardly, despite the age difference, they had come to live as friends. So set aside your anxiety. The arrow's already been loosed. I've seen knights snatch loosed arrows out of the air and hurl them back. Anxiety was always an element that ate away at him. Abnir replied with a deft answer. That knight is on our side, Chris. Chris had seen Enkrid's growth from right beside him. He had watched him do the impossible. So, Abnir's words were correct. I know. So he only needed to do what was his to do. At the moment Chris was feeling that flicker of unease, the standing army moved. From those at the outpost along the safe road, soldiers turned their backs on the city and raised their spears and swords toward the mountains. And they fought. At first, it was only one. A quadrupedal monster made of flame stomped along, leaving black footprints on the ground. The stench of burning began to spread, and smoke rose from the spots it passed. Branches caught fire, flames spread, fields of grass turned to gray ash. The blaze engulfing its body made clear this was no small matter. It had no eyes, no nose, no mouth. It was simply a blazing lump of fire. "We're supposed to fight that," one soldier muttered. "Should we just leave it then?" Another soldier replied, "Well, no, not saying that." The first soldier shrugged and leveled his spear. They were part of the standing army's spear infantry. Clink, clink. The soldier twisted the joint between the spearhead and the shaft and set the blade at a slanting angle. The front 20 men all carried spearheads imbued with magic. Where else would Crace have poured all the coin he earned? Most of it had gone into armament, and now part of it was shining. Pah! Hark! Without even a howl, the wolf-shaped flame lunged, and 3 spearmen set their weight evenly and thrust. Their stances were clean, their thrusts stable. They had drilled this over 1,000 times, and there was no wavering. Crunch! The flaming wolf was skewered on the spearheads and scattered, the fire dimming and falling to the ground. The way the fiery lumps dripped was sticky enough to remind one of animal entrails. All that remained where the fire went out was a handful of black ash. The real difficulty was when weapons didn't work at all. When they did, it wasn't so much of a problem. Then dozens of fire-bodied monsters began descending from the mountains. All units forward. Maintain 5-rank formation. Adjust speed to the retreat signal. No deviations. That was the commander's order. He judged that these blazing lumps did not possess high intelligence. In fact, they had no reasoning at all, closer to magical constructs than creatures. They didn't even have the base cunning of ghouls, which made them all the easier to face. The 5-rank formation was arranged so that the rear ranks covered the gaps in the front, creating a layered wall. Spacing was kept so even those in the back could thrust their spears. "Magic unit," the commander called again. Not all soldiers carried magically imbued weapons. Those without stood from the 3rd rank onward. In front of them, Esther's magic unit raised their hands. Casting spells to destroy each fire monster individually was impossible, but imbuing weapons was far easier. "May the power of the blue star dwell." Esther's spell left a blue glow shimmering on the soldiers' swords and spearheads. It was a spell called the Blessing of the Star. All units, ready spears. At the final order, spearheads leveled forward. It was a phalanx trained to stop even a cavalry charge. To them, blocking a rush of this level was no difficulty. "Pierce! Die, you bastard!" With shouts matching their temperaments, they drove their spears into the flaming beasts. The fight was one-sided. The amusing thing was, by standing army standards, these were near ordinary soldiers. The true elites were elsewhere. For example, the sacred martial infantry led by Audin with Teresa as his vice-commander. Official names aside, others simply called them the fanatic troop. Those things don't seem to have souls. Then even if we kill them, we can't send them to heaven, can we? They were those who had awakened to divinity through faith. If the holy city of Legion ever learned of their existence, they would surely be horrified. Audin knew how to cultivate people in his own way. Within the order, beyond the body modifications when it came to raising fighters, he was the best. Even Legion had a similar kind of combat unit, but these men were cut from a different cloth. All of them had large, solid muscles. They wore modified gauntlets that locked in place with a metallic clack over their wrists. That weapon was their main armament. They also wore white cloth armor tied at the sleeves and ankles with cords. All units, free combat. They were the ones Auden and Teresa had raised with tireless effort. The gauntlets on their hands gave off a faint glow. They had awakened to divinity, but could not yet wield it freely. So they relied on weapons. Their gauntlets had been blessed by Auden and Teresa. When they fought, they could wrap their fists in divinity. And they did so, smashing and breaking the heads of the flaming beasts. The number of fire monsters exceeded hundreds. Some fought against Rem's assault troops, others clashed with Ragnar's small sword squad. Even Enkrid's personal guard moved. No one here is going to get injured from this level, right? Right. The female squire, once nicknamed Clumsy Clemence, now commanded Enkrid's personal guard. She was also known within the border guard as Pervert Clemence. Rumors spread that she had the twisted hobby of tormenting her subordinates, earning her that bizarre nickname. If you get injured, you'll see what happens. Her words carried no trace of humor. The guardsmen behind her clenched their teeth. If they even picked up a minor wound here, that madwoman would drill them to death. The standing army's total strength was 10 units, and Cress had committed only 6. The rest had to be kept in reserve. And with just those 6, the tide of monsters descending from the mountains was completely blocked. Range. Enkrid advanced with Dawn tempering in hand, his thoughts racing. He was headed toward the spot Garrett and Finn had observed inside the Penhanil Mountains. Along the way, a fire giant confronted him. Bigger than Auden, its blazing heat was felt even 20 paces away. It stood still, not burning down the surrounding trees. Then, as if noticing Enkrid, it turned its head. It's standing on 2 legs. Its form resembled a human. And that wasn't all. Flames burst from its hands and shaped into form. A greatsword? No. The long, rod-shaped flame with a lump at the end was a mace. A flail, then. Enkrid did not rush. Left hand on the scabbard, right hand resting on Dawn Tempering's grip, he walked. Neither fast nor slow. The fire giant shaped massive flame flails in its hands, large enough that even Auden wouldn't have looked out of place wielding them. Whoosh! All of it was fire. It made him think of walking fire, and of Balrog. As such thoughts flickered, Enkrid shifted the will coursing within him. For line explosion. Like wind, like storm. Boom! The inner explosion resounded as his foot pressed into the earth. Enkrid split the seams of time itself as he moved. Anyone watching would have been left dumbstruck. It was acceleration in the very posture of walking. His center of mass hardly shifted, no sign of preparation, not even the tightening of thigh muscles. The reason for such abnormal movement? Naturally, will. Enkrid's skill at wielding will had advanced by leaps and bounds. Without that, he could not have stood here. The experience of killing Balrog had not left him. He became a blue line and passed by the fire giant. Whoosh! The wind surged. Beep! Boom! Compressed air burst with a roar behind him. Whoosh! The giant's flail carved empty air. As Enkrid passed, Dawn Tempering's blade sliced through flame, scattering it into nothing. It was a single strike. The giant split in 2 and crumbled to ash. The gust of heat blew his hair back, revealing jewel-blue eyes beneath. My body feels light. No injuries. A strange sensation, not omnipotence, but feels like I could do anything. His body moved exactly as he wished. Enkrid kept walking, simply moving his legs forward. Each step pressed the ground and propelled him ahead. Leisurely in appearance, yet faster than most men could run. Not quite a sprint, but unstoppable. And yet he stopped. An incline appeared, and though branches and thorns blocked the way, he had been brushing aside and leaping over such obstacles with ease. "Who's there?" Enkrid asked. Beside a bent tree, a man stood, dressed in thin cloth, wielding a white, guardless broadsword. His narrow eyes had slit pupils. Clearly not human. He stared at Enkrid for a moment before speaking. "You die. Go. Here, I can die, duck." The pronunciation wasn't awkward, but the meaning was strange. But who was Enkrid? The master listener who always managed to decipher his knight's teachings. He understood the man's meaning instantly. "Are you saying you'll kill me? Or that if I go past you I'll die?" The man thought briefly, then replied, "You die. By me." Still awkward but clearer. What was strange? No hostility, no killing intent. Yet this one would surely keep his word. It was pure instinct, but that's how it felt. "Sounds like a threat," Enkrid replied, and drew dawn, tempering. Kring. The blue blade pointed at the stranger. The man continued to gaze calmly at him. Then he spoke again. Enkrid was about to strike, but "Stop! Cease!" At those words, his body halted. Everything was unexpected. Unlike the oppressive aura of Balrog, this man's words alone had forced his body to stop. The will swirling within Enkrid resisted that coercive force, and reflexively, his will of rejection burst forth, shattering the command. Chapter 827. His body froze only for a moment, but the awkwardness lingered. In a real urgent battle, such an opening would have meant his neck being severed. As Enkrid moved again, the one before him, the figure with snow-white skin and slit pupils, opened his mouth once more. "Your place. You cannot remove. Foot. Toil." The words were still broken and strange, but a restraining force accompanied them. "Refuse." Enkrid repeated it inwardly and dismissed the man's words. His will surged, hardening into a wall built with the resolve to block anything. He pressed off the ground with his soul sword leveled forward. In that split second, accelerated thought measured the situation. When the one before me opens his mouth, a coercive force acts on my body. It's similar to pressure, but different. Easiest way to describe it. It's like water. A stone may roll and strike a wall, but cannot pass through it. Water seeps between cracks, soaking the ground beneath. Can something like that be possible with just a word? No time for such questions. Enkrid entered battle completely focused. Concentration converged to a single point. Just before the man's mouth opened again, Enkrid's left hand swept across his chest, rather than dawn tempering in his right. The ram-horn dagger, honed thinner than before by Atris craftsmanship, whistled through the air. There was no sound. No, the sound lagged behind. The weapon's form would pierce his skull faster than any noise could catch up. But the opponent suddenly shifted aside. The motion flowed like water, yet it was a speed far beyond ordinary eyesight, an evasion only possible for something inhuman. Woo! The belated sound followed after. The throwing dagger, that weapon Jackson loathed, split the air and stole away the chance for the man's mouth to open. In that interval, Enkrid closed the distance. His will burst, doubling his speed with point explosion. His thrust aimed at the man's flank, specifically, the place where his lungs should be. As though sinking into a bog, pressure pressed down on his shoulders. Pushing through it, he entered a soundless world, a realm of silence. His ears rang, his skull felt as if a giant pressed down with both hands. The man's yellow eyes turned on Enkrid's face. He too had stepped into the silent realm, as though to say, "What's so difficult about this?" Boom! An explosive leap and charge ripped the air. Along with it came the delayed noise of the horn dagger and the crash of clashing blades. The strange-eyed man's blade turned Enkrid's thrust aside, catching it flat. Enkrid twisted, tried to drive the point back in, but failed. The blade bent like a serpent, intercepting him again, draining the force of his strike into empty air. Ting, sheeing. Metallic notes rang as the blade scraped. "I haven't used properly in long time." The speech was still broken. And then his mouth opened again, this time too fast to block. It was just a single word. Stop. The mere utterance carried something that restrained his entire body. It was as though a voice inside his head commanded him not to move, as if unseen hands clamped down on his limbs. If there were gods, it was as though one had descended and urged him to obey. Enkrid felt the intangible pressure binding his body. And he pushed forward the one constant that had always defied every pressure, restraint, and command. His will. Whether gods of fate existed or not, that was how he had lived. With meager talent, he had clawed his way upward. The truths of the world, fate, gods, everything had urged him to give up. And yet he had resisted, endured, and built his today upon those days. Refuse. At that answer, the coercion thinned and dissipated. The man was surprised, though he showed no fluster, only spoke again. "Stop." Enkrid replied the same. "Refuse." Even if a celestial god personally descended to test mankind's will, Enkrid's refusal would shock them. Therefore, whatever power these words held, Enkrid could reject them. His will surged. A lifetime of belief, conviction, and stubborn faith formed a shield that repelled the man's magic. What is knighthood? It is code. It is morality. And among them, the strongest force is to keep what one has spoken. Not every knight lives so, but Enkrid did. Stubbornly, even foolishly. He never sought others' understanding, but walked his own path. He had lived so even before he became a knight. Each time the man spoke, Enkrid's will was consumed in chunks. It didn't matter. Enkrid's will was Uska, an unending spring, an inexhaustible well. Stop, refuse, stop, refuse, stop, refuse. Thus their contest became an exchange of words. Then Rem, who had left his subordinates behind to find Enkrid, came upon the two and froze. He saw Enkrid's back and the strange figure who had appeared. More precisely, he saw the two crossing blades, exchanging words, and couldn't help but ask, what the hell are you doing? From the side, it would indeed look like a comedy. Even with Rem's arrival, the figure blocking Enkrid paid no attention. He only asked, "You overcome word command?" This time he spoke clearly. Perhaps short phrases worked better. Word command. Uttering words imbued with power. If will's coercion pressed through presence and force, word command was different. It struck at the will itself through resonance. Not simply an expression of intent, but a structure. And what he had just used was of two kinds. The first, overriding will, overlaying his intent atop another's. The second, overwhelm, crushing the other's will beneath his own. That was the intent. Yet the man before him had withstood both. Was that common? No. Not once in his life had it happened. Salamanders were human-like all along. Though those eyes, they're just like a lizard's. Rem's observation was sharp. From the man's eyes, stance, and bearing, he doubted his nature. Perched atop a tree branch, he crouched down. To an outsider it might look idle, but Enkrid knew Rem was prepared to leap in at any instant. Strength was already gathered in his soles, pressing into the branch. And besides that, Rem had a knack for handling projectiles. Enkrid shifted his left foot, showing his back to him as he answered. No idea. Rem frowned, displeased by the way Enkrid's back blocked his view. This positioning was a declaration of will. For any human with possessiveness, claiming what one desired as one's own was only natural. Enkrid did the same. The man before him wielded strange techniques. But what provoked Enkrid even more was, I can't gauge his ability. That alone made his blood stir. It wasn't mere intoxication from the thrill of battle. Was a salamander truly as threatening as Balrog? Why had such a monster suddenly awakened? These miscellaneous questions aside, Enkrid's duty was clear. He knew his place, his obligation. Whatever blocked him, he would cut through to protect those behind his back. And behind him now stood the border guard. Within them was the woman who sold marmalade, and the innkeeper who saved Krona to buy books. The marmalade seller was about to marry. Vanzance's family lived in the city too. His love had finally borne fruit. He smiled at his child in his arms, smiled at his wife. Many others did the same. And Vanessa's library. That was the name of the public library being built in Lockfried. Since I was young, I always wanted to build something like this, Enkrid had once heard Vanessa say, and had asked her in return. Even if it drains every krona you've saved? Vanessa, owner of the largest inn at the crossroads, now the pride of the border guard. Her pumpkin soup had made her inn famous. Enkrid knew Alan, the innkeeper across from her, and thus had long been acquainted with Vanessa as well. In fact, she had known him first. Dark-skinned, liver-spotted hands, plump frame, yet with a warm smile. She was a strong mother who had raised 4 children alone after losing her husband young. Only one of them was her blood, yet all 4 had grown diligent and upright. Proof enough that her resolve rivaled any bearer of will. There's a saying that raising children is as hard as destroying a colony. Even if he had no such experience himself, anyone knew to respect a woman who had fulfilled the role of mother. Vanessa was one such old bond, and Enkrid had always found it easy to form bonds with such people from his youth. She had once recalled Enkrid's past after he became a knight. Building a library won't empty my pockets, soldier. The first pumpkin soup he ate in that city had been unforgettable. If you didn't join the army to die, then lift your face a little. That was on the first day he entered the city. She had told him such words. Had his expression been that grim? His life had been one of struggle without hope, knowing no surrender, swinging his sword till his palms tore, grinding his teeth until his gums bled. Yet his strikes never improved. Those were the days when it all weighed on his shoulders. Perhaps it hadn't even shown outwardly, but Mother Vanessa had seen through the young man, far younger than her. Even if he had spent different days repeating the same today, there were things he couldn't forget. Coming to the border guard, enduring to enlist, then ending up entrusted with the mad platoon. He couldn't forget the path, conviction and resolve, belief and principle. Between them slipped expectation and joy. The thrill of battle was part of him too. As long as he didn't drown in it, it was fine. It was zeal greater than the demon of struggle, which made the armor of Balrog's combat instinct meaningless. Dawn Tempering's blade gleamed blue. The engraved weapon responded to the flow of will. The opponent also raised his sword. That long rod-like weapon shone pure white. He tilted it, waiting. Not aimed head-on. Its tip pointed at the left side of Enkrid's head. A peculiar stance. Enkrid knew how to give up, to compromise. Even if he had not done so himself, he had seen others live that way countless times. Enkrid knew how to retreat. He had the mind to calculate what would be advantageous without even thinking. Yet he did not retreat. Call it recklessness if one liked, but the boldness filling his heart demanded it. And so, facing an opponent whose ability or novella Don't copy, read here, could not be gauged. Enkrid smiled as he always did. Thus, with that smile, he surged in, like a wave that would not stop even if the heavens split, like a storm that never broke, never ceased. Chapter 828. Man, he's gone mad again, Rem muttered behind me. A captain who smiled like that always did look a little insane. Of course, Rem wasn't exactly the one who should be saying it, but nobody here cared. Enkrid's dawn tempering sliced the air on a diagonal. He stepped once more into the realm of silence. The opponent reacted the same way. The difference was, it bends. In a split instant, the white blade curved and wrapped around the edge of dawn tempering. It looked like a white snake climbing up the sword. How could a sword that wasn't a whippy, flexible blade bend like that? No time to wonder. Thinking about it would cost him a wrist. Enkrid twisted his wrist. He poured strength into the wrist he'd trained countless times and infused it with will. Ta-ta-ta-tunk. The moment he slipped free of the crushing pressure, the rasp of metal on metal filled his ears. Sparks spat wildly. The footing here wasn't much to speak of. An uphill slope with barely a place to plant your feet. The two of them, halfway up the ridge, stepped on tree roots and rocks, crushed and broke whatever they needed, and moved again. Enkrid drew the eye with a high horizontal cut, then let the blade drop straight down. One of Enkrid's orthodox sword tricks. A technique that deceives the starting point of the blade. The split yellow eyes didn't waver. He lifted the white longsword and beat the strike aside. Thump! As several exchanges passed, people gathered behind Enkrid. What is that? Ragnar arrived. Jackson came, arms folded, saying nothing. Odin arrived with a smile. On the way here we ran into more than a few flame monsters. But it's oddly quiet here. Maybe that's only natural. Behind Odin, Esther approached. She'd come riding something like a lump of black beast, and when her feet touched ground, the mount dispersed like smoke. The scattered black smoke turned into a shawl draped over her shoulders. Seen like this, she could be mistaken for a witch who lives in the demon realm and handles beasts, but no one made a single snide remark. They were all more focused on what she said. What do you mean by that? Rem asked from a tree, eyes still locked forward. The fight was dead even. Well, there are things you can't know without fighting yourself, so you can't be sure. At this level, a tiny mistake or a little mental pressure decides victory and defeat. In that sense, Enkrid didn't look like he'd lose, but you never know. Neither human nor dwarf, and not a fairy either. Shinar, who had followed, spoke. She kept her eyes forward and went on. Those eyes are like a serpent's, and the feel he gives off is unlike any other race. There's a race called by this name. They say fairies are children of flowers and trees. Dwarves are children of iron and flame. Giants prove themselves through blood and slaughter, so they are children of hot blood. Beastmen began to hunt to survive, so they are children of the mountains and fields. Frog are children of dreams, and humans can become anything, so the world is their parent. And dragonkin, among all races, are the ones without parents, those who walk alone. In other words, they are not to be handled lightly. Why would a dragonkin show up here? Odin asked half to himself. Coincidences can stack up in this world. The Balrog expedition had come to meet a salamander, more precisely to crack the skull of that vaunted monster. No one expected to run into a dragonkin along the way. Of course, the dragonkin must have his reasons to be here, but who could know them? If the gods Yganov, Elightiwa of heaven were watching, maybe? Maybe so. But in reality we had no way to know. Since tasting the illusory sense, Esther's perception for magic had grown razor-sharp. That sensitivity read the traces the dragonkin had left. A wave. The mana in the air heaved and trembled, leaning to one side. Put into words, you'd call it mana affinity. It's one of the things dragonkin are said to be born with. A mage is, by nature, closer to a researcher. As a side branch, she'd collected and read sources and materials about dragonkin. Meanwhile, Enkrid's sword turned into lightning and drew 3 lines. Optimized cognition drew the shortest routes for those strikes. You can't predict a lightning bolt, so the dragonkin gave up on prediction. Instead, he sprang back. Another acceleration. Enkrid flowed into a line of motion and chased, covering the retreating opponent. It was a continuous process of bite and counterbite. Esther had just cast a bodily acceleration spell to watch the fight, and even then, she couldn't properly see the whole sequence. What her eyes caught was Enkrid's dawn tempering smashing into the dragonkin's left arm at the same time the man's white longsword stabbed for Enkrid's belly. It all happened in an instant, and the results were nothing like predicted. Gray scales burst from the opponent's arm and stopped dawn tempering's edge, and Enkrid's belly wasn't pierced by the longsword either. Their gazes crossed. Scales? Leather? One of them fixed on the scales. The other got snagged by the black leather armor. At the same time, Enkrid kicked, and the dragon punched. Crack! With a boom, a whirlwind blasted out around them. Shinar stepped in front of Esther and swept a hand. She gathered essence and dispersed the force whipped up by their clash. A formidable opponent. She sounded impressed. In truth, they all were. Enkrid's current level is not something any of them would dare belittle. The simple fact, the fight was even proved how formidable the dragonkin standing up there was. Of course, to a dragonkin, born with authorities and used to always standing on higher ground, this might be even stranger. But he showed no emotion. He simply did what needed doing. So it really doesn't work. Find that way. Stop. Everyone could feel the surge of magic, not just Esther. What rode his words was pure will. A power that overlays the opponent's will and suppresses it. A signature authority of the dragonkin. The word, an outward, inexplicable force spoken into being. It's similar to a magic incantation, but runs on a different track. To an ordinary human, it's a compulsion hard to refuse. That much Esther knew. And yet a certain human, who under normal rules should have had his will suppressed and shaken, answered that command without a flinch. I refuse. Quit clinging. Mouth still running. Just fine. But why does the dragonkin talk like that? Esther felt surprise and curiosity rise together inside her. I hate clingy types, but since you've never said a word to me till now, I'm guessing you're already thinking of me as your fiancé. Shinar was herself, as always. She'd said he was formidable, but not that he was a threat. If that was how it looked to her eyes, it was the same for the others. None of them stepped in. They didn't need to. Enkrid's fighting spirit hadn't dipped once. If anything, it seemed to grow as he fought. Driving the other man hard, the opponent asked, "You are Balrog, maybe? The way you fight is like so." And Enkrid answered, "No," he questioned back. "Your way of speaking is crap." Rem spoke. For a heartbeat, Rem and everyone else became of one mind. They all thought the same thing. Enkrid, parsing and understanding the words in real time, replayed what the man had said. Was he saying that because of the material of the armor wrapped around Enkrid's body? He considered it for a moment, then decided no. Within the dragonkin's knowledge, there was only one being who enjoyed fighting to this degree, so he'd ask. "I think I'm better looking." Enkrid took it in stride. Being compared in looks to a two-horned brute with skin splitting all over wasn't pleasant. But what did it matter now? Let's keep fighting. Enkrid breathed out a gust. Naturally, he didn't have a talent like the word, so there was no compulsion in his words. What he had instead were resolve and will, conviction and creed, and his fists. More precisely, dawn tempering, his engraved weapon, was in his hand. Sometimes his blade shows more compulsion than any word. A grinning madman charging in, and a slim, blond man watching without expression. Human and dragonkin crossed their weapons. When Enkrid pressed blades to force a bind, the dragonkin backed off. Enkrid chased and accelerated his thinking. He also threw all 5 senses and his 6th into reading the opponent's means. All that effort stretched the instant of thought and tightened the present. In that constricted time, the lines and points needed to subdue the enemy strung together. One chain of thought split off, grasping the opponent. It's muffled. The man's cuts felt that way, and his presence too. No matter who you fight, a sword gives off a feel. What about Balrog? It sounds ridiculous put in words, but he brings to mind a rock that bends and flexes, both solid and supple. Ora is a flowing wave, and Ragnar is a thunderbolt that breaks anything, yet a thunderbolt that burns and stays like flame. A thunderbolt stuffed with willful insistence, not satisfied with a single flash. Jackson is an invisible edge, and Odin looks like a boulder rolling straight on, except sometimes he pulls a hidden bludgeon from behind that rock. Outwardly a blunt brawler, but inside he's stocked with tools to win. Rem moves like a fierce beast while showing a hunter's traits at the same time. A contradiction. In that stretched-out thought, he recalled the day he drank Founder's liquor, a fine spirit. To convey its bouquet and flavor, you needed contradictory words. One of those drinks. 2 things that shouldn't coexist. Balrog, that bending rock, was like that. And everyone in the mad order of knights is, in their own way, learning to acquire something similar. As his eye for things changes and his perspective shifts, Enkrid can see them. This opponent felt like a muffled bog, like a pitch-black pit. It feels like fighting a puppet, but there's a real body there, not an illusion, reality. Reading the white longsword's arc, for an instant he saw the next move. Not by experience, by a flash of inspiration showing an inch ahead. Enkrid's dawn tempering slipped past the longsword and cut the man's left thigh. Ta-ta-tank! At the same time, the opponent's blade skimmed across Enkrid's abdomen. Cher KK. The sound was unfamiliar. So was the feel in his hand. Same as before. Not skin. It felt like he'd struck something hard. The loose, worn cloth, no armor at all, tore, and beneath it, on the man's thigh, scales showed, ridged like a dental scale. Gray scales packed tight across the skin. Are you a monster? His answer to that question about Balrog? No reply. If anything, he only sensed a faint texture of feeling from the man. Absurdly, the emotion he felt, crossing blades, was similar to his own. This is fun. Delight, expectation, goodwill, an opponent with no malice and no killing intent. Not that Enkrid thought he would back down. You're going to keep blocking, aren't you? Through the numbness he felt from the sword, a single intent came through clearly. Dragonkin or whatever, he wasn't going anywhere. The split yellow pupils, now even his face sprouted scales with soft tuck-tuck sounds. Dragon scales, the dragonkin's second authority, after the word. A body that common sword cuts can't even scratch. The fight wasn't over, but something else intruded. Whoosh. The sound was small, but the shadows spilling over their heads was huge. A mass of flame. Cloud. It looked like something like that. A cloud of fire appeared above their heads out of nowhere. In that moment, the dragonkin turned fully around. He showed his back, perfectly, to the opponent he'd been trading blades with seconds ago. What's this now? A trap? No. After Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship, now Enkrid-style orthodox swordsmanship. When it comes to deception, Enkrid is a master even among knights. Conversely, from what he'd seen so far, this scrawny, absurdly strong dragonkin wasn't skilled at deception. You could tell just from a few traded blows. Therefore, turning his body now was sincere. The reason? As soon as he turned, the dragonkin raised his sword. A fireball came down, and, like Enkrid had cut one earlier, his white longsword split it. The divided fireballs slammed into the ground left and right and exploded. Boom! Shattered rocks, broken branches, clods of dirt baked together by heat. Everything flew in all directions. Heat wrapped the area at once, and everything the eye could see sizzled and shimmered, wavering like a mirage. Here! Enkrid batted away half the incoming debris with his blade and blocked the rest with his gauntlet. Then he looked up again. I wanted to live, too. A child. A child he'd never seen before. And yet the instant he saw him, he knew it was a child he'd failed to protect. In a pit of fire, a child crouched and watched for an opening. His eyes met Enkrid's. The moment their eyes met, emotion surged and clubbed reason to the floor. Facts and reality didn't matter. Only the feeling of the present became truth. The child's mouth opened again. You could have saved me, right? A child already dead, one who had stood behind him, and still he hadn't protected. Several faces overlapped over that one. There had been two brats who said they'd become herb gatherers. He lost one and saved one. The one he'd lost looked at him and asked, You could have protected me, couldn't you, right? There was no resentment in the tone. It was guileless. They'd dig deeper into his chest and set his emotions heaving even more. Chapter 829. Timers. A dragonkin is one who walks alone. So they name themselves, too. Timers, just past childhood, and on the verge of leaving his parents' side, named himself in the tongue he had awakened to. It meant the essence of life. In a way, it suited the racial nature of the dragonkin. Don't most of us name ourselves along those lines? Timers thought that as he chose his name. Special eyes, special lungs, a special stomach, special skin, special talents. A race born with everything. Even so, nothing can be achieved without learning. Once Timers grasped that truth, he applied himself to learning anything and everything. Of course, if Enkrid had watched his life, he'd probably have said, applied? I applied? For a race that lives near to immortality, he put in considerable effort. And Timers lived a very long time. So long that counting the years had no meaning. Why should I live? A dragonkin is always troubled by that. They are nomads who wander in search continue reading, of the reason for their life. They rarely feel desire, have no cravings, no wants. Thus they can walk alone. And because of this temperament, they must roam to find a reason to live. A ship needs an anchor to make berth. They too needed an anchor to live. Keen intellect won't allow a life without meaning. So, to others, a dragonkin may seem to live armed with sublimity. Or, conversely, with an utterly unfathomable abstruseness. Dragonkin differ completely from individual to individual. Because they walk alone, they do not resemble each other. Where all other races grow alike by looking at one another, these reveal only their inborn traits, instead of any such similarity. They do not resemble each other, but they are a race alike in showing boredom. That was the cautious conclusion offered by leading scholars of the continent. Half right, half wrong. They do share a commonality. Put in a single word, you could call it an anchor. More precisely, an anchor that lets them go on living. If you have no cravings and no wants, what reason do you have to live? With what will you make the ship of life come to birth? Beastmen are drunk on sex or appetite. Frock cannot resist the drive to inquire. Fairies seek a stable society and circumstances. Dwarves are drawn by the urge to create. Giants are a species with an innate lust for slaughter. They aren't called beasts drunk on blood for nothing. Humans become drunk on all those desires, and also overcome them, and dragonkin lack desire. Therefore, to birth the ship of life, they drop an anchor called duty. They decide what must be done, make it their goal, live by it, and shake off boredom. Because they live immortally, they need a reason to remain in this world. And because they live immortally, they must not be easily swayed by cravings or wants. Life is a storm. Waves beat endlessly. Only by being insensible to all of it can one live immortally. Call it the Creator's arrangement. Insensibility is one condition of immortality. That does not mean insensibility brings only gain. If they sink into boredom, dragonkin fall asleep, and waking grows remote. What do you call sleep from which you cannot wake? You could as well define it as death. Those who can die at any time, that is what dragonkin are. Duty, drop anchor. Once, long ago, Timaeus saw traces of a salamander, and he also understood this being need not be called a monster. It was being controlled. By whom? Finding that would be far-off work. A salamander is a phantasmal beast. That much he understood. Timaeus found an anchor that would keep him in reality. Protect it. Put in human terms, a pastime. Like finishing a hard day's work and then playing cards. Not particularly important. One could do it or not, but enough to become a reason to live. Like how a card game with a beer and a few jokes helps you endure a hard job. Timaeus found a duty, and to a dragonkin duty is something to be kept even at the cost of one's life. He meant not only to guard the salamander as a phantasmal beast, but to tend its will as well. His duty expanded, and Timaeus' aim grew clear. He would let no one harm the salamander, and he would let no one die directly to the salamander. It had meaning because it was not easy. If not joy, it could at least bring a quiet sense of satisfaction. Along with that, his calculation was precise. He drew a line. The aberrant flames spread around it by virtue of its being a phantasmal beast, carry no will. Therefore, they lie outside the realm of his duty. Only the salamander's direct exertion of power falls within the fence of his duty and responsibility, or so Timaeus calculated. And so he passed again into a span of time too long to count. A dragonkin is not swayed by this or that desire or want. In general, and if in general, then there are cases that are not. Aside from an anchor like duty, there is exactly one thing that can draw goodwill from a dragonkin. Put into language, you could call it a grand dream, in Timaeus' diction. A will that looks like it will never bend. That is another way to say it. In life he had met such intelligences a handful of times. Timaeus showed goodwill to them all. They were beings worthy of respect. Beyond good and evil, beings who showed a pure will. Those who moved toward an ideal, not a craving. A dragonkin cannot hate or dislike such people. When dragonkin choose sides, there's only the one reason. Respect for will. They shine. They shine like stars and burn their lives. What a dragon can feel only by forcibly clutching and wringing out duty, those who shine of themselves spill naturally. Dragonkin have the senses to catch and perceive that. It is why, crossing blades with Enkrid, Timaeus showed goodwill without reason, along with delight and expectation. As Frock loved beautiful faces and fairies loved clear airs, A dragonkin feels nothing but pleasure when they meet someone filled within by a will that's so rarely seen. It is like looking at a beautiful work of art, like listening to music that strikes the heart. More bluntly, you could call it something addictive. Not that it comes before duty. They have no grand cause, no justice, no morality. But neither do they put malice and murder foremost. For a dragonkin, duty is paramount. It is the reason to live, so it could only be. Timaeus held several thoughts at once as he grasped what was happening now. In the past, when the phantasmal beast was active, magical life forms made of flame were born by the bushel in the surroundings, and those who drew too near the salamander fell drunk on illusion and lost their minds. That was its native faculty. Timaeus had no intention of letting anyone behind him die. The phantasmal beast's mind is tainted. Why? He could not know. Even a dragonkin cannot divide his body into hundreds of duplicates, nor can he wield magic at will. He can only wield authority. Thus he missed the parasitic malice burrowing into this place. Tricks. He could tell it by intuition, at least. Someone had done this. Finding the reason comes later. What needs doing now is to resolve what's at hand. Timaeus found it particularly a waste to let the man who had shared blades with him die. That one pleased him to quite a degree. A waste? Did he even get feelings like this? Unfamiliar. This, too, would be a matter to revisit later. For now, he had to keep those drunk on vision from becoming food for the flames. The moment he resolved that, one of the party who stood behind him opened her mouth. Enkrid. It was the black-haired mage. She shattered the salamander's glamour with ease and opened her eyes. Truly in the blink of an eye. And then Timaeus had to see a sight he had never seen before in his life. What the hell kind of cheap trick is this? A gray-haired human. He too broke the vision. Nor was he the only one. And so, the dragonkin experienced a surprise he had met only a few times since birth. Vaguely by means of the illusory sense, Esther had experienced her spell world, overlapping the real world. It was hard to forget that moment when thrill surged past and turned to rapture. But is there anything good in getting drunk on that feeling? There's not. The boundary between reality and illusion must be clear. A mage must be able to draw that line. To be drunk on illusions is like being trapped in a maze you can never escape. If you're satisfied to live in illusions and phantoms of your own making, you'll cease to look for any reason to live in reality. She overcame the illusory sense. Therefore, crushing, grinding, and breaking the vision the salamander showed was easy. Her dead master appearing to speak bitter words. Even if a necromancer raised him, he wouldn't say such a thing. The vision was clumsy. Instead of boring into human psychology, it was just a resonance that shook emotion. Of course, even that alone can smash a human mind without mercy, but among those who had come this far, not one was ordinary. What the hell kind of cheap trick is this? Rem's voice reached her. At Esther's call, Enkrid turned his head and asked back, "Why?" He sounded offhand. He'd cleanly overcome paltry illusions and phantoms. "I know it's not yet the time for the Lord to call me." With a prayer, Auden let white sanctity flow from his whole body. "I am the continent's greatest guide." Ragnar spouted nonsense. "How many times have I met demons and fought them? You think I'll fall to something like this?" Shinar sneered at the vision. Of course, being a fairy, you had to listen closely to catch a sliver of her feeling. From the instant you face them, demons gnaw at your mind. Balrog alone. If you can't overcome his force and pressure, your lungs crumple and you die. That's death that simply arrives. And the one who sought to make her his bride? A single brush from his blade could kill. Yes, but didn't he ultimately try to swallow an entire fairy city? Picturing the worst is not Krace's special skill alone. Rather than reveal emotion, fairies sang despair and frustration from deep within. The whole city did so. So this level of vision, compared to when the city was being eaten away and dying, was only adorable. And Enkrid's will went without saying. He does not waver at this. Even faced with a child he failed to protect, he goes on. If he couldn't manage even this, he'd have long since been trapped in some today. There was no difficulty in distinguishing reality and illusion. Enkrid had never been drunk on omnipotence either. If we'd brought Dunbakel along, maybe there would have been a little wobble. He had enough leeway for such idle thoughts. Giants or beastmen are by nature weak to tricks of this sort. By simple fighting power, Dunbakel could give Teresa a match. He could cross weapons with Rofod and Peld and not be pushed back. Of course, if it were a fight to the death, guessing who'd win would be meaningless. Even so, Dunbakel would have overcome it too. In the East, she learned how to handle fear. She had shown mental growth as well. Even if illusions and whispers shook her, she wouldn't collapse. As for the others, they could handle it fine on their own. If I were a beastman, I might have staggered a bit, but me? Not a chance. Rem said it. A barbarian is rough on the outside, but careful within. The fact he thought of Dunbakel now shows it. He named the one he worried about most. It's just that his way of showing affection is so coarse that it's torment for Dunbakel. Slipshod. Enkrid heard the ferryman's whisper. Yes, slipshod indeed. The flames draped over their heads looked like red clouds. Flame-burning scarlet covered the sky above. Strictly, not clouds, but sheets of fire spread wide. From above, fires falling. Timers the dragonkin spoke. He didn't stop there. My name is Timers. I am a dragonkin. You are a human. The salamander had awakened, so what he had to do was now clear. For that, he repeated the same words. Chapter 830. Shannara listened to what the dragonkin was saying and opened her mouth. It's re-inputting the grammar and rehearsing it. It was a process like recalling an old memory by repeating it. You learn it once and make it your own. But if you don't use it for a long time, you drag up the forgotten memories one by one. It's like heating a dull blade in the fire to put an edge back on it. For those who live eternally, it's an essential skill. Eternal life without forgetting is nothing but hellish pain. Even among elder-class fairies who rarely showed their faces within the city of Kurhez, there were such beings. They hadn't shown themselves even when the city was on the verge of being eaten by a demon. But it wasn't because they were apathetic. It was because they were already half in eternal rest. Very rarely, one of those elders would awaken, and it looked similar to what she'd seen then. Just as Shannara guessed, the dragonkin dredged up his memories and spoke again. Flee, you may run. I will hold it back. An edge formed on the dull blade. The grammar became clear, and the pieces fit. No one responded to the dragonkin's words. Everyone only glanced at their own captain. Even Shannara waited for his order. Enkrid had just fought this being. Should it be called a conversation of swords? Because of that, he had faint impressions, and no matter what the dragonkin said, he said what he had to say. You're a bit peculiar. They'd been fighting moments ago, and now he says he'll block it? He himself was the one who blocked the way to go kill the salamander. To call it a light whim, there was too much weight in the sword for that. The other wasn't someone who lived on lies. That was how Enkrid saw him. His instincts weren't always right, but on this point he was certain. Timers judged there was still time, and answered Enkrid. Is that so? A return question. Timers knew he was special because he was dragonkin. But right now, he thought the man who said those words was even more unusual. Look at this steadfast core. Enkrid wasn't the only one who had measured his opponent by crossing blades. Much more so, a dragonkin had an exceptional sense. An uncommon human. Tamar saw Enkrid that way as well. That human does not waver. He's like a ship at anchor without even a single mooring line. He looks like he could endure even when the tempest surges. It's mysterious. That mystery stirred the dragonkin's root. A being of intellect with a grand dream and will. Truly a human worth watching. He amuses and delights, and he gives rise to expectation. What is this one's duty, and upon what is this will's foundation built? Since birth, the dragonkin had never felt such curiosity, and the first time is always intense. You could see it if you fed a sweet cookie to a child who had never once eaten a cookie, and then watched the child's face. He had seen people with firm will before, and had shown them favor, but never something this stimulating. Like seeing the sea after only ever looking at small ponds and a lake. Tamar's heart swelled with that much delight. Therefore, he all the more wished he would not die. A human who could rouse such feelings in a dragonkin was truly rare. Extremely rare. Whatever the vertically split yellow eye up ahead said, Enkrid's thoughts kept turning on their own. One thread of them was briefly replaying the fight from a moment ago. There were two reasons he'd called him peculiar. One was his temperament, and the other was his skill. More precisely, skill that was changing. Was he hiding his skill? A strand of thought branched off, reconstructing the situation. Enkrid recalled what the opponent had shown. The white longsword bent to parry aside. Anovilgot. Don't copy. Read here. His blade, and before that, Hyde exerted compulsion with word speech. No, more than that. Wasn't the fighting itself awkward? It was. It had been. How to express this more simply? If he were to reduce it to a very simple sentence, his ability to measure distance kept improving. At the first strike, his spacing fight was dreadful. He made up for it with absurd physical ability. Measuring distance is the basis of fighting. Whether you hold a sword in your hand or throw punches, it's the same. That technique of gauging distance changed. Using that as a pivot, everything began to shift. The position of the feet and the way he jutted his shoulder. After distance, his posture changed. The forms were unfamiliar, but the motions followed the logic of combat. Swordsmanship developed to fight, to win, to kill. The opponent adhered faithfully to that aspect. All three of the last attacks were sharp, especially the third, which Enkrid avoided by the narrowest hair. The white, snake-bent edge had gone for his forearm. Receiving on the blade while cutting. A textbook motion, half a beat fast. He toyed with tempo and mixed in technique. Like someone who read a swordsmanship manual cover to cover, then trained each part properly, and then mixed them together again. Is that the right impression? He's that peculiar. Where does that peculiarity come from? As if speech were something he'd done for the first time in ages. Is fighting also something he's doing for the first time in a while? So is he in rehabilitation? If so, let's finish this and have another go. Everyone heard the two of them talking, but no one said anything. It wasn't the first time Enkrid acted like this. He showed favor for no clear reason, and his capacity went beyond being hard to measure. It changed in real time. Just as Timaeus felt interest, Enkrid felt the same. He wanted to dig into the dragonkin's depths. I have to carry out my duty. And the dragonkin said what he had to say. Duty comes before anything else. If a dragonkin has no duty, there is no reason to live. For them, duty is like that. The anchor of their life, the will that lets them moor in today. Enkrid felt something akin to pressure from Timaeus as he spoke. Because it was something he could not yield, the words were suffused with will. Of course, outwardly his tone was calm and ordinary. Enkrid sensed the will inside because he had keen senses. Enkrid could read a fairy's feelings. This much was nothing. Enkrid, who also felt interest in the duty the other spoke of, asked back, "What duty is that?" His tone was unusually familiar. In fact, even while fighting, he hadn't felt any malice or murderous intent at all. What there was only joy and goodwill. He was a curious fellow. If the Uder's duty were reasonable, wouldn't it be worth hearing out? It was similar to when he accepted Dunbakel. He did as he felt like. Maybe, instinctively, he knew the being before his eyes wouldn't lead with malice to assault the city or harm civilians. "Protecting the being behind me is my duty," said the dragonkin. His tone was flat. There was no fierce emotion. Nor did it seem like he had some creed or conviction. What showed was merely a sense of duty. And yet his will is full. He was a truly curious opponent. The word he chose struck the heart. It was what Enkrid always said. If the other spoke of duty, then he could speak of duty as well. And if duty and duty stood opposed, whose should take precedence? Truth is decided by the law of the continent, meaning the strong one's words are right. However, is it the best choice here to beat this guy down and kill the salamander? The thought simply occurred. Enkrid knows the principles of the world. There is completion, but there is no perfection. If you obsess over perfection, you'll be trapped in today. If you hope to go to tomorrow, you must not remain with the element called perfection. But then, does a day simply spent letting things pass have any value? A day done as best as you can. Wanting such a today, he deliberated. For that best, Enkrid asked, "Protect? Who? Protecting whom?" As if in answer to those words, something came flying from above. Enkrid's sixth sense reacted. Even though he wasn't fighting, his thoughts accelerated. Something unseen was falling. Strictly speaking, it wasn't that it was invisible. He sensed something that hadn't yet happened. His body reacted to death, or a threat tantamount to it. A red line thunked down from over his head. It was as if someone had swung a very long, very thin whip. Because his intuition had triggered, his body left an afterimage as he moved 3 steps to the side. The red line scored the ground where Enkrid had dodged from. There was no thunderous crash or explosion. With a fizzing sound, it only left a thin hole whose depth couldn't be gauged. Above the hole, a haze-like smoke rose. Where the red line had passed, a heat so hot it warped even the hot air remained. A hot gust brushed Enkrid's cheek. If it had hit, anything would have been severed in an instant. About as sharp as Ragnar's sunrise, it was sharp and hot. Its length could have spanned about 5 average humans strung together. Deep and long. If he hadn't avoided it, he would have offered up an arm. Of course, no one took that long lashing. It was while they were watching, wondering what in the world this was. It wasn't hard to spot the source of the whip. It had darted out from within a clump of flaming cloud that had somehow sunk lower than before and come closer to the party. The tongue. The dragonkin spoke short and blunt, and Enkrid understood easily. "You're saying this is the salamander's tongue?" He glanced at the ground and asked. The dragonkin nodded. He didn't know what precisely he meant by protecting. Enkrid understood at least one thing. "So long as I don't kill it, it's fine, right?" The dragonkin had told them to withdraw, and in the middle of a fight, turned his back to part the fireball, and tried to protect the party. Enkrid read the situation by feel. The other was protecting the salamander, and also stopping that mass of fire from wreaking harm around it. To the question that resulted from all that thinking, the dragonkin answered, "Correct." Then what the dragonkin was about to do now, was it discipline? He could tell it was something like that. A damn stubborn brat who won't listen. Was he going to lay hands because sometimes the rod is the remedy? Then let's do it together. Enkrid proposed a temporary alliance. The dragonkin nodded. This one's will was pure as could be. A fairy who didn't know how to lie wouldn't join him for nothing. Not going to clear him out and go, Rem asked from behind. By clearing out, he likely meant the dragonkin. The name was Timaeus, wasn't it? The dragonkin had reached the point of knowing names after hearing them muttered. If Enkrid willed it, subduing the dragonkin wasn't impossible. If even one of the party joined in, the fight would be easy. All units, prepare for combat. Enkrid ignored it and spoke. The amusing point was that no one even showed anything like resistance. Back when he was the mad platoon leader, these were people who followed his stubbornness well. It was the same now. They did not cast doubt on what their captain did. They only did what they had to do. In truth, if things soured, it was possible to subdue a dragonkin and even kill the salamander, which was the confidence they showed. The parasite of flame that entrusted its intent to the salamander sneered at them. If I can't eat it, no one else will. Among the monks of the demon realm, this was something only he could do. To awaken a salamander that had entered dormancy, or a torpid state. He intended to burn to death every last one of the ones who had fallen out of his favor. If in the process a portion of the continent burned, that wasn't his concern. Other beings who exerted influence over this continent would voice complaints, but he would simply ignore them. Now that the salamander had opened its eyes, this region would likely be ruined for a while, beyond recovery. Even so, it always returns someday. Where the salamander has burned through, a new vitality stirs, for he has the authority of regeneration. In the meantime, countless ones would burn to death. The parasite of heat cackled even though he was nothing but intent. Die, all of you. He drew his intent to goad the salamander. Agony, pain, and torment traveled along intent to the body. That he found thoroughly delightful. The parasite of heat knew that if he didn't shake off this delight, he wouldn't achieve what he wanted. How could I give this up? Exhilarating. If he were human, his eyelids would have quivered sweetly from a pleasure several times stronger than what is felt in sexual union. Now die, all of you. Let's add a further seasoning here. Lay on the screams, pain, and torment of humans. That's how you do it. Because intent cannot control the salamander, he watched, and he savored the sight of the otherworldly beast that had lashed its heat-lined tongue, now swinging its two forelegs. Intent perceived them as forelegs, but those directly suffering from below would see them differently. The salamander's forelegs were fireballs themselves, to stamp and mash the gathered ones and burn them. How will you burn to death? Regrettably, the demon's expectations were not rewarded. A cerulean light flared and split one of the fireballs away into nothing, and the other side, a white light, held against the blaze without yielding, and then the flames dwindled out. The salamander's 2 feet were pushed back as they were. Chapter 831, before the string of gut warnings. Enkrid leveled Dawn, tempering to the right exactly as he held it at Dawn's ready. It was before Timaeus could so much as react. Enkrid's body moved faster than his tongue. Sound, smell, touch, everything braided together into an alarm. He saw flames kindle in his eyes and clump into a mass. Every step of the change entered his vision one by one. A line ran down from the cloud of fire, spread wide across the sky to the fireball itself. The mass skimmed the ground as it flew, like a galloping carriage. Quadror! The blaze that rose with a thunderous roar warped the surroundings. The heat alone was enough to conjure mirages. You could call it a natural disaster. How is a human body supposed to receive a catastrophe poured down from the heavens? Hard. For an ordinary human, yes, but there wasn't a single ordinary human here. Nor did all of them need to step forward. Dawn tempering, Enkrid believes in dawn tempering. That trust lodges in the blade, and the engraved will shines. Dawn tempering's light grew deeper than before. He went out to meet the flames head-on. He mixed in what he'd awakened by cleaving walking fire with the knack of cutting a fireball spell for the first time. Spell slaying. Esther called her blade that. Enkrid drew his sword through. A pressure-making cut parted the air that had gone heavy and set. As his stroke cleaved, air pressure shifted and shoved the heat back, and the will-imbued edge split the blaze without hesitation. More precisely, it cut the center of the flames. Pop! The sound of air bursting accompanied it. Whoosh! It was the same knack as parting walking fire, even if he didn't know whether the enemy had used a spell. The root is the same. The principle is the same. Then you cut it. If it cuts, then it can be cut. Just now my thought was obnoxious enough to sound like Ragnar. Isn't it like asking, how do you cut it? And answering, you just do. He wasn't in a bad mood. Calling it an obnoxious Ragnar-like thought meant it was the kind of line only a genius could afford to say. Refreshing. Enkrid said it after swinging his sword. The ends of his hair sizzled and singed in the searing heat. The soot settled to the ground as black smoke. Soon the smoke was crushed by the heat swaddling this whole area and scattered. In air that choked your breath short, saying refreshing was more than enough to make him look insane. There had been 2 fireballs. Odin stopped the other. Lord! Wreathed head to toe in holy radiance, he smothered the flames with his divinity. White light ran down his body, blanketed the fire, then pressed it flat. Even when speaking of what surpasses the ordinary and enters the realm of the extraordinary, he carried out something outrageous as if it were nothing. Maybe that was exactly the right to face a heaven-sent catastrophe. Here were people whose very bodies served as the basis for being called catastrophe. Even before the flaming cloud in the sky, they did not yield. Suppression. Enkrid watched Odin pin the blaze and thought. That flame cloud was a different breed from Balrog, and its way of fighting was hard to gauge. Then, how do you suppress it? What's the most fitting way? The deliberation didn't last long, perhaps because he had to ask. Enkrid's thinking converged on one thing. A war of attrition. Drain it until it pants and wheezes. Even if not, it was time to square up and get a measure of it. Therefore, stamina and attrition. The flame cloud had already formed Eban Ove, Ligh Tiwa, a shape. A quadruped pressed low to the ground. It looked like a dog or a wolf, or else a lizard. The thought rose as he watched it. Was that heat line that scored the ground earlier its tongue? Imagining it lolling without that wasn't exactly funny, even in the mind's eye. Then several lumps of flame thudded down from above, hit the ground with a boom, rolled, and squirmed into shape. 2 arms and 2 legs formed, swords clutched in their hands. Do you call those knights of flame? Their bodies were made of fire, but the way they held their blades and charged was human. Pum! The fiery aberration stood and finished, getting ready to fight at once. It lowered its posture to rush. It was just about to kick off the ground when its head blew apart first. A bullet had flown in, punched through the flames and vanished. Perhaps the will to advance remained, because the fire flickered and took a few steps forward, then collapsed as it was. Rumble. Only black ash scattered across the floor remained. At the very rear, Rem, who had been lightly whirling his sling, gave a shrug. If you just pin it down with strength and make it tired, that's all you need, right? Rem's head worked just as well as ever. Right, Enkrid agreed. Timaeus was surprised at the resolve he felt from each one of them. In a dragonkin's life, surprise doesn't happen even 5 times in total. and here he was at the second, after Enkrid. Gathered here were people whose purity of will was out of the ordinary. When they moved, high purity will and light were visible to a dragonkin's eyes. Even so, that man is the most. Black hair, blue eyes. The light visible from him was far too great. Isaiki was not officially part of the standing army, but she had learned to fight piecemeal, picking up a little from Enkrid, a little from Auden. Enkrid knew her talent was unusual. But on the other hand, he also knew she lacked will. For someone whose goal in life was to idle away on a mountain, watching the stars, martial arts were just an accessory. Still, Seiki did her own kind of training. She had learned techniques for handling divinity. She was a Highlander, one who roamed the mountains, and mountains on this continent didn't only hold gentle beasts, so knowing how to fight was natural. Her grandfather, who raised her, had also lived by hunting and traps. What the hell? The first sign was a wolf of flame that came at her while she was at leisure. A mass sculpted of fire thundered down in a pack. Seiki threw every trick she had into fighting and fleeing. Lazy as she was, what she'd learned so far kept her alive. She headed straight for the city. The numbers weren't something she could handle alone. Fight! Only magic weapons work. Don't charge in unless your weapon's blessed. Where she ran, the standing army was already clashing with the flame constructs. Seiki threw herself right in. There are too many. The standing army fought well. Not a single one was faltering. Those armed with magic weapons even overwhelmed the fiery aberrations. But now and then, a monster appeared that seemed to be a special variant, something soldiers could hardly manage. Bipedal, creatures walking and running on two legs. They were faster and stronger than the rest. Bang! A fist hammered a shield and drove the shield-bearer stumbling back. What is this? The shield-bearer muttered through clenched teeth. The strength was dizzying. Could he withstand it? Just that one blow had his oil-fed, shade-dried shield groaning in a squeal. The iron rims shrieked. If that strike had landed without a shield to block, he would have been finished. The threat squeezed his heart, but he would not fall. Because if there were monsters outside regulation on that side, they were on this side too. Not enough training. Could a monster made of fire even know what training meant? It couldn't even understand words. But Pell said his piece. One kata. The flame split vertically and scattered. It was the power of the idol slayer. His sword was specialized in cutting amorphous things. To the shield-bearer's eyes, all he saw was a line pass straight down through the fiery monster's body. The owner of that blade turned his sword in the air. The faint remnants of fire scattered and vanished aloft. The shield-bearer swallowed hard. When the shock passed, he saw the one who stood before him. The sword's master, the mad order of knights. The one who had saved his life spoke. How is it? I'm better than Rofod, aren't I? In face and in skill. The shield-bearer didn't dare shake his head. This man had just saved his life. Meanwhile, Rofod moved all the busier. A line had been drawn sharp in his mind, visible even to his eyes. A path showing the most efficient movements. By now his hawk's eye technique was fully matured. Keen senses, wide vision, tactics learned from Luagarn, all wove together into skill. He dashed across the battlefield. Leave the rabble. He struck only those beyond ordinary soldiers' reach. Running along the dotted line, he swung his sword. A dwarf-forged blade infused with Esther's magic. Clang! Each time Rofod's sword passed through a fiery aberration, blue powder scattered in the air. Stamping his left foot, slashing as he turned. His blows were enough to draw admiration even from Enkrid. Of course, Captain Rofod. He had taken charge of training recruits and earned the respect of some soldiers. Unlike Pell, who constantly harped that training was supreme, beating and sparring and bullying them through violence. Of course, Pell's methods worked for some, but only a few. Most were more moved by Rofod's training style. It depended on the soldier's temperament, but the majority leaned to Rofod, though Pell had his own followers too. For instance, the 10 swordsmen under Ragnar followed Pell more closely, even though their official assignment was directly under Rofod. A trivial difference in preference, perhaps, but the fact was that Rofod's popularity was higher. Rofod. Running Rofod. So many calls to keep him running had even given him that nickname. The battlefield was wide. While those two were shining in one place, elsewhere half-blood giants and beastmen and Frock were moving. Dunbakel ran, wielding a soldier's spear in one hand and a sword in the other. Her sense of smell outstripped even normal beastmen, a nose that instinctively sought what provoked her. Good enough. Where her spear and sword swept past, there came the repeated sound of glass shattering. Pakang! And the flame giant collapsed into white ash. That was thanks to the blessings Teresa had laid. Divinity smothered the flames. "Ooh, stinking Dunbakel!" some soldiers shouted with glee. "Rank-smelling Dunbakel, won't you shut it?" Not the nickname she wanted. At the army's center, Teresa sang. Chants, hymns imbued with divinity. The lyrics themselves became divine, suffusing the soldiers' weapons. "O Lord, where your hand reaches." As the high note burst out, white light began to rim their weapons. A chant's power like this was something even Auden couldn't perform. The soldiers, emboldened, raised their swords and spears. Saintess Teresa. The real saintess was Seiki, but in practice within the army, the one called Saintess was Teresa. Not a nickname that fit a half-blood giant's looks, but as if to prove they really were the standing army under the mad order of knights. They loved giving nicknames tinged with madness. Maybe it was the backlash of being beaten half to death in training on the regular. Between the stink and the saintess, peerless beauty Lua. A frog-like Frock in human eyes puffed her cheeks at hearing her nickname, because laughter had burst out. "Crazy bastards," she said it while spinning her loop sword round and round. It was a technique she made after watching Rem's sling whirl. She wrapped thick leather cords around every finger joint, over which she wore gloves layered with beast hide. Way. Thus fixed, the loop sword spun at high speed as she swung it. Boom! 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 Monsters of flame caught on the rotating blade scattered and flew apart. All her weapons were magic weapons. They needed no blessing. For the standing army and the rest, blocking the incoming flame masses wasn't hard. The problem was there was no sign it would end. At the rear, Garrett and Lua Garn were stamping their feet. They knew they'd have to endure at least 3 days like this. Salamanders did not tire easily. Summoned creatures of fire would keep pressing for a minimum of 3 days. They knew, yet something happened outside their expectations. Is it over? These words arose naturally among the soldiers. The flame beasts and monsters, even the flame golems that had swept through, began to dwindle. Their numbers shrank until they suddenly stopped altogether. Enki, Dattoi. Lua Garn instinctively sensed that Enkrid, who had gone into the mountains, had done something. There was no other reason for the salamander's power to be cut off. And her guess was right. Chapter 832. A soft yellow gleam ran along the dragonkin's white longsword. Though not a breath of wind stirred, his lemon-colored hair shimmered as if it had taken in the light. He swung, splitting apart a flame beast larger than himself. Whoosh! The parted blaze twisted into 2 snakes and rushed him. The dragonkin spoke a word. Vanish. At that single word, the 2 flame serpents perished. They were within reach, closer than his sword's edge. Yet as though struck aside by an unseen hand, they were forced outward, dissolving like sand scattered on the wind, leaving only red dust. The root of flame was close to will itself. He had pierced that will and unmade it. Not every foe yielded to words, so he mixed them with his swordplay. This fusion of incantation and steel was the essence of Tamara's true specialty, word and sword in harmony. As he fought, fragments of his technique returned to him, just as Enkrid had guessed, rehabilitation. And in that return, he realized just how mighty a martial race he was, blood of dragonkin in his veins. And while he slew a single flame beast, boom, 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 bring out more. A human forged 2 discs in his hands and hurled projectiles without pause, felling 6 fiery aberrations. Ha, ha, this will not do. Another, half bear and half human, radiated divinity and smashed the salamander's forepaws apart, one after another. In the dragonkin's eyes, the salamander's true body was faintly visible. Thus, from his perspective, Audin the bear, half-blood, seemed to catch the fiery beast's lunging forelimbs with his fists. The size of his fist differed from the beast's like that of an adult against a 7-year-old child, yet that child carried unprecedented strength. Therefore, boom! The familiar forepaw shattered again and again. Sparks scattered, and flaming boulders raining from the air burst apart in all directions. Flaming fragments of stone, wrenched by the blast, flew everywhere. Anyone could have suffered grievous wounds, yet not one bore a scratch. All met it, as if it were nothing. The dragonkin wondered if, while he was bound to his duty, the continent's martial level had soared beyond reckoning. Enkrid had not forgotten Luagarn's teaching. From now on, you won't only meet ordinary swordsmen. Prepare for that. If Esther had taught him how to counter spells, Luagarn had taken responsibility for personal tactics in general. Enkrid always focused, always listened. By brute strength alone, it wasn't hard to put down the frock before him. Yet he never stopped running the race of learning. There's something to learn from anyone. Once he had realized the poverty of his own talent, Enkrid sought to absorb anything, everything. He spent the silver he risked, Novavate, original source, his life to earn. For his conviction, and to protect those behind him, he did it. It wasn't easy. Truly, it was not. Even trapped in a single day for more than a year, repeating it alone, he could not leap beyond a genius gift at once. Before he was caught in that day, it had been even worse, not better. Did he spend those times of hardship and struggle without thought? Even an ordinary man would not have. All the more so Enkrid, who was no fool, whose mind worked well. He sought what he could do in his place. He groped for a way forward, hungered for it. Can I catch up just by swinging my sword? Hard work alone could not. That was reality. Reality's blade always grazed his throat, always aimed at his heart. Whatever the battle, recall it, repeat it, mutter it again and again. Make review a weapon. So he did. Advance, even in faltering steps. Build strength at least. Don't fall behind in stamina. So he did. He endured all those days, crawled if he had to, but moved forward. Enkrid had realized, to review a fight properly after it ended, he had to see it well. This was before he had even joined the Mad Squad. He had not forgotten what he learned then. Fighting properly is seeing properly. What Luagarn said matched what he had learned then. To see was not merely to look. It was to seize the opponent's intent, to take in the process and the result, to tear apart all that lay within. That attitude was what had let Enkrid survive when his skill was pitiful. The attacks shown by the salamander were not complex. Once you grasped the essence, they were simple. So Enkrid broke down its attack patterns. Heat beam tongue. It could strike from anywhere, as fast as Rem's axe swing, but slower than a stone from his sling. So avoiding it wasn't impossible. Four-paw fireballs. The dragonkin had called them paws, and Enkrid thought the same. From the flame cloud, along thin lines, the fireballs dropped, 2 at once, sometimes 4. Not fast, but heavy. Not just recognizing the pattern, he read the qualities within. Since meeting Jackson, his eyes and senses had sharpened as a knight, and Luagana's tactics added to that. Don't measure the opponent, take them as they are, and you'll see. That principle shattered Enkrid's limits. Concepts expanded, the field of thought stretched boundlessly. Flame-forging spells. The salamander's third weapon. Separate from its paws, flames hurled like spears. Strictly speaking, not spearheads, but sticks of fire. Not 1 or 2. Given the slightest pause, dozens were cast in the space of a breath. And that wasn't the end. The salamander's power held more. Aberrations made of flame, forth, creating flame golems. Masses like molten rock, dropping from the cloud, twisted into wolves, golems, bears, snakes, charging their band. And rain of fire besides. From the cloud of flame, finger-thick shafts of fire fell endlessly, each one enough to char and pierce human flesh with ease. The mountain paths were scarred into plains. Trees caught flame, everything glowed red. It was like entering a prison forged of fire. The last is mirage. The whole area was heavy with heat that conjured illusions. Let your focus slip even a little, and the sweltering air would fill your ears with phantoms and false sounds. Nothing here was easy, yet no one was falling to it. Snap! Esther flicked her fingers and murmured an incantation. Drummeller's space dominion. To outward eyes, the hand sign was simple, the syllables basic. But the spell Esther cast was a feat of pure acrobatics. She stripped away the conditions necessary for flame. The zone where flame spears, flame arrows, and flame rain descended. She made it vacuum. As she understood it, she stopped the wind and erased the air from the space. Thus, every projectile sculpted of fire unraveled in midair. Space dominion was not a lasting spell, only volatile. It flared in an instant and vanished. Normally its effect would mean little. Now, it worked with perfect timing. That was why it fit so well. The right spell at the right time. Proof of Esther's sharp instinct for magic. Easy. Too easy. About 10 paces behind her, Rem muttered as he sent projectile after projectile. Each one carried sorcery. Each bullet struck true and shattered the cores of flame golems. To a sorcerer's eye, finding the core of such aberrations was child's play. Rem had always been better at facing the insubstantial. A flame aberration wasn't a ghost, but it was unshaped fire given shape. So even without pouring out sorcery, he could judge the core. That made it easy. And since Enkrid had declared it a war of attrition, Rem held back his strength. So did the others. Auden met the surging fire masses with fists, taking the blows on his shoulders. Lord! What impressed was his movement. He twisted his body half around, swinging his shoulder. As the fireballs skimmed the surface of his radiant armor, his palm thrust straight out. Boom! Every time the phantom beast's forepaw burst apart, he diverted the pushing power of the flame pole, then struck its central weakness and dispersed it. Said in words, it sounded simple, but how many grinding hours had it taken to make it real? Auden's base was Balafian martial arts. From there he built his own methods, crossing into a new realm of martial craft. All of it was under Enkrid's influence, and now it bore fruit. Shattered flame fragments washed over him, but he stepped lightly aside and out of their reach. He struck with minimal movement, minimal strength. Easier than the Captain brothers. That was the thought he had. Enkrid with Uske was a monster. Odin was a monster who enjoyed sparring him day after day. Ragnar mostly watched, but when he thrust his sword once, whatever it met, it cut. Aberration or flame projectile, it didn't matter. His sword cut it all, and no doubt he found another realization in each stroke. Ragnar had that gift. Enkrid saw it that way, and thought at the same time. A group tactic form of wave breaker. He had read the opponent and fixed the method of response. He told Rem and the others what they needed, and they carried it out. Nothing difficult. They quickened their pace, hammered blows, and even a margin of leisure showed on their faces. The salamander felt the instinctive press of danger and drew in the power of its own scattered aberrations. That was what made it halt its advance toward the border guard. Between the flames of the cloud, a zest of thunder cracked. At once flame shot out in jagged bolts. Enkrid sped his thoughts to react. He lifted Dawn, tempering to deflect. At the same time, a white longsword crossed into his vision. The bolts of fire, like lightning hidden among the rain of flame, met Dawn tempering and the white sword, and burst, scattered. Krakum! With the explosion came a shockwave. A gale roared, enough to lift an ordinary man off his feet. Enkrid was, of course, unshaken. The dragonkin, too. You could have stopped it alone. I would have. The dragonkin read his heart by habit. Truth. Their eyes crossed for a moment, then they went back to their tasks. The dragonkin sought to keep the salamander from harming them, and to keep them from harming it. It was madness to even attempt such a thing. Even for him, subduing a salamander without letting it kill anyone was near impossible. Timars would have burned his life away to do it if need be. But now the need was gone. The salamander's tongue lashed between them. Enkrid moved one step to the right, and Dawn, tempering, tapped aside the falling rain of fire. The dragonkin strolled among the fire rain, slipping past the heat-beamed tongue. Futile, so all the salamander's attacks were. And in the hands of Enkrid and the mad order of knights, there was no hesitation. Whatever the salamander tried, they dodged or deflected. The rain of fire came for them again and again, but it lacked the true density of rain. They were knights, those who had gone beyond human limits. They saw and dodged, and those who could not dodged blocked. Esther, for example, cloaked her body as shield through spellwork. It was enough. Attack after attack was stopped. None of the salamander's powers reached here. At the same time, they crushed and smashed and endured. Regulating their breathing wasn't difficult. Ragnar and the others were masters of pacing, all from fighting Enkrid. Uske was a bottomless well. Sparring day and night with a man wielding such will naturally taught you how to ration stamina and fight on. Enkrid swung Dawn, tempering a few more times, then became half a spectator, not idle, watching with intent. As he repeated his pattern reading, the phantom's true body appeared faint to his eyes, a four-legged beast. If I cut, it will die. After falling into Abnaya's trap, his tactical sense had awakened. Even here he saw the path to victory. If Rem drops it and Ragnar cuts, not simple, but if he joined them it would suffice. They could subdue this phantom of flame, beast or monster. He trusted Dawn, tempering. It was an engraved weapon. A blade imbued with will could cut anything. Not omnipotence, trust and faith. The dragonkin was watching all this. Of course, he was impressed. And with his sharpened senses, he read part of Enkrid's will. Not the heart, but the inside of the man. A talent remembered in battle, reading the will within another. The dragonkin was a master of mind reading, because his hyper-precise sense let him read will. That sense had reawakened. "My duty is to guard the phantom beast, and keep it from slaughter it does not desire," he said again. And if need be, he would act on his words. "I know," Enkrid answered. Then what to do with it? Enkrid could endure 3 days and nights like this. Was that all that was needed? So each of them did their part, enduring. Shinar, aside from dodging the fire rain, had not stepped forward. More precisely, no moment had called her to. But the fairy felt her heart beating. Chapter 833. Ars Pugnae, the method of fighting by bursting fairy energy, is specialized for duels. Which is why it's hard to make perfect use of it right now. Even so, she could blend parts of it in. The flame-born monsters the salamander created were cut down, burst apart, scattered and erased before they could even reach Shinar, blocked by the wall called the Mad Order of Knights, and every shaping spell of fire was stopped by Esther. All of it was truly impressive. Each thing they pulled off was nothing trivial in Shinar's eyes. They're all relentless. They had advanced to a point she could no longer keep up with by swordplay that only utilized fairy energy. The entire Mad Order was like that. That didn't mean she felt jealous. It simply meant she recognized she also had to do something. Shinar lifted her sword. At some point, it had become a needle, a blade shaped like an awl. Winter. Rather than jump recklessly into the fight, she breathed winter's chill into her sword. If beastmen fight with life force itself, then a fairy's energy bears the power of the 4 seasons. With a needle steeped in winter's chill, she denied the rain of fire. It was enough to raise her sword and trace a path that seemed to shield her from above her head, down along her body. As the curtain of chill met the rain of fire, there was a long hiss, and steam rose. That bought a moment. A shield of cold would hold for about the time it took to breathe 3 times. One turn, from the crown of her head, past her right ankle, and back up to the left above her head. The moment she finished swirling the blade like that, she tossed her sword into the air and caught it in a reverse grip. The fairy, who'd flicked her sword up with a sharp tap and snatched it again, stamped her left foot and twisted her waist around her ankle as the axis. The power linked from ankle to waist, to elbow and wrist. Transmission of strength. Then she layered fairy energy onto the needle that held winter's chill. More precisely, she gathered energy in her fingertips and fired it. I won't just be pushed back. No jealousy, but resolve. Shinar looked squarely at how she lagged within the Mad Order, and rather than resign and halt, she chose to advance. She poured the methods of Ars Pugnae into her sword, and even used the way Rem threw projectiles, learned over his shoulder. Then she let the blade fly. Her silver hair whipped savagely. Her body turned, and a dynamic motion unfitting a fairy burst forth. In the end, she used every ounce of rebound in her body, as if she would pitch forward. Thus the needle of winter, loosed from her reverse grip, became a single line. Bang! After the sword flew, the air layer ruptured and shoved the heat aside. If one had eyes that could see temperature, they would have seen a single blue line carved through a space filled with yellow heat. Boom! Her sword speared and burst a portion of the fire cloud. The dragonkin looked back. He'd caught on to what the fairy was aiming for. As expected, the dragonkin murmured. He already knew there was something he had missed, and grasped it. The intent left behind by the parasite of heat. A lump where malice and negative emotions had pooled. Between the clouds of flame, a dingy-colored pillar of fire rose up, then sank back into the clouds. There was no sound. But everyone here possessed exquisitely keen senses. Enkrid and Jackson went without saying, and Auden, drawing on sanctity, gauged the lumps of malice present among the salamanders. Rem was already poised to nail it with his projectile, the moment a gap opened. Shinar had merely beaten them to the punch. From where the dingy pillar of fire had risen, black soot leaked out. Between the clouds of fire, it looked like a smear of alien black matter lodged in them. In Dunbakel's words, soot that seemed like it would stink. Is an intent different from the main body? It is? It cannot project overwhelming might on par with the original. It cannot bring over the troops stationed in the demonic realm. Summoning an excellent host is also impossible. Intent, the parasite, thought. So because of that, you think there's nothing I can do? Is that why they jabbed an intent with a ridiculous little skewer like this? A blade of coal did stab his body, but that was all. The impact was slight. Annoying, perhaps. That much could be said. Even if it was a thought split off from the main body, it shared the same ideology as the main body, meaning its pride was the same too. How dare they? The petty life forms living on this continent call him a demon. The parasite of heat knew what the mortals called him. He also knew they called him that because he could do things they couldn't even imagine. With a mere skewer, this was a provocation. The parasite decided to convert his discomfort into wrath. That didn't mean he would blow his top like a human. That would be unbecoming of a demon. Instead, he would present them with a slightly more merciless situation. From the start, none of this was particularly to his liking anyway, which was why the decision to simply slaughter everything crawling down below was nothing special. A mere human killed Bauro. Luck, surely. If not that, then it was that idiot who hymned struggle committing suicide. Which was why even the host, bearing the greatsword, influenced by the ideology the intent possessed, had looked down on his opponent from the very beginning. In the meantime, every last one of the ones who suddenly leapt out swinging a blazing greatsword, and the rest who knew no respect, rubbed him the wrong way. The parasite quietly rived and apportioned his feelings. He knew the hatred packed inside the salamander. To use a comparison, a spirit beast feels pain just by breathing in this place, because this is not where it lives. Hatred born of pain. He mixed in a portion of intent and dredged up that hatred. Hatred mingled with pitch-black soot. In the deep places of the salamander's memory, a being covered in dingy shadow whispered, "Your will doesn't matter. Your intention doesn't matter. Your desire doesn't matter. You are just a mass of fire. A fire that burns everything." The words of the one who summoned the spirit beast here with a fraudulent contract. The pure spirit of flame was dragged here and lost its reason. Hatred toward the fraudulent contract. The parasite of heat was, by nature, a being that erodes the minds of men. He couldn't do the exact same thing to a spirit beast, but he could provoke and rouse it, and he could do this. Hatred, gather. He drew together negative emotion, the urge to destroy and the like, and packed it tight. The spirit beast, writhing in pain, couldn't block it. It could not be taken as a host, but it could be shaped into a heteromorph made of hatred. The parasite did exactly that, with the authority he possessed. All the salamander had done was scatter the mirage called illusion, so that none could approach it. He did not want a fight. If one finally overcame those illusions and drew near, even a salamander could do nothing about it. Enveloped in hatred, it would have to fight. A part of the parasite goaded the emotions that composed the spirit beast. Abandon yourself to hatred. The spirit beast's mind split in two. One side watched and suffered. The other surrendered to hatred and pain and thrashed. That was the best rebellion it could muster. The parasite intended to show the worms squirming below a wonder one could only witness inside the demonic realm. Not for free. The price, naturally, was life. Depending on how things went, if he took a host, it might even be possible to harvest profit from having come this far. He had lost the host who wielded the great sword, But if he were lucky enough to seize the body of the one who killed Balrog, it would still be a gain. You're the ones who attached the two letters, demon. Now I'll teach you what it means. The needle Shinar hurled had hurt the intent, but it had not led to its annihilation. Nor did the winter she threw affect only the intent. That led to an unanticipated development. The parasite detected that there was another presence in the place where he should have been alone. What are you? In the world of images, the parasite raised his will and asked. A hazy green light congealed and took form. Through the green, a silver waterfall came pouring down. A figure with silver hair and green eyes spoke. You, somehow part of Shinar, her mental body, faced the salamander from within. That spirit body went on speaking. You're truly ugly. Since only mortals concern themselves with appearances, the parasite wasn't swayed by the words. But because a fairy speaks only the truth, that truth reached him and made it unpleasant. The color of her feelings aimed at him was plain as day. Disgust and loathing. Meeting in spirit form meant there was no need for long exchanges. Here, they could share emotions in real time and measure each other by will. A fearless fairy. Shall I tear you apart? Or toss you to be a toy for my soldiers? A demon's threats are not bluffs. They are what will happen. A piece of the future. And part of what the parasite said was based on truth. Shinar was indeed a fairy who had lost her fear through experience with the demon one killer. I refuse. And besides, I didn't come at your invitation. She saw the stream of fire standing between the demon's intent and herself. Right after she had thrown Winter, she had heard a voice asking for help. A voice so faint that only a fairy, and only one attuned at the level of a city's ruler, could hear and respond to it. Shinar had not ignored it. That was why she had come here. Black soot flowed through the fire clouds, and flames rose after it. In that instant, the surrounding temperature climbed higher still. The air seemed to sizzle. It was hot to the point one didn't even sweat. Heat that even a knight would find oppressive. The tongue. As the heat boiled up, the dragonkin spoke. Enkrid was already moving before the words were finished, tucking the unconscious Shinar, who had collapsed right after throwing Winter, under his arm. The lash-like heat tongue whipped down at Rem, Ragnar, Auden, and Enkrid from 3 directions. Even with sacred radiance armor, that was not an attack to block head-on. The heat tongue was like a sword of judgment that cut everything it touched. Wherever the salamander's tongue passed, nothing burned. Everything was left only as pitch-black ash. The tongue missed the fore, scraped the ground, grazed a burning log, then curled back up into the sky. The log the tongue had touched tilted, toppled with a thud, and as it hit the embers on the ground, it burst into flames. Snap. Dot. Esther flicked her fingers and extinguished it. A marvelous trick in itself, but against a spirit beast that altered the very climate, it was little more than a parlor trick. This isn't good. Esther drew up beside Enkrid, casting a glance at Shinar. If no one else, at least she could guess Shinar's state. Hearing her, Enkrid asked, "Why did she faint?" Esther explained, short and blunt. Part of her spirit linked upward. It was too short. Enkrid pressed, "Upward? With the salamander? What the hell?" Even standing still, she had more than enough to block. Why suddenly do this? No reason. It was pure coincidence. And when is there ever not coincidence in the world? If chance favored them, it was luck. If not, the goddess of fortunes turned her back on us. Enkrid muttered. From experience and instinct, he judged Shinar couldn't have done it deliberately. But neither could it have happened by her will alone. After the lash of the tongue, the rain of fire thickened and multiplied. Is that bastard using up a lifetime's worth of shit all in one day, huh? Rem spat his complaint. Whether it had once been a monster that terrorized the continent or not, to him it was nothing more than a beast. It was an understandable complaint. Even with sling straps treated with alchemical booster and twisted from beast hide to prepare for every contingency, in such heat they frayed and snapped in no time. Ragnar, with a detached air, simply lifted Sunrise overhead and tilted it. The streams of fire flowed as though drawn to the blade and guttered out. His casual hand and calm gaze looked all the more brutal for it. He might talk of sparing the salamander, but if things turned sour, he'd cut down dragonkin and all. He would do it if needed. That resolve was clear to see. Odin dimmed his sacred light and moved his body this way and that. For him, seeing and dodging fire streams of this level was no trouble. To an onlooker, though, he might look like a bear putting on tricks. Jackson brushed aside flames with a single dagger and walked through the fire, dodging where needed. By now the very ground around them was blazing. If there were a hell of fire, it would look like this. Flames that burned even smoke and soot closed in on all sides. So, was it a crisis? Hardly. Not at all. That was Jackson's thought. They'd come here to stop the salamander, but if they wanted to escape, they could. Did that bizarre, tongued spirit beast even have the power to read his presence? And if it did, how would it catch him when he slipped away? It wasn't just him. They all had at least one way to flee. Easier just to kill it. Above all, Jackson still had plenty of ways to fight this sort of monster. Even before facing Balrog, and especially after, he had squeezed gold out of Cress if need be to collect relics scattered across the continent. More than just collecting, if time allowed, he even planned to raid a few ruins. So many relics were piled in the cellar of his guildmate and lover's home. Only one concern remained. When it was all over, putting out the wildfire would be a nightmare. Over Esther's head, a canopy of black velvet appeared, shielding her from the rain of fire. The dropping fire streams hit the velvet and scattered. If one looked closely, the rain of fire looked like elongated creatures. Like lizards, with 4 legs and grotesquely long bodies. Everyone, Enkrid included, had already seen it with battle sight, but knowing it changed nothing. If you kill that thing as it is, Shannara dies with it. Esther spoke. She had put one eye into the spell world, gazing at the world behind the phenomenon. A thin green light stretched from Shannara's body upward, slender but unbreakable. Yet, if they killed the salamander, now they had a reason not to kill it. Meanwhile, above, fire coiled around the black soot, gathering into a mass that stretched down. Enkrid, watching, thought of the process of glass-making he'd once seen in a city, how the molten stream stretched sticky and continuous. So it was with the fire, reaching toward the ground. Over the red flames, yellow and blue lights flickered, then turned to white fire. At the sight, the dragonkin's eyes gleamed bright yellow. "Guard me too," he spoke, without preface or end, then closed his eyes. Hearing it, Rem let out a baffled remark. "Since when do we?" Had the dragon been awake, he would have answered with blunt honesty, wielding truth and innocence as a weapon, since just now. But the dragonkin had left only those words, and fainted on his feet, leaving only Rem's muttering. Chapter 834. Enkrid held Shannara under his left arm, while his right hand gripped the dragonkin's nape. To a stranger it would look as if he were about to snap the man's neck with a crack. And considering he had the strength to make it true, it looked all the more convincing. "You're going to kill him, do it quick." Rem threw the line as a joke when he saw it. "At least it's a small mercy the other things have stopped." Odin strode up and spoke as well. Just as he said, the rain of fire thinned and cut off, and no more aberrations appeared. No. What had appeared collapsed, its body sloughing apart as it fell. Spears, rods, nets, and the like woven of flame also ceased. What remained was only a lump of fire stretched like molten glass, drawn down from the fire cloud to the ground. "If we cut it now?" Ragnar asked out of nowhere. With his hand on Sunrise's grip, he looked fully ready to slash the thing the moment he was allowed. What? Obviously, he meant that fire cord stretching down. Can fire be cut at all? For Ragnar, such a question was unnecessary. If told to, he would find a way to cut it. He was like a living sword. That was the impression Enkrid received. She'll die. Ragnar didn't ask who. To him, the salamander or the dragonkin hanging limp and unconscious meant nothing. Esther knew that, which was why she cut it short. The one who would die was the fairy. Enkrid watched the fire cord stretching far off. Was it his imagination? Or did he see green, like sprouting grass, flickering inside it? What do we do? Enkrid didn't know the spell world, and couldn't gauge Shinar's state. This was beyond the common sense he knew. So he asked. It was something he had learned and realized long ago. When was it? Snow had been falling in heavy flakes, and he had been on the road to pound at the Gilpin Gill's door. If the captain can't do it, then give the order. That was what Ragnar, the occasional genius swordsman who pierced straight to the core, had said. Jackson had led him there. But the final words were Ragnar's. If you can't, then order someone else to. Enkrid had done just that. His question, Esther answered. If it goes wrong, we can approach with spirit form, but for now, we wait. Esther was wise. She believed Shinar wouldn't have stepped forward without thought. Was the dragonkin butting in a variable? You couldn't harm an opponent physically with spirit form alone, and Shinar's spirit would not easily be shaken. She knew well, having been close to her. Shinar's spirit was upright and solid. This fairy's mental world was as extraordinary as any magician with a spell world. That was partly because she was a fairy, and partly a trait of Shinar herself, which was why they knew what to do now. Sometimes you had to know when to wait. Enkrid nodded. The blazing fire heated the air, baked the earth until it sizzled, even formed something like streams of lava ahead. Stones melted and fused together. It was no environment for idle sightseeing. Not that they had the luxury of merely watching, anyway. A lump of flame, streaked with black soot, rolled from the fire cloud's cord and took shape on the ground. And this one was different from the aberrations so far. Murderous intent. Malice. Enkrid sensed the emotions radiating from the aberration, as though it had wrapped itself in every negative feeling like a weapon. It had 6 legs, 2 tails, and its head was nothing but twisted flame. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. The pressure. It was stronger than many a monster that styled itself a colony leader. It could well be taken as a beast straight from the demonic realm. Boom! It kicked off the ground, gouging it out, sending dirt and flame skyward in a fountain. Mine! Rem charged forward in a rush, his axe already whirling overhead. What is it? A fire dog or something? He shouted as he barreled ahead without hesitation. But that lump of flame twined with malice wasn't the only one. More dropped out of the fire cord behind it, like molten glass dripping, birthing further aberrations. And they differed in another way too. Each rose with sharper outlines, malice clear in them, their forms more defined. The next form was human. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, and bore a long staff-like sword. Though it was made of flame, it flexed and bent unnaturally. A scene that could not exist without a spell's power. Mine. Ragnar stepped forward at it. And at the others that rose behind, he moved one by one in turn. Keep watching. And Enkrid too stepped out. He laid the fairy and dragonkin down and ran forward. The blue light of dawn revealed its keenness in full against its foe. Jackson stood idly between the two unconscious bodies. Shinar felt her spirit soar in an instant. Her mind heightened, shooting skyward. Soon the fire cloud seemed within reach of her hand, and the earth fell away. Her spirit brushed against something and reacted. From that, something burst tangled emotions and wills. Would you be able to understand the meaning if you sat in a cramped room with more than 10 people, all screaming at once? This was no different from such a clamor. Shinar calmly picked out each cry and parsed its meaning. I hate it. She snatched fragments of feeling and understood. I hate this. What? This place. What? Everything I've done here. It was all tangled into that single will of hate. Shinar's spirit rose higher still. The moment she felt herself float away, she saw her body. Then her spirit flew, leaping beyond time and space. More precisely, her fairy's sharp senses began peering into the memories the salamander allowed her. Shinar steadied her spirit. Whose memories were these? The spirit beasts. The environment didn't appear. What her senses perceived was only scorched, blackened sand. As she tumbled through that sand, a great hole opened, and from it came a voice. This way? The salamander, curious, was drawn to the call. The hand and voice that beckoned held nothing but goodwill. The spirit beast knew no trickery. As it approached the hole, a black hand reached out and seized its forepaw. Got you. The opponent seized a part of him and yanked it close. He spewed flame in resistance, yet again fell for a handful of tricks. It was subjugation by a fraudulent contract. Shinar could see how the spirit beast had been dragged here. They burned everything to summon him. Animals, people, everything was burned. Sacrifices. The demon's sanctuary church claimed an oracle from the god it believed in and moved. Those who made a vocation of spells served as the bridge. By deceiving all things. Who was the actor behind it? In Shinar's senses, something like a black shadow appeared. A being layered in garments woven of a black veil, its interior unseen. A demon, a denizen of the demonic realm, slapped a false contract on an otherworldly spirit beast and dragged it into this land. The demon sanctuary church caught in the middle had merely taken their place as sacrifices. I hate it. The salamander's will roused her spirit. Its pain, too, seeped into her chest. The air here was torment. For it, this place was like rolling in a world where poison filled every direction. Which was why steadying its mind was hard. Why it was controlled by a demon of the demonic realm. Why it had no choice but to entrust itself to the sorcerer who erected the bridge. Had it not been dragged over, had it remained in its tranquil world, this would not have happened. The spirit beast had been torn from its world and imprisoned here. For it, this place was more agonizing than any prison that held humans. Shinar peered deeper into the spirit beast's feelings and felt them. Was it chance? Or inevitability? Shinar judged that the number of beings who could converse with a spirit beast to this extent was limited. I'm one of them, a fairy representing the city called Kirhais. Among her kin, the most gifted at handling fairy energy. A fairy who had also formed a close relationship with demons. What other fairy like that existed besides herself? And if not her, who here could assimilate, remain as part of the salamander, and peer within it? Then why make such an impulsive choice? The salamander could have simply been suppressed and lulled to sleep. Yet she had accepted risk, assimilated, read the salamander's memories, and received its emotions. As for the reason, I don't know. Perhaps it was akin to Enkrid's heart, always declaring he would guard her back. Or perhaps because she remembered how she herself had ever been tormented by demons. Whatever the reason, a being like a spirit beast was not unfamiliar to a fairy. There are wood gods, wing fairies, and dryas. Dryas drink only dew. Wood gods live by drawing nutrients from the earth. They are bodies formed of energy itself. That proves that an otherworldly being intervened in the lineage of the fairy race. So the source of this fire mass seeming similar was no other reason. Not tree and grass, but flame as the source. Just as Enkrid would pity a child, so did Shinar. Memory and feeling merged and surged at once. Shinar gathered them up and spoke. "Depart, you base and witless thing." Here, conversation was based on will, so she thrust such will at the opponent. Naturally, the parasite ignored her. He ignored her, drew up the corners of his mouth in a smile, and approached the salamander. Then, right by its ear, he whispered and urged, to scatter hatred as he pleased, to pour out what he had as it was. You, another will slipped in between. A mass that shed a gentle golden light rose and turned into a blond youth. The dragonkin Timers. You impeded my duty. The dragonkin spoke in an almost recited tone. What is duty to a dragonkin? The reason that constitutes life. Thus it is sacred, something that must be kept. Sensing the being that impeded that duty was why he was here now. Dragonkin are ever bored and rarely feel emotion. So there was no case of him growing angry because someone had impeded him. But because they are bored, they react to everything that arises when they perform their duty. Put very simply, a dragonkin is a magnate rich in the currency called time. So as not to drop life amid ennui, they react keenly to anything related to duty, which is why hindering what a dragonkin is doing is truly wrong. Only, the parasite of heat had little experience dealing with dragonkin and didn't know that. Besides, his origin was not even the demonic realm to begin with. He recognized the existence of dragonkin, but paid it little mind. Timers, unruffled as ever, observed the opponent. A dragonkin has no tremor of emotion, so he fixes precise guidelines and acts by them. I'll grant you the chance to explain a proper reason. Speak. As a spirit form, a dragonkin has no special tricks. He merely asked. The parasite bearing the main body's will retorted, even if you're a dragonkin, what can you do alone? Your deeds are laughable. What should I say, the reason? And if I explain it, will you even grasp it? The demon, in a demon's way, responded. Instead of excitement, he showed arrogance. You all burn to death here. That is all. At that, the dragonkin recognized a novelite, exclusive on novelot, the opponent a new dotno, an impediment to duty. A dragonkin's ennui is like an immense fortune with no direction. He decided to spend and pour out that wealth. If an impediment to duty appears, even if the world perishes, he kills it. By any means, in any way. That is how a dragonkin resolves himself. The parasite, the corners of his mouth lifting again and again, continued whispering in the salamander's ear, as if to ask what they could possibly do. Within the fire clouds, he stood to the left of the salamander's spirit body, which lay flattened against the ground. The parasite's body mimicked that of his former host, the warrior who wielded a great sword. Thus it looked like a big man bending over to whisper in a crouching dog's ear. Shinar did not know how to fight as a spirit, so she judged she could not stop what the intent was doing now. Instead, she too could at least deliver a whisper. From the salamander's other side, she whispered, You can stop. That thing cannot affect you. If you break the contract, what meaning does your existence have? Hate, burst. There's no need to endure. Different voices came from either side. The salamander, which had given itself the shape of a fire lizard, vomited flame onto the ground. It looked like it was coughing blood. At this rate, the salamander's thinking will break. Even as a spirit, Shinar's senses were exceptional. Instinctively, she seized the problem. The dragonkin did not step in separately. He only observed he who had impeded his duty. He was just now setting a goal based on a new duty within himself. Of course, that was something no one could know. Even a dragonkin could not do anything concrete here. In truth, the parasite of heat, too, for all his threats, had no knack for physically restraining those two. He could only torment a salamander. If, in the end, this spirit of flame went mad, that would count as success. Shinar discerned the parasite's aim. "What would you do, Enki?" Shinar asked her betrothed in her heart, and received the answer. "Crack its skull if I had to, and tell it to come to its senses." Chapter 835, Smash its head. No, that's the kind of thing that bastard Rem would do. Ragnar would just press a blade to its neck and threaten it, and Auden would shout that we should pray to the Lord without thinking. Enki? If it were my fiancé. He was a man who always found answers. A man with towering resolve and a will that shone. A man who hurled himself into uncertainty to drag out the best possible result. I reached the present by watching such a man at my side. I can do it too. Shinar widened her world in an instant. Her thinking accelerated as she hunted for an answer. If she kept the same stance from the opposite side of what the demon was saying here, the spirit beast's mind would break. It was already as weakened as it could be. She ended her thoughts and whispered to the salamander. "Hey, get angry. It's fine to rage." Now the parasite of heat lost its words. Because it couldn't fathom what this crazy fairy was doing? If one could hear such sentiments from a demon, perhaps that alone should be called an honor. Who could say? The demon was struck mute for a moment, then spoke all the more fiercely. Hate it. Let it erupt. Right now that fairy was effectively helping it. In that case, it only had to make use of that. Shinar spoke as if she were helping him and then changed only the last line. And divide yourself. Do not keep the hatred inside you. Those words reached the salamander. Shinar's idea was simple. She fished up something truly usable from what she had seen and learned from Enkrid and applied it. Wavebreaker sword style, he had said, use 2 tracks of thought. She took that and thought alongside it. If choosing were so hard you couldn't do it, then how about splitting the body in 2? In this world, spirit beasts had no physical form. So it should be possible. It was also a way of thinking one could have because she was a fairy. If it didn't work, she could think about it then. Was all of this coincidence or inevitability? Shinar decided to believe it was inevitability. There was a kinship between the salamander and her. The demon had roused its mind, but just as humans originally found humans with a similar skin tone more familiar, the salamander's heart was more drawn to a fairy who held fairy energy. Thus, the spirit beast heeded her words and did it. A clotted mass inside the salamander sloughed off. The salamander balled its hatred up, shaped it into a lump, and dropped it. They saw that just take on a rough form and charge the party. With her consciousness entrusted to the fire cloud, Shinar watched all of it. She saw the first aberrant shape burst with a single axe stroke. Some petty profane thing? Ram would have said something like that. You couldn't hear him from here. Down there they looked no bigger than the palm of a hand. The parasite of heat was shocked once by what the fairy had done, and a second time watching the beings below fight. What it was sending now were things in the salamander's memories. In other words, those that had driven spirit beasts by force. In the past, the level of knights and the level of mages were higher than now, and the beasts were stronger as well. Some beasts tore into knights and rampaged. The level of monsters? Not even worth mentioning. The parasite of heat hadn't lived a long span, but it knew that era too. What the salamander was spewing now were those memories from then. But they couldn't even buy time and simply collapsed. They weren't opponents at all. They crumbled one by one in a single blow. The demon neither panicked nor raged in that moment. It merely revised its thinking. Balrog didn't die by luck. It wasn't called a demon for nothing. Getting angry and fretting over a ruined plan could be done later. What it had to look at now was reality. The demon looked at reality and heard what the main body, sharing consciousness, conveyed. There's nothing more to do. As soon as the ideation recognized that, it began to grind down and scatter slowly, like a rotten scrap of cloth. Even if it wasn't there, these people wouldn't be able to do anything to that spirit beast. Even if hatred had been separated so it split in two, did the spirit beast have a place to live? No, hate. Therefore that spirit beast would continue to suffer like that. In the end, it would degenerate into the demon's henchman. It would bow its head of its own accord, begging for its pain to end. So it would be. For that reason, it was about to leave, hitching a snicker to its will. The ideation locked eyes with the dragonkin, who had been a mere spectator for a moment. More precisely, they recognized each other. The reason the dragonkin had raised his mental body up here was solely to remember that demon bastard. And if he died in the process, then he would die. Dragonkin by nature held no great attachment to life, which made him all the more a being one must not make into an enemy. To kill those who hindered his duty, he was a breed that would stake even his life and do his utmost. Memory complete. The dragonkin answered that smile. There wasn't the slightest hint of a smile on this side. The demon felt a needless chill. Shinar saw the demon withdraw, black smoke breaking up into motes. The thing that had been whispering the demon's words to the salamander vanished. Below, Enkrid, Rem, and the others chopped and crushed every falling fireball. Now what? And what should be done? Wood gods were made of wood, and the dryads shaped their bodies from leaves and dew. And spirit beasts had bodies made of flame. Only, the salamander had no parts made of blood and flesh at all. Therefore that spirit beast found it hard to live on this side's land. It was land not permitted for it to live on. All it could do was sleep by force and endure, simply hoping that someday it would return to its own world. Peace. The salamander's wish bored into her chest. Shinar felt it. At the same time, she realized there was more she could do here. If human specialty was adaptation, dwarven specialty was manufacture. If Frok's specialty was inquiry, Giant's specialty was struggle. If Beastman's specialty was survival, then Dragonkin's specialty would be peace. And a fairy's specialty was distortion. The ability to distort truth in order not to speak lies stemmed from a racial trait. That spirit beast wishes to return to its original world. I cannot make that happen right now. The reason he tries to return isn't homesickness, but because he needs a haven. A spirit beast's haven need only be a peaceful space. Also, a spirit beast had never wished for destruction, nor had it wished for slaughter. Shinar whispered into the salamander's ear as it severed and separated hatred, that she would provide it a space to roam. She stepped forward half on impulse, the other half a natural motion. The salamander had changed into a blazing fire lizard. A fairy's specialty was distortion. If a being that should only feel peace within its own world could be made to feel the same inside the fairy city as well, it wouldn't work by simple means. You had to let this being rest as it pleased and feed it. What would this eat? You couldn't just feed it common fruit. A dryad's ate morning dew all its life. It would be similar. The salamander ate flame. More fundamental than that. Shinar thought on and on from a fairy's perspective. Fairy energy. The root was the same. More precisely, it would eat magic. Let it stay in a forest brimming with fairy energy, and make it move in exchange for that energy. Inspiration flashed like lightning, and she followed it. A world made only of fairy energy. It wasn't the world it originally lived in, but she would construct something similar to where it lived through distortion. Like a witch called Esther opening a spell world, it could be done like that. The method? Not hard. She already knew there were several such places inside the fairy city. Fairies live forever. When they come to accept repose, only then do they scatter into fairy energy. Their bodies and minds scatter into fairy energy and suffuse the entire city. That is the final reserve the fairy city called Kurhace possesses. There is a space where they cast their bodies when they scatter into fairy energy. The forest of repose. She only had to make something like that, made solely of fairy energy. Among those she would lay the ground with flame, with fire. With those who dwell with fire, plenty to manage such a space. Even among fairies there are those intimate with iron and fire. They handle both fairy energy and fire. It was a method inspired by them. Once, because of demons, they hated and loathed fire. But a fairy who overcame that made fire a friend. Come with me. Thus Shinar led the spirit beast to the fairy city. To a fire lizard racked with pain, there was no offer sweeter. Even if it had been the demon's offer, it would have been a temptation it couldn't refuse. Enkrid saw the fireball in front of him clumped together, and then outright take a human shape. As he set Dawn tempering at a slant, the fireball changed into a form with 2 arms and legs. It was as big as Odin, and it held a sword of fire in its right hand and a shield-shaped mass of fire in its left. It was the salamander's last hatred. The fireball turned aberration took a step. It measured the distance and swung. A textbook, crown-splitting cut from above. Boom! The sound followed the motion. Lines of flame of every kind scrambled the view. Enkrid raced on, tempering obliquely to block the blade of fire, and stepped back 3 paces. Just outside blade range. He had even factored in the reach to which the flame clinging to the blade would extend. Next, the fiery blade slashed horizontally through the spot where he had been. A blade that had been falling vertically suddenly bent true to become level with the ground and came surging in. Enkrid turned his body aside and used Dawn, tempering like a shield, shedding the enemy blade with a pushing motion. Crawling. Sparks larger than fingernails spat in all directions. Fwop dada. Enkrid's cloak moved of its own accord, and Inoyo Valiladaisi caught the sparks. Because it has a body of flame. It could make such ostentatious motions whether its joints broke or not. It started with a downstroke from overhead, and then simply kinked and slashed. Of course he could do it too if he wanted. Why bother? Just now, its joints bent in the reverse direction. That made for an unexpected strike. You couldn't easily gauge the opponent's skill with insight alone. Why? Because it didn't fight with a normal form. It pulled off motions without hesitation that a human could not do. It wasn't merely dangerous because it was a mass of flame. It was an aberrant shape with remarkable craft. If it's a thing with an unusual body, they'll all be similar. If it were a monster that moved on many legs rather than 2, it would show even strange emotions. Enkrid sank into thought for a moment and then blinked. For an instant, it was as if blue light flared from his eyes. It was a light visible because resolve and will boiled over from his body. That was how one forged and tempered the blade called resolve. If it's hard we can rotate. Brother, I can show you an art I've developed lately. If you're not going to cut it, step in. Rem, Odin, and Ragnar in that order. Only Jackson said nothing. Instead of speaking, he drew and donned a weapon from his hand. It seemed an artifact. It exuded a sinister feel. claws that gave off a faint chill even though the surroundings were full of flame. A claw is a weapon like a beast's talons. 3 chill-laden blades were mounted over the backs of Jackson's hands. Enkrid answered nothing and instead swung his sword. Bang! Dawn tempering smashed the blade formed of flame. The opponent brought the shield up. A clump of fire burst from the shield and shot for his face. Enkrid simply spun half a turn in place. Jackson's eyes gleamed at the sight. Long ago he had taught a method to guard against a sudden close thrust. Twist the shoulder to narrow the strike's range, and at the same time close distance to strike back. It's hard. If it were easy, I wouldn't teach it. A very long time ago. He had brushed past and taught it in the days when that fellow played squad leader. Enkrid used that old-era technique as naturally as breathing, a motion as if he had drilled it for days, proof he hadn't been lazy with training in ordinary times. That made Jackson proud. Then Enkrid took Dawn tempering at the ricasso with his left hand, gripped the hilt with his right, and, like rowing a belly boat, jabbed the blade upward. The way of swinging the sword was something he had learned from Ragnar, and driving his left foot into the ground to use full-body spring was Auden's. Lastly, though it was a human shape, it was nothing but a lump of fire. He smashed his forehead into the thing's head. One could say that was Ram's. Boom! Flame burst right before his brow. Endure, ironclad, endure, ironclad, endure, ironclad. Enkrid repeated it inwardly and added will. Thus, with his forehead he burst the foe's fire head. Then, as he slid his left foot back to open space, with the sword now in his right hand alone, he unleashed a high-speed slash. The blade, hewn down from above, traced blue light and split the salamander's hatred. Boom! Boom! Compressed air burst, and divided flame split in 2 showered sparks everywhere. The loudly bursting fire set blazes all around. At some point the fire cloud in the sky was gone. When Enkrid raked his hand back through his hair, the burnt, broken strands scattered like black dust, and the dragonkin who had just woken spoke from behind. The fairy did something impressive. It had to do with his duty. That was why he said it. At the same time, Shinar was opening her eyes as well. Enkrid looked into them. Her eyes seemed to have orange mixed into their usual leaf green. But is this dead? Even Rem wasn't sure. The presence they had felt from above the fire cloud vanished the moment Enkrid cut it. I didn't kill it, Enkrid answered. Just before he'd swung, he had heard Shinar's voice. You can cut it. That's what she had said. No sooner had the two finished speaking than a small flame gathered where Enkrid had cut and formed a lizard the size of a fist. The lizard flicked a fiery tongue in midair and retreated. Then it scattered like a mirage. Enkrid couldn't know a spirit beast's gestures or its will, but there was something he dimly felt from that vanishing lizard. Fangs. That was how it sounded. Chapter 836, Shinar quietly steadied her breathing and rose to her feet. The dragonkin, watching her, asked, How did you do it? His duty was still tied to the fire lizard, or more precisely, to realizing that spirit beasts wish. I made it a place to rest, so it might bask in peace. Shinar spoke, her complexion pale. The dragonkin pondered a moment. Could this be counted as fulfilling his duty? Originally, he had intended to stay and watch over the spirit beast until it returned to its own world. Why had he set that goal? To avoid watching the spirit beast suffer. That too had been a fitting part of his duty. So, had the goal been achieved? Half perhaps? The other half was left hanging in uncertainty. Still, the dragonkin decided that at least part of his duty was complete. There was nothing more he could do with his own hands. If the salamander was now in a stable space, no demon could stir its mind again. It wasn't the beast's return that was his obligation. It was ensuring its peace. The dragonkin accepted that. Damn it. But this isn't going to burn the whole city down, is it? The salamander's traces remained plain. Many large fires still burned nearby. It's fine, Shannara answered. What happened next could have startled even Esther. At her gesture, the flames dimmed, clumped, scattered, and vanished. The blazing fire went poof and went out as if it had simply been erased. Though what had been burnt stayed burnt, and the heat lingering in the air didn't fade immediately, it was still a sight to marvel at. Some embers remained, but when Esther lifted her face to the sky and murmured a spell, a light drizzle began to fall. Raindrops smothered the lingering flames. The pattering rain seemed to declare that everything had finally come to an end. Let's stop by the upper ridge. There's a basin. It was Shannara who spoke, pointing up toward the mountain range. If not now, it'll be hard to guide you there. This friend will soon fall into deep sleep. As she spoke, she extended her hand, and faintly, the small fire lizard they had seen earlier shimmered above it. Through merging with the salamander, Shannara had seen and felt many things. What she said now came from what she had confirmed then, and from what she had learned after mingling with humans, or rather with Cress, as a fairy who could now clearly tell what objects held true value. Of course, even before meeting Cress, she'd known the usefulness of coin. And right now, she knew something useful awaited up there. That was why she spoke. "What's up there?" Rem asked. Shannara closed her lips, as if choosing her words, then opened them again. "What do humans say at times like this?" "Ah, right. The goddess of fortune just winked." At those words, Enkrid's gaze turned upward too. Everyone was exhausted, but not to the point they couldn't move. "Let's stop by then," Enkrid said. Ragnar looked indifferent but followed the flow. "My heart's pounding." "Like opening a treasure chest buried beneath some ruins, Sister Fairy," Auden said with a grin as he started walking. "The true treasure's already gained. What we're going to fetch now is just a byproduct." They had made the salamander their friend. Shannara could feel a change within her, the fairy energy inside her shifting. She would likely be able to display some impressive abilities from now on. The thought of her fiancé's astonished face when he saw it later gave her strength. Together they climbed the mountain path. Halfway up, they ran into a peculiar monster, a drake that breathed fire. But compared to the salamander they had just faced, it was almost cute. Crack! Rem split its skull cleanly with his axe and flung it down the slope, gauging their position. Ordinary drakes couldn't breathe fire. The fact that this one could melt its hide was heat-resistant, same for its innards. Cutting it open might reveal something useful. That hide'd make good clothes, don't you think? Only Rem could look at a beast that size and think of fabric. Well, not only Rem. "Reasonable, my brute of a brother," Auden agreed, and the rest simply went along. Enkrid found nothing to object to. For them, butchering monsters and turning them into equipment was commonplace by now. After slaying a few more beasts and monsters, they reached the upper ridge. The basin was wide. It could easily fit hundreds of people. Shannara guided them across. Descending into the hollow, it felt as though rounded walls enclosed them. The clouds hung low, cloaking their bodies in mist and dampness. Esther's summoned drizzle didn't reach here, yet they were soaked in moments. When they looked up, the sky felt close. At night, the stars Esther loved would surely shine clearly here. They were atop the mountain, the heavens near, the ground far. Turning their gaze to the walls, they saw natural caves scattered about. Shinar stopped before one entrance and picked up a few stones with her fingers. Behold! At a glance they seemed like ordinary rocks, but of course they weren't. The salamander had slept in this basin, a spirit beast of fire. It had ceaselessly heated and scorched the earth and stones around it. How many years? At least 100, likely more. The stones Shinar picked up were pinovilite. Read the full story. White, faintly warm to the touch. The discovery of a new magical metal. That bug-eyed, bastardal ball from joy, Rum said, and everyone, including Enkrid, silently agreed. Every cave around was filled with such white stones, even within, mingled through the rock, exuding gentle heat. A vein formed here? It was likely the effect of the salamander lingering for so long. Soon after, they headed for the border guard. On the way! Rem hefted the drake's carcass and asked, just in case, this doesn't count as killing kin or anything, right? He was asking T-mares, the dragonkin. The dragonkin answered naturally, Dragonkin are an independently evolved race. We are different from drakes or the dragons of legend. After a pause, T-mares added, though we did branch from the dragons. You sure don't know how to joke. Rem brushed off the mood with a dull laugh. Best to memorize the path, Ragnar said, and Enkrid roughly noted their route. They'd need it later, to mine those stones. If a guide's needed, I'll come. Ragnar, usually lazy and disinterested, always took initiative when it came to finding paths, which was, in its own way, a problem. No need. Enkrid lightly declined. The dragonkin naturally walked at Enkrid's side, and Enkrid, as though speaking to an old friend, asked about various things. You lived here originally? No. I once lived in the north. Where in the north? A land of glaciers. I taught those who lived among them. Glacier Rangers? They are called that. I led one of them. Why? It was my duty. Once, long ago, I met a human while wandering the continent. I promised to care for his child, and so I made raising him my duty. The dragonkin's concept of duty was hard for humans to grasp, but Enkrid took it in stride. There were bastards like Rem in the world? This much wasn't even surprising. After the one who was his charge grew old and died, the dragonkin had wandered again, and found the salamander's traces. He couldn't merge minds like a fairy, but he could still glimpse fragments of the spirit beast's heart. Knowing there was no such thing as fate, he simply chose to accept the coincidence as part of his life. The thing most dreadful to a dragonkin was boredom. That was why he always needed something to do. For that same reason, when the one he'd raised died of age, or when he faced the spirit beast's agony, T-mares had stayed indifferent. His emotions didn't move under duty's reign. When the city came into view, Enkrid asked casually, Want to finish what we started? There was no shyness in it, calm, but with a faint gleam of expectation. His face was still streaked with scorch marks from the fight with the spirit beast. His hair was burnt and curled at the ends, in need of trimming. It might have looked funny, yet none of them found him ridiculous. You look like one possessed. The dragonkin spoke, recalling old memories. How long had he lived? He couldn't count. In all that time, he had never seen a human like this. Vaguely, he remembered hearing something similar from his father before they parted in childhood. Unusual moments, unusual beings, those are joy. When you feel joy, you'll know what I meant. T-mares now understood words he'd never cared about before. The dragonkin's life was monotony. Without the anchor of duty, it could be discarded at any time. A being who could stir that life, to him, nothing could be more precious. Refuse? The human who shook that monotony asked. I accept. T-mares answered immediately. Enkrid smiled at that reply. It was a smile so irresistibly charming that It's the kind of smile that could make you want to change sexes. Recreating a world made of fairy energy and placing the salamander inside it hadn't been easy. And she had climbed all the way to the mountain top after. Shannara was drained, gasping. Yet her gaze turned. "Change what?" she asked. And the dragonkin replied matter-of-factly, "Dragonkin are a transmutable species. Timaeus was currently male but could change to female, and had spent half his life that way. He could become a sheikh. In fact, during his northern days, Timaeus had cared for people not as a father, but as a mother." Esther's eyes shifted, not to the dragonkin, but to Enkrid. Whether the dragonkin became a woman or not didn't matter. From this man's perspective, did it even matter whether the dragonkin had a full bosom or a third leg? "Tired? Should we rest before we start?" Enkrid asked again. This human was an oddity. Even Timaeus thought so. They were descending a mountain, fresh from battle, and yet he was already proposing another. Where would you find another madman like that? And his shining will was so blindingly bright. "Throwing your body around isn't good either, you lunatic. And this isn't even flat ground. For once," Riem spoke sense. "Caring for your body and resting are part of training too. Did you forget that, brother? Isn't it this way?" "Where are you all going?" Odin added, and when Ragnar tried to take the lead pointlessly, Jackson silently took the front instead. "I know. I meant we'll do it after we get down," Enkrid said with a hint of regret. The dragonkin joined them naturally, and no one questioned it. That too was strange, but the dragonkin had never cared for such dynamics, and these madmen were long used to their commander's madness. So all were unbothered. The rain Esther had called grew thicker. The pattering drops struck the leaves with steady taps. There were no signs of monsters nearby, partly because Jackson steered them clear, and partly because the salamander's appearance had burned everything near to ash. Ram kept scanning the traces along the path. This stretch was part of his assault squad's patrol route. Burn marks lay everywhere, plain as day. But there were no human corpses. There was a mix of blood scent and burnt odor, but no sign that anyone had died here. "Enki, you'll have to carry me," Shannara spoke between falling rain. "Walking's hard?" she asked again. "Fairies speak truth. Distortion is their specialty, but they never lie. Saying it was hard didn't mean it was impossible." Enkrid's gaze rested squarely on her. "It can't be that bad," Esther, walking beside them, said. Shannara looked at the witch with a blank stare, then merely muttered "petty," and took another step. After that, the fairy didn't insist. A few more words, a few more blackened paths later, they descended. The city came into view, and soldiers on alert spotted them. Rem tossed the drake's corpse onto the ground. "Take care of that." "Yes, sir." A disciplined soldier hurried toward the carcass. Some gave salutes, and the group passed through. Behind them, soldiers whispered, "Why does it look like there's one more of them?" They must have counted by instinct. The dragonkin had blended in that naturally. "You're finally back," Krace greeted them. Enkrid handed him one of the white stones, and Esther explained that it was a new magic metal. After hearing everything, Kress brushed aside the dragonkin's arrival and instead delivered a heartfelt confession. "Shannara, did I ever tell you that I love you? You haven't. And I've never wanted to hear it." Being a fairy, Shannara pushed him away with truth, but Kress didn't seem to hear. What was it the fairy city needed again? A fairy-style salon? "Whatever you wish, name it." "That human's eyes have gone strange, fiancé. He's always like this." Not long ago, Kress had been filled with dread and worry, imagining only the worst as the price for rejecting a demon's offer. For a moment, he forgot his fear. because joy, immense and bright, had found him. Chapter 837. The appreciation for the white stone was brief, and so was the heartfelt confession about Shinar. Chris asked, "Who did you bring this time?" "You went to the Penhanel Range, fought the salamander, and won, didn't you?" The border guard's standing army had also fought the flame-born aberration. Chris had received full reports of everything. At his words, Enkrid nodded calmly. It was true he had brought someone back, and true he had fought the salamander. Then, is that a relief for now? Probably. Chris thought so, and then when he was introduced to Timairs, he was surprised again, and even more so when he heard that he was Dragonkin. And upon seeing his appearance, he muttered, "I wonder if that means he's obliged to work at the salon." It was a truly Chris-like remark. Timairs, at least on the outside, had beauty as unique as Shinar's. His vertically slit eyes held mystery, and his delicately arranged nose and lips placed him among the ranks of the handsome. Though his figure looked slender, he was tall, with long limbs. Ragnar judged his arms perfect for wielding a longsword, and Odin said his physique was well balanced. And then there was that lemon-colored blonde hair, gleaming white as it caught the sunlight. It gave off a bright and warm feeling, yet his eyes were alien. This will sell. If he debuted at the salon, he'd gain explosive popularity comparable to Enkrid or Jackson. He might look slender, but the visible split in his forearm muscles would be another point of attraction. Just seeing such a well-balanced body would be a pleasure in itself. Face and body are talents too. Chris believed that. Only, it was a shame that those born with such gifts always turned their attention elsewhere. If he'd just debut, everything would work out. That's how Chris saw it. Naturally, Timairs showed not the slightest interest. "My duty does not lie there." He cut him off and turned away. Dragonkin possessed mind-reading. From Chris, he sensed a pure and intense desire, but it wasn't something he intended to indulge. Chris smacked his lips regretfully. "Weren't you worrying about demonic revenge a moment ago?" Abnir asked from behind, watching him. "I was," Chris replied casually. His eyes shifted between Enkrid, Jackson, and the Dragonkin, and then turned to Rem and Odin. Those two had their own peculiar charms as well. "And now?" Abnir asked again. "I still am. Doesn't look like it. When there's something more important, I can put that aside for now." The worry remained. But now, Chris had learned to swallow it before speaking. Originally, anxiety and worry were said to be like holding a cup full of water and never setting it down. The things that must be done are already decided. In that case, he just had to keep doing what needed to be done, and for a while set down the glass filled with worry. That's what Chris did. The salon, as an excuse, was one of the things that let his mind rest. There was another reason his anxiety had calmed so much. They all come back in one piece. He had once again confirmed the power of those called calamities. The legendary salamander ... And if he later turned this feat into a song and had it sung at the salon, the thought even gave him leisure. Chris had freshly reassessed the might gathered around Enkrid. No one knew in what way or form the strength of this night order would reveal itself in the future. Anyway, the group returned, and the salamander, unknown to anyone, had nested in the fairy city. Shinar, complaining of fatigue, asked several times to be carried on someone's back, and Enkrid ignored her while suggesting to the Dragonkin that he take a day's rest. "All you ever think about is fighting, huh?" Shinar made a heartfelt protest, but no one paid any attention. This wasn't the first or second day Enkrid had been like that. All of this was familiar and natural to them. The Dragonkin felt no mystery in it. By nature, he had no interest in matters unrelated to his duty. Yet now, he found himself curious about one human. Thus came the question. You truly do love to fight. It was evident from the outside and clear, even when reading his mind. As he spoke, the dragonkin also knew the man didn't merely love fighting. Seems you prefer the challenge more than the fight itself. Mind reading. Reading the heart. A unique talent of dragonkin, based on insight. He sensed what this human, Enkrid, truly desired, which made him all the more fascinating. His will is high and radiant. At its foundation was the mental strength to face repeated trials without breaking. It was a form he had never seen in any human or other sentient being. How can such a thing exist? He must have encountered countless barriers that could only be overcome by pouring out everything he had, and survived them. As long as he doesn't die. In theory, it was possible. Indeed, the dragonkin's insight had something exceptional. He didn't know that Enkrid was repeating the same day, but he had glimpsed its essence. He had no thought to dig deeper or uncover secrets. He saw not the process, but the result. That alone intrigued him. Dragonkin race, by nature, possessed several special traits. To divide them: first, dragon speech; second, dragon scales; third, dragon eyes. If dragon speech naturally subdued an opponent through will, dragon scales referred to altering one's skin into a hardened armor, impervious to ordinary blades, and dragon eyes meant eyes that could read the will of others. Indeed, their eyes resembled those of reptiles, giving them an unusual look. Yet they were called the eyes of dragons not for appearance, but for their insight. Tamers could read his opponent's will and the very start of their movement the instant he looked upon them. Dragonkin were born with innate insight. The day after the incident with the salamander, at dawn, the dragonkin rose early and quietly, watched Enkrid sweating through his training. A shining will stirred the dragonkin's emotions. Though it didn't show outwardly, Tamers found pleasure simply in observing this human. And beside him, watching the same human's dawn training, Luagarn, the frock, somehow felt as though she had gained a companion. Dragonkin usually don't take interest in others' affairs, do they? She asked, watching Enkrid, Auden, and Teresa punish their bodies with devices made of forged iron. Enkrid's usual training partners at dawn were Auden and Teresa, though sometimes Rofod and Pell joined in. Of course, other members joined as they pleased. Yes, brother, Auden spoke as he swung a short iron ball with handles up and down. The motion made the tight muscles of his upper body ripple. A trained body. Even to dragonkin eyes, that body looked so. Between the large muscles, countless smaller ones filled every gap, a mass of flesh like forged steel. Naturally, Enkrid's body was no less. Though their builds differed, the quality was clear. Auden's affirmation came because Enkrid always trained within reason. After yesterday's battle, today's dawn training was merely light exercise to loosen the body. Luagarn threw out her question and waited patiently ahead, and Tamers, after 2 days, replied, "Tracked down you're used to." That's right. A bit of a slow friend. Lua thought so, but didn't mind. When it came to things beyond their own interests, frocks were as indifferent as dragonkin. If they shared one trait, it was that they accepted others just as they were. Then why? Still, she asked again. Curiosity was the frock's weapon. Interesting. A short, solid reply. Hearing it, Lua thought, even a dragonkin can be charmed. A fitting nickname, she thought. All those titles, Demon Slayer, Balrog Killer, should be thrown out. Enkrid's title should be the Enchanting Knight. It suited him. After all, even demons now sought him. Of course, such courting from demons was unwelcome. They had attacked outright and awakened the salamander. If their power had been even a bit lacking, a grim reality would have come. To avoid that, Enkrid would once again drench himself in sweat today. Luagarn realized and knew the reason Enkrid endured each day. He can only protect what's behind him and reach what he desires if he never wastes a single day. He knew that with his mind and with his heart, that was everything. As Enkrid sweated profusely, Timers too gradually warmed his own blood. Dragonkin had such a knack. Standing still, he tensed and released his muscles, keeping them ready to move at any moment. Blood heated, muscles loosened, combat readiness. "I'm ready," Timers said. Enkrid nodded and stood before him. Thus, the two faced each other, in the training yard, after just one day. What more needed to be said? Nothing. They drew their weapons. At once, the blue light of dawn mingled with the white blade. Clang! The blades, filled with will, met, and a gust spread around them. 3 or 4 times Enkrid aimed for openings with thrusts and cuts, but the Dragonkin's defense was solid. Enkrid relaxed his grip slightly and asked, "What's that sword?" A blade that had met dawn several times yet remained unscathed. The material didn't seem like ordinary metal. "I pulled one of my own bones and forged it," Timers answered. Dragonkin's engraved weapons had a certain fiery nature. Does the bone grow back? There's a useless one near the tail. When Enkrid asked if making weapons from their own bones was common among Dragonkin, he nodded again. None of the stories exchanged during sparring were dull. The two spoke intermittently, as they crossed blades again and again over several days. It was the kind of sparring that left both satisfied, Enkrid and Timers alike. Still, they never crossed a certain line. By the Mad Order's standards, it was a light sparring. "He's got some skill," Rem said after watching their first bout. On the second day, Ragnar raised an eyebrow and remarked, "He's improving." Jackson only observed silently, his thoughts unreadable, while Peld and Rofod showed sparks of competitiveness. "Maybe I should show off my axe too," Rem joked like some third-rate bandit, joining in midway, and Peld, Rofod, and Teresa each took a turn as well. "He really doesn't have any smell. Strange." "Are all Dragonkin like that?" Dunbakel said, finding it curious that this Dragonkin had no scent but a palpable presence. Somehow, Timers ended up clashing with everyone once. And what was the atmosphere in the city during that time? Peaceful. As if the previous battle meant nothing. The reason for such composure was simple. The standing army had fought flame-shaped aberrations, but didn't see it as such a great feat. That was all. The Penhanil Range had always been a place where monsters appeared morning and night. So if ice creatures suddenly swarmed down tomorrow, they'd simply shrug. In winter, white-furred giants called Yetis would descend from the peaks. They were few in number, so they drew little notice. Once the appearance of even a single drake would have caused panic, but not anymore. The standing army's level had changed completely, and now the Mad Order of Knights was stationed here. If a drake appeared, the real question would be how intact they could bring back its hide, a measure of the might now residing in the city. Even without the Mad Order, the elite among the standing army could handle it with ease. Of course, caring about the full value of drake or monster hide was something for Cress and those managing the city's budget. The soldiers themselves simply fought. Still, to think you actually took down a salamander. Only Garrett Giro, knowing the truth, was deeply astonished. It's different. The border guard was utterly unlike other cities. Unlike the duchies under Nerilia or Octo, wealthy trade cities known for comfort. Was it simply because they'd had no battles with Aspen? Or is it because of that wide-eyed craze? When you look beneath any phenomenon, the cause is never just one. The world isn't that simple, but there is always one major cause. Enkrid. Now commander of the Mad Order, he enjoyed teaching what he had learned. He made the grueling hell runs for stamina feel natural. Added to that were Crace's efforts and several geographical factors. They faced endless incidents, adapted, and overcome each one. An old proverb of the continent surely held true in this city. If you survive, you grow stronger. Be it mercenary or merchant, it's the same. This city, it had survived and become solid as stone. The atmosphere was not what it had been in his time. It's not my place to say anything now. Garrett Giro was a wild man. He was no politician, no soldier, no bard. Though he made a song about the enchanting knight who stopped the salamander, having suffered one ordeal didn't grant him newfound talent in composition, and his song never caught on. A shame. I should have been the one to tell the legend. In any case, Garrett left, and the border guard gained yet another new sentient being. Chapter 838. 10 days had passed since the fight with the salamander, and since Timaeus had naturally begun to blend in. Was it that Dragonkin had good adaptability? He lived astonishingly as if nothing were out of the ordinary. He didn't fuss over what he ate or where he slept. He ate as much as the knights ate, and slept as much as they did. No. More precisely, he slept as much as Enkrid slept and ate when Enkrid ate. Meaning he never strayed from Enkrid's side, and that closeness felt perfectly natural. Is the Dragonkin trying to take my place? Shinara even joked like that, but no one paid it much mind. In Rem's words, he'll do what he wants. What's it to me? That about summed it up. Everyone had returned to their routines. The only difference from before was that whether it was sparring or training, they no longer pushed their bodies excessively. It was noon under blazing sunlight. Perhaps due to the salamander's lingering influence, the surrounding temperature had remained hot for a while. Rain had fallen a few times, and the humid air raised the discomfort level. Of course, Luagarn found the humidity most pleasing. She had shown brief curiosity toward the Dragonkin too, but she didn't make a fuss over it. As always, the Frog's attention stayed fixed on Enkrid. The direction of her curiosity never changed. At this hour, even she had stepped away for her own training. On the 10th day, during one of countless sparring sessions, Enkrid sliced Timaeus' neck. Red blood sprayed across the place where Dawn's light passed. Timaeus, his neck half severed, thrust his sword into Enkrid's heart. Even with his neck nearly cut, the thrust lost none of its speed or power. With a puck sound, the white blade pierced through the will-forged iron defense, splitting muscle and heart. Normally, one side would be protected by dragon scales and the other by Balrog hide, but not this time. They fought without dragon scales or armor, relying purely on tactical skill. Victory? Impossible to say. This was all for enjoyment. Naturally, having one's neck cut or heart pierced was only imagined, an illusion. If it were real, both would be dead. A knight doesn't survive being stabbed through the heart, and even a dragonkin doesn't live through decapitation. Their movements, gestures, eye glints, and grips revealed and concealed intention as they clashed within shared imagery. You might call it a mental spar. To fight in finer detail, they mixed in gestures and shifts of weight, just enough for the other to perceive. Sweat streamed down Enkrid's back. At first, Timaeus had seemed manageable, but now he could no longer be called an easy opponent. Could he win if they fought for real? Could he kill him? He'd have to try to know. In just half a month, the Dragonkin had closed the gap in skill. And Enkrid, too, had learned much. Interesting? Timaeus blinked as he spoke. The vertical eyes called dragon eyes still held goodwill. I think so too. Curious. Is that insight something innate to your race? That last move, it looked like you infused will throughout your whole body and let it thrust reflexively, didn't you? Was the Dragonkin's insight impressive? Yes. Oh. and Enkrid's was too. Watching in the mind's realm, he'd already grasped the essence of the technique Timur's showed. He was not only generous in teaching, but open in learning, always observing and absorbing with a receptive mind. Such traits had surely blossomed into his knighthood. His discernment rivaled even that of Dragonkin. And yet, their insight was truly astonishing. When one becomes a knight, they gain the foresight called eyes that see a step ahead. Dragonkin are born with it. Thus, deceit does not work on them. By reading will, they wield a talent close to mind reading. Needless to say, it was invaluable in combat. Conventional swordsmanship doesn't work because Timar's eyes saw through every feint. In contrast, Enkrid's orthodox swordsmanship, rooted in solid fundamentals, was itself a form of deception. A flowing sword that reads openings and pierces weakness. His fundamentals were strong, but more than that, he had pioneered a style of his own. The insight born with those eyes excelled at finding vulnerabilities. Their sparring was half swordplay, half conversation. During it, Enkrid also learned why the Dragonkin had stayed. My intuition is extraordinary. It tells me that if I remain by your side, I will meet them. Dragonkin possessed insight, beings capable even of vague foresight. They carried a certain mystique. There was a reason they could freely alter sex and exist as hermaphroditic beings. Who? Enkrid asked, the one who interfered with my duty. There was no menace in the Dragonkin's reply, no flare of resolve. He spoke with the tone of a scholar listing facts, as though describing something sacred that must be upheld. Perhaps that calmness made it all the more chilling. He stated fixed truths with ease, yet the undercurrent carried quiet dread. Of course, Enkrid felt nothing unusual. He was a man who sought to erase the demon realm itself. To him, the end of the war meant not just finishing a conflict, but bringing about the final extinction of the demonic world. That was his wish. A man like that could easily take a Dragonkin's words about hunting down a demon at face value. Your intuition is sharp, Enkrid nodded. Considering the demon servant who had come seeking him, they would surely return. And if not, he would find them first. We do not forget those who interfere with our duty, the Dragonkin added. For them, duty was the very reason to live. That he found interest and curiosity in humans was surprising enough. But Timur still needed a sense of duty. He required a new path to seek a new duty, as he always had. But before that, he would exact a price from whoever had obstructed it. That came before all else. Timur's also stayed here because his heart had been stirred. Even he found it strange. Of course, no one else found it remarkable. Would he be called enchanting for nothing? Even the goddess of fortune would fall for him. In Reem and Auden's words, Enkrid was that kind of man. By late afternoon, Cress, watching their spa, asked, "You're not trying to gather every race, are you?" A knight order now made up of half-giants, frogs, beastmen, dragonkin, fairies, and humans. Of course, the Dragonkin wasn't formally a member, but to Cress he seemed to soak into the order like rain falling on dry soil. And if only he'd soak into the salon too. Well, it would happen, or it wouldn't. Shouldn't we rename ourselves the Order of Mixed Bloods? It was a joke, and I heard something from Esther. Cress was busy. He had no reason to visit this often without cause. Speak, Dynelgrain. Esther had spoken of a crisis. Moreover, she had named the visitor's timing with uncanny precision. Because of that, Cress had lost 3 nights of sleep. No matter how much he tried to suppress it, anxiety kept rearing its head. Even when his eyes closed, the worry he'd buried crept into his dreams. In the dream, The city burned as black-robed mages rounded up townsfolk and dragged them into underground laboratories. The vividness made it worse. In the dream, he even learned the reason for the experiments and saw 50 years into the future. The border guard had become the womb of a second demon. From it, a new one was born. A demonic Enkrid, an evolved succubus, one who bewitched merely by being seen. It was a wretched dream. Because of it, Grace, gripped by dread, took every precaution he could. His message to Enkrid now was about that. I've informed everyone of their positions and tasks. Esther spoke with conviction. But if things go awry, you'll have to respond as you see fit. He struck his anxious chest, literally, and got scolded by Luagan for it. But he did what he must. 3 days later, another pitch-black shadow fell upon the border guard. Naturally, most citizens and common soldiers knew nothing. But the shadow came for the city all the same. In some ways, it was an even trickier foe than the salamander. After returning to the city, Enkrid hadn't pushed himself to the limit in training. Even when he sparred mentally with the dragonkin, in reality, he conserved his strength. The others were the same. To an ordinary person it might sound insane, but to Enkrid it was moderation. He was scratching the scab on his cheek, left by a graze from the dragonkin's sword by Ka, when he met the mage from Esther's unit. They've arrived. Though his tone wasn't urgent, the meaning was clear even without a subject. Where's Jackson? Sir Jackson has already moved. Let's go. Enkrid pulled a hooded cloak over his mantle and headed out of the city. Passing the training yard, out through the inner walls, across the well-paved road, he reached the outer gate in one steady stride. He kept his face hidden as he passed others, exchanging no more than glances with familiar faces. Oz, clear on duty, proceed this way. Only a select few knew of Enkrid's departure. The captain on duty today was Vincent. He greeted Enkrid at the gate. One of the few aware Novelot read the full story of his mission. Under pretense of inspecting guard discipline, Vincent's job was to call Enkrid out and see him off. Your child's growing well? Enkrid asked as he passed. Very. A smile naturally touched Vincent's face. Enkrid's gaze brushed over the child. What would that boy become when grown? Protecting children like that? People like those behind him? Enkrid knew his duty well. Finishing his brief exchange with Vincent, he stepped beyond the walls. The dragonkin followed. Your blood seems to be boiling, Enki. Temer is using the shortened name for the first time in days, spoke. I've told you before. No need to voice everything you see, Temers. The dragonkin's social skills were lacking. He said everything that crossed his eyes. That beastman doesn't wash because he hates revealing the scent of fear. Like this, he casually picked at Dunbuckle's wounds. You little salamander bastard. Of course, Dunbuckle snapped back. That fairy has lived quite a long time. If we count the years, ever seen such a rotten potato sprout of a dragonkin? That happened too. And that witch, despite being human, the days she's lived. He'd even said such things to Esther, only to have her wordlessly silence him by slicing his wind spell with Bika. Esther preferred action over words when shutting him up. Still, he was gradually adapting. At their destination, the elder witch Esther awaited them. She wasn't older than Shinar, but clearly older than Enkrid. The moment she saw him, she said, Your eyes look strange. Enkrid scattered his thoughts and asked back indifferently, Do they? Remtre, arriving almost at the same time, said, I told you Chief sometimes gets that weird look in his eyes. Ignoring Esther's odd gaze, Enkrid asked Rem, Everyone in position? Rem nodded. Everyone's set. Chryse believed that the one properly prepared before battle would win. Esther agreed. Mages and witches, by nature, our preparers. A prepared spell is many times more dangerous than one cast on impulse. Through Esther, the entire Mad Order knew that well. Chris, with weary eyes, had once told Enkrid, if you can strike beyond the enemy's expectations, the blade you draw at that moment will be sharper than ever. Preparation belongs to the realm of prediction and conjecture. The inspiration of a mage lets them sense all of it almost as premonition. Esther's stronger than the ones coming, right? That's our premise. Chris was a genius. Esther silently agreed again. He had factored even her abilities into his calculations when planning strategy. Do we go to greet them? They stood beyond the border guard, on a wide plain off the main road. Nearly wasteland, dust rose in wisps. Ahead, an old man in a splendid white robe embroidered with gold thread spoke. Behind him followed a dozen figures in grey robes. Esther had already predicted the movements of the mage targeting her. Chris, fearing demonic schemes and revenge, had heard of and prepared for the mad sorcerers after her. What can they do? Chris had asked, and Esther answered as far as her knowledge went. Having faced them before, she knew more than enough, more than Chris had asked for. Commander. At once, Chris had called Enkrid and Abnaya to convene a strategy meeting. Then he had asked Esther again, what's a mage's weakness? Astral meaning those who chase stars. Esther said, mages by nature do not know how to live together. They are arrogant beings, meaning they'd never imagine they could fall to a mere blade. Esther had said they would think that way, and at those words, Cress's eyes sank like something settling in a glass of water. The light faded from his gaze as thoughts turned over in his mind. Consumed by unease, the genius recognized the mage's weakness. The first person he sought afterward was Jackson. Chapter 839. What can a knight do? Cress did not reduce the answer to this question to a single point. Everyone has a different specialty. What if you put Auden on an infiltration job? Wouldn't it turn into a half-frontal breakthrough? He can walk without a sound if he has to, but that bulk stands out. The nickname, Bear Beastman, didn't stick for nothing. What if you give a tracking mission to Ragnar? Killing the target is one issue, but whether he'd make it back is another. Pell is specialized for one-on-one combat, and Rofad fights well even while commanding a unit. Of course, even if you swap roles, they'll somehow pull it off. That's the sort of people knights are. Is it only about specialties? Disposition matters too. For instance, if you told Enkrid to cut down 1,000 enemy soldiers overnight, he wouldn't do it. Being able to do something and being filled with the will to do it are different issues. He'll look for the path where the fewest people die, no matter what. That doesn't mean he avoids battle, nor does he look away from the horrors of war. The road Enkrid has walked is far too rough for that. He knows how keen the blade of reality is. He knows that blade thrusts into your flesh from where you never expect, rummages through your muscles, and parts your innards. If it's necessary, he cuts. If it's justifiable, he fights. Enkrid will do that. You have to weigh both specialty and disposition. Chris did exactly that. Then what if we limit it to killing rather than fighting, whether the opponent is a mage or not? In a straight-up duel, Jackson can't guarantee victory against anyone. But tell him to kill, and it's a different story. He never shows his full ability. It's a habit pounded into him from living as an assassin since childhood. What happens when that man named Jackson makes up his mind and goes for a target? Not everyone answers honestly, but none of them truly looks down on him. Information. I need everything there is to know about the enemy. Chris laid out the role he wanted from Jackson, and Jackson asked that as if it were the most obvious thing. I don't know. I don't, which is why you need to do it. But Chris only knew the barest sliver of what had to be known about them. Here's what I do know. Among the ones belonging to that group, there isn't a single one who hasn't done human experimentation. I heard it was a fad among them for a while. A fad? An experiment to implant stars in people. Just hearing it makes you want to retch. They embed tools infused with will or mana into a human body. Want it simpler? They tried to use the human body as an instrument, to turn it into a kind of spell object. Why? Esther knew that reason well. Chris relayed her words. Same principle as cooking, using the human body as cookware. They did it to adults, the elderly, even children, without distinction. Was this the only kind of thing they did? Astrael, grandiose name for a group that doesn't even regard sapient beings as people. In some ways they're more cruel than demons. Is it because they're human that they can be more cruel to their own kind? Because humans are the species most specialized for adaptation? Sometimes, as you live, things you can't comprehend brazenly shove their faces at you. Jackson nodded at Cress's words, a nod of assent. When he faced things outside the bounds of understanding, Jackson treated them in one consistent way. Cress wanted to see that consistent way of his again this time. So you knew we were coming. It can't have been mana detection. How'd you do it? A white robe, threaded with gold filament, flashed. The mana housed in those threads was the mage's preparation. With the spells embedded in his robe, killing a few knights would be nothing. At least that's what he believed. He'd never tested it. He simply felt it was natural, because he knew the principles. Which is why, leaving the child of the star standing there ahead, he considered it more troublesome that he had to kill the rest of the chap. Keeping the child of the star alive during a fight, now that was more of a nuisance. Their gazes crossed. Esther, owner of those blue eyes, opened her mouth. It is mana detection. You extended your detection range past the whole city to here. It was outside his sense of the possible. The mage's brows knit. At the same time, light burst from his robe. It was because the disciple, his henchman, right behind him suddenly lunged. The mage's gaze whipped back. He saw a blade shoot out from within a gray robe. Don't you? White light burst from the mage's robe as his warding spell triggered. That spell had 3 effects. First, gravity increased within 3 steps of him. Second, a reflection spell. If the thing that stabbed him was a sword, an identical sword of light would be created to stab back. If it was an arrow, it would return as an arrow just the same. Lastly, the third was a spell called Restoration of Light. So long as the wound wasn't outright fatal, it would keep the caster alive. A spell world modeled after divinity itself. He believed this ward would save his life at least 3 times. And then a 2-hand span dagger sliced across the carotid near the neck that joined face to torso, and across the vertebrae behind it. Shka-ta. Even though it cut bone, the sound was small. The dagger that severed his neck wasn't even all that fast, nor did it rip through the air with a tearing shriek. His head came off, blood jetted. The half-severed neck dangled and tilted to the side. No one calls a severed head a critical wound. This is just death, nothing but the moment of demise. A kiss from the Reaper, dealt in a single stroke. At some point, Jackson had disguised himself as the henchman in the grey robe, and with one blow, he took the head of a mage belonging to Astrael. Chris' request was to take a mage's head the moment they faced each other. The first strike, exploiting complacency, was Jackson's part. The skin of the neck, dangling by a thread, was thin. The head was heavy. The skin that barely held on snapped, and the head thumped to the floor. The body that had been spraying a brief fountain of blood tilted and fell. Bees. The lights blinking in the fallen mage's robe flickered out. A spell needs a caster to exist. A spell world had just ended. Some of the henchmen only blinked at the unbelievable reality. Something they'd never imagined had happened. What is this? Their master just died out of nowhere. Their reality shattered to pieces. They're the same. Esther spoke and swept her hand. In the wake of her gesture, blades of a cutting gale rose. It was a creation spell that poured the power of the frozen waste into Dromel's scythe. Cutting gale of the frozen waste. At her call, mana flowed and touched the spell world. The mystery called spell hewed the remaining henchmen's necks. A few lifted staves in defiance, but it was useless. Shields of light, brimming with hot heat, sprang up, yet could not stop the blades of the frozen waste. Toks. Similar sounds rang one after another, and the remaining henchmen all collapsed with their necks or heads severed. "Well, I don't think we even got to talk," Enkrid said, and Rem picked up his words. "Any talking left, we can do it with the next one's coming. Astrael is a collective. They don't move alone. But it's also true that for a collective, their binding force is weak." Esther had judged that there would inevitably be one who rushed in first for greed. Complacency. If you break it down, this wasn't even complacency. Jackson was simply that extraordinary. Shaking off his blade, he stood by Enkrid's side. The trick he'd shown a moment ago was fairly astonishing. He saw the opponent's ward trigger and adjusted the speed at which he swung. He slipped past the reflected blade that targeted him, timed his entry for the gap as the ward fired, at the moment when the reflection would not repeat, and cut only the opponent's neck. From the outside it looked like a single slash, but if you break it down, it was 3 separate attacks. Naturally, only Enkrid, Rem, and the Dragonkin recognized it for what it was. With his left hand he parsed the spell's form. The sword was in his right. Jackson swept his left to grasp how the ward worked. Then he swung, modulating his reaction speed. Simple if simple, but the result was shocking. From the opponent's side, anyway. Without panting even once, Jackson let his arms hang and stood beside Enkrid. The dead mage's blood stained the floor a vivid red. After that, a second mage approached. He came gliding as if riding a black tray. He hovered about 2 handspans off the ground. He was straight ahead, in Enkrid's line of sight. And to the right, a new mage appeared as well. This one was a woman. She wore a broad-brimmed hat, and thin snakes coiled around both her forearms. Then from the left, another mage popped out. He was so small he wasn't even half Enkrid's height, clad head to toe in silver-gleaming full plate. All 3 were old acquaintances to Esther. "Looks like all the men who got dumped by me showed up." Esther cracked a joke. Obviously, she aimed it for Enkrid to hear. "There's a woman, too." Enkrid picked up the line. "Feels like everyone I dumped is here." "The Witch of Enchantment, that's me. Is that Rem? Or Shinar? Or did I just read something wrong?" Enkrid asked. "It was none of the 3. Why do you always drag me into it? You picking a fight, huh?" Rem let his sling unspool as he spoke. For Esther, it was simply a line mixed of apology and gratitude. She may be the witch with a cold heart, but she's human too. Anyone can make a mistake. The moment she spoke, she wanted to turn back time. From Enkrid's view, Esther had no reason to feel sorry. From what she told him, the ones belonging to that group called Astrael were all fit only to die. The Star Chasers. Some among the mages who set off the incident that summoned a demon in the Tower of Wisdom belonged to this group too. People who would burn the continent for their experiments. People who would start wars for their ends. Enkrid opened his mouth, putting his heart into a rambling string of words. "You wanted to stress that plenty of people courted you, right? If you envied the enchantment, I'd like to tell you it's not exactly a nickname to be thrilled about." A flush crept over the face of the witch whose weapon is cold composure. The Witch of Enchantment, that's me. Rem echoed her line. Witch of Enchantment, huh? Should I nudge the Information Guild to spread some rumors? Jackson offered a favor. That witch is feeling shame right now. The dragonkin read Esther's heart. These mad bastards only get along this well at moments like this. One who babbles and teases, one who parrots her words with a snicker, one who pretends it's a favor to spread rumors while needling, and one who coolly speaks of shame as if nothing. Cheeks a touch reddened, Esther faced the three mages coming in and said, "I'm right here," meaning the witch they wanted is here. She tried to let the teasing pass, but are these men mad for nothing? The Witch of Enchantment, that's that woman. Right here. It's not a nickname I'm fond of, but if you want, I suppose it makes sense even for me to call you that. Shame. Profound shame. It feels like that's what she's repeating to herself inside. Reem, Jackson, Enkrid, the dragonkin. In that order. Ah, should I just kill them all? Esther only debated whether to include them in the range of her spell while she was at it. There was no sense of crisis. If you asked why, if any of you three happened to be busy saving people, say so. It would be because of this man. As Enkrid spoke, he met each of the three mages' eyes once. There's a fact only Esther knows properly. Enkrid murders spells. Ordinary spells hardly work on him. Jackson took a few more steps back. From the ground where he'd been, dirt spat, and 4 finger-thick thread snakes lifted their heads. You dodged. The witch on the right smiled faintly as she spoke. She had mastered the handling of snakes and built her spell world with them. What's more, she had transplanted the blood of a Medusa said to live in the demon realm into her body. Madness shadowed her smile. If you cherish these people, I'll spare them. Come along. The mage on the disc up front spoke. His specialty was black agglomerate. He shaped black iron filings and combined them with spells. Not an easy sort to face. Lastly, the craft of the small mage born with a heavenly punishment was unusual as well. Enkrid sprang forward. Esther gestured to the right, and Rem turned his body aside. Every movement was simultaneous. How can mages take in a knight's motion with their eyes? They cannot, so they had prepared for everything. Only, their preparation was a touch insufficient. No, to be precise, they had underestimated the mad border guard knights. A black iron wall sprang up before Enkrid and closed around him. Sleep in the black coffin, the mage shouted. Wow! A high-level mage launched into a full incantation in earnest. That's how much Enkrid's charge pressured and startled him. Even though this was exactly the kind of thing he had prepared, seeing the wall trying to enfold him, Enkrid accelerated once more. That left the spell unable to keep up with him. Interest sparked in the dragonkin's eyes. So this is a method he's never shown once. A technique didn't seen in all their prior spars came out. It wasn't the technique itself that drew interest, but the intent of a human whose will blazed bright. The dragonkin, half done spectating, stamped his foot. Thoom. With that, the snakes aiming at his souls were wiped out in the earth. It was a technique of handling will and radiating it. It had been over 2 weeks since he woke. The dragonkin was in the midst of reawakening skills and techniques he'd half forgotten. With double acceleration, Enkrid stepped out of the spell's domain, and dawn tempering split the spell. The prepared spells, those pitch-black masses that came flying in succession, were shorn like matted wool. Spells that should have burst and strewn lethal dust into the lungs failed to trigger. He murders spells. It was a scene that fit the phrase. Chapter 840. How often have they actually fought? Esther had once been called the Witch of Strife. The reason for that name? Among those who handled spells, she was an oddity. It was exceedingly rare for a mage to stake their life to test their own ability. They were well versed in exploitation and plunder, but awkward when it came to fights that risked their lives. Even the slightest danger, and they would flee. That was why of strife had been a special epithet, why mages treated Esther as an aberration. They probably haven't fought properly in decades. She had said it with conviction. They've become degenerate. Esther knew the nature of their kind. They can't trust each other, so they're only busy hiding things. Sparring? Not a chance. They never show their skills, and each guards their secrets alone. Flowers wilt in shade, and a spring that doesn't flow runs dry. The decay of the mages' collective was inevitable. It was the grave they dug for themselves, only they failed to realize it. If you form a group, you have to share what you have. Enkrid had raised the border guard standing army by opening up his own knowledge. He shared everything he had learned with those who followed him. He was never stingy with learning, nor with teaching. And Astrael, they were stingy with both. What they desired was seizure. They saw the world only through their own narrow method. Frogs in a well. Their world was nothing but a small, round sky. Astrael doesn't understand knights. More precisely, they don't understand the level of the border guard knights. Even if Esther prepared in full, she could never take on the entire Knight Order by herself. Let alone those fools now drooling with greed as they approached. They saw knights merely as sword-wielders. They didn't know that even within the category of knight, there are levels. Borrowing Enkrid's words, a bunch of half-witted mages and witches. Esther had smiled when she said that, and Crais had looked at her strangely for suddenly smiling. They're nothing but a pack of half-witted mages and witches, Esther said. If those half-wits take the city hostage, it'll be troublesome. They want. Esther knew the habits of mages. The idea of mages who protect the lives of city dwellers, they wouldn't even consider. They don't see people. They're thralls devoured by the demon called knowledge. Therefore, there'd be no hostages. There might be one or two who target the city for their own purpose, but that's it. Oh, there you see. They're coming. At the start of this operation, Jackson had mobilized the Jor Dagger network spread throughout the city. It was one of their guild members speaking. These were not merely sharp-eyed, sharp-eared professionals. They were first-rate assassins who could sense danger by instinct. Thank you, brother. You're running hard enough to sweat through your feet. A massive figure spoke. Up close, you'd have to tilt your head back to meet his eyes. The guild member knew the name he was called by. The Bear Beastman, Auden. Though not actually a beastman, his physique alone earned the title. Seen up close, he was even more destructive. The guild member, a man tempered by training himself, could see the intricate lines of muscle packed across Auden's frame. The Bear Beastman pressed his hands together before his forehead and muttered, "Lord, today again I send people to your side." A chilling prayer. As his arms rose, part of his abs showed beneath his loose top. A segmented abdomen that was armor in itself. A muscular armor. A body that had shattered every limit of human form and gone beyond. His skin looked as firm as the scales of a monster. A paladin, the guild member thought, and his image of a paladin changed. Auden ended his brief prayer, unclasped his hands, and looked down at the man before him. Outwardly, this was a contact sent from the Information Guild, but you could tell just by the way he walked. Steps with the habit of killing sound. Auden already knew who he was. Even so, he gave that same unbothered smile as always, solid and calm as a bear or a boulder. Beside him, Teresa finished a similar prayer and spoke. "We should go." They were inside the watchpost guarding the gates of Lockfried Fortress. The city was vulnerable to assault. Lockfried all the more so. That meant fighting here would be a headache. Hence the core of Kreese's operation, interception. But they couldn't know the exact routes of every mage approaching separately. Of course, we must defend the city. We'll take position before the gate and the walls, according to Esther's plan. Chris paused briefly as if gathering his thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he added, "An arrogant man never hides his presence." Auden agreed. And indeed that was proving true. Just in case he had mobilized Jor Dagger. But the mages were brazen. "What's that?" A soldier at the post frowned. "What is it?" Two soldiers peered out. Far ahead they heard screams. People running. Merchants abandoning their carts and fleeing. Well then, Auden and Teresa stepped outside. Some of those fleeing were members of the standing army. They weren't merely retreating. They spread out left and right, gripping weapons, reforming ranks. Auden had trained with them before. He saw something strange in their movements. That formation isn't for facing a small elite group. Teresa said it, and Auden nodded. The standing troops regrouped as they withdrew, eyes turning to the two figures approaching from the rear. Even without words, their gaze carried relief. "Fall back to the wall formation." Auden's voice carried wide. If you ignored tone and just judged volume, it was impressive. Some troops gave a salute and began pulling back. Knights confirmed. "We'll hold formation and withdraw." "Mercenaries, fall back too." A soldier addressed the mercenaries mixed among them. Southern drifters who had joined the merchant band. "Just leave the two of them here," one mercenary asked back. "Didn't you come here after hearing the rumors about the mad order of knights?" The soldier moved his footwork lightly as he replied. "But still?" The continent was wide. Many who heard the tales still couldn't believe them without seeing for themselves. Yet what choice did they have? Fighting here would just mean dying. They withdrew. One mercenary still looked uneasy. He was born in Zaltenburg, within the Duchy of Octo, and had worked along the southern frontier as a mercenary. He'd heard rumors of the Mad Order, but never grasped them. Their world was too far removed from his life spent in skirmishes and beast hunts along the south. Is this really fine? Then, what the mercenary had feared came into view. A rushing horde of undead. The monsters raised from death, called Draugr, came in masses. It felt like huge boulders of flesh and bone were rolling toward them. Rotted skin tore, dripping pus to the ground. The stench of decay bit at their noses. These corpses that refused to rest rose to fight. Amid them rattled skeleton soldiers propped on white bones, and skeletal knights clad in armor made of rotted flesh. Their shields were human heads, their weapons blades carved from bone. Among them lumbered dozens of flesh golems. Draugr, a catch-all for the undying. The field was filled with necromantic abominations. At their center sat one on a throne of bone, gazing down upon all. The throne itself was borne on the shoulders of 4 skeleton soldiers. No need for long words. Bring me the child of the star. Then nothing will happen. At least, nothing dreadful. You don't need me to tell you who that is, do you? The mage on the bone throne spoke. Auden looked upon the mass of the dead. Why is it that no matter how many he crushes and breaks, no matter how many he sends to the Lord's side, they keep coming? Would these things vanish only if he smashed the skull of that so-called father of all the dead said to dwell in the demon realm? I can hear the song of the dead, Teresa said. Auden could hear their wails too. Those who wanted to die, corpses begging for rest. Then, let us lay them to rest. Auden spoke. Today again the number of offerings he must send to the Lord increased. Necromancers were the ones the Lord most desired. Best to send them quickly. Lord, for your glory, I raise my fists. Teresa began to sing. White light spread outward from her, slow and wide. Seeing that, the mage scoffed. So you choose to drink punishment? I am the master of necromancy who commands 100 wraiths. Chryse had expected there would be one among Astrael who targeted the city. Esther had said their hobby of raising Novaite, read more on our source, corpses to fight surely hadn't changed. So, based on her information, Chryse deployed the knights. Their battle unfolded right before the city. Meaning, countless eyes were watching. The retreating soldiers and mercenaries, the fleeing merchants, those queued at the gate, the peddlers beyond the wall, all saw it. And before all their eyes, 5 flesh golems moved at once. With explosive thuds they charged the massive man. The mercenary's eyes widened. He couldn't even see the golem's movements properly. One moment standing still, the next erupting forward. The scene broke apart in his vision, frames snapping. One leaping overhead, one charging front, 2 crushing in from the sides. He didn't even breathe, couldn't swallow. Just watched. They'll die. These 5 flesh golems weren't ordinary monsters. They'd been brought to face knights, abominations refined again and again. Then, the mercenary saw his expectations shatter. Boom! Compressed air burst. The process was invisible. All he saw was flesh rising, peeled upward in a white glowing whirlwind. Thup, thup, thup. A rain of rotted meat fell. What was that? The mercenary muttered, and a soldier beside him answered. What else? The knight of the whole body. The knight of the whole body, Ordin, zealot of the mad order. Already a known figure among the standing army. Beside him, a half-giant woman drew sword and shield and moved. Despite her size, she left afterimages as she swung. In her wake, the Draugr were crushed and burst apart, falling like sheaves. Not even the Lord of 10,000 wraiths? This is far from enough, Odin murmured, recalling the civil war in Norillia. The mage, claiming to be master of 100 wraiths, trembled. What is this? His 5 flesh golems had burst apart so easily? At the same time, dozens of minions vanished. He called himself a one-man legion, rightfully since he commanded 100 wraiths. Even others using entirely different arts acknowledged that much. And yet, the symbols of his might were smashed to pieces. Just as Esther said, they came without gauging the power of the knights. And the result, from a mage's view, was disastrous. Curious, my name is Warhub. I have no grudge against you, but you're such fine material. I can't help myself. Rofod, Pell, and Dunbakel moved together. The 3 faced a mage on Enkrid's opposite flank, south of the mountains that barred Greenpearl. The one who appeared amid the summer grass brought with him 2 death knights, one clad in black armor, one in white. Warhub didn't field many wraiths, only those 2 knights of death. You could think of him as a successor of the death mage once faced by Odin against Balrog. Indeed, Warhub had tracked down relics that mage left behind in ruins, recovered his spells, and honed them. He had even modified his own body with magic. A battle mage confident in knight-level prowess. Looks like we didn't even need all 3 of us. Sir Cress worries too much, Pell and Rofod said. Dunbakel added, the one in the middle reeks the weakest, smells like it. Warhub coveted not only the child of the star but the mad order itself. Among Astrael, he alone rated their strength highly, fitting for one who specialized in commanding death knights. Not the whole order, but just 3 of them. Warhub licked his lips. Had Astrael not moved, he wouldn't have come this far, but since he had, he meant to add to his collection. I could take the 2 of you myself, I think. No need to overdo it. Yeah, I doubt that thing even knows what honor is. As the three traded remarks, Warhub hid his left hand behind his back and tugged a pouch string at his wrist. Powder scattered, drifting into the air. At the same time, he summoned a breeze with a spell. That was how he secretly spread poison. Outwardly, he feigned readiness for a sword fight, but his true specialty was seeding invisible toxins. The three before him were chatting idly, a perfect chance to leak it. Then, suddenly, all three fell silent, snapping their heads toward him at once. Their eyes seemed to glint. "Something stinks," said the beast woman. The two humans quietly shifted back. These three had endured countless beatings from IM, survived Jackson's torment, and were tempered through sparring with Enkrid. Their instincts were on another level. Knights are those who transcend limits through ceaseless training, so it was only natural. In truth, Warhub had never faced true knights before. The two death knights he commanded were only legacies he'd found while delving ancient ruins. Chapter 841. The Giant of the Arena. A mage who had reached the realm of tacit consent and tacitus recitation began chanting in earnest. He wasn't just moving his lips, he even formed hand seals. In time with his spell, a magical life form made of rock raised its face from the ground and hauled up its shoulders. Ragnar watched the whole process with indifference and swung sunrise. It was a carving cut, rotating from upper left to lower right. The blade traced the arc of a crescent, and the boulder giant caught in it was cut along the exact path the sword drew. Fire took on at the severed parts and flared with a whoosh. His sword, Sunrise, was a relic. As a matter of course, it hacked and hewed magical life forms. The severed stone golems scattered across the ground. He had already repeated this several times. The mage had summoned golems over and over. Some took the shape of giants, others tried to coil like snakes and constrict. Of course, all of it was useless. Ragnar's simple cuts sliced them all apart without even breaking the golem cores. There was no regeneration. Sunrise is a reaper rising from the east. It performs a miracle that drives back the dark and forces it to hide in the depths. Darkness turned into shadow survives only by clinging to the light. Ragnar drew his blade through the air a few more times. The previous slash hadn't pleased him. It seemed good to take a few more cuts. More? Ragnar asked back. Weren't there too few golems? The thought occurred to him. Chris hadn't pointlessly sent Ragnar outside the city. He simply put him in charge of the border guard's wall. The necromancer handling the Draugr aimed for Populus Lockfried, and the mage raving before Ragnar right now aimed for the border guard. There wasn't any grand reason. Deep deliberation or strategic motive? None. None. They were mages. They were not people adept at strategy and tactics. The reason this mage had come here was as simple as could be. High-grade iron. He had mastered magic that handled stone and iron. No, he went around saying he had mastered it. Like the epithet, he who grasped a river, he had one as well. The master of stone and sand. An arrogant sobriquet. He intended to use the iron and stone here to raise another army. With that army he intended to stand above other mages. If, after they'd been sapped by facing the unparalleled genius Esther, he then smothered them with his golem army. That simple calculation alone had led his steps this way. All of them are just scrambling to fill their own bellies. What Esther said was the crux. Based on the information he got from her, Kress recomposed his tactical map. He picked out the ones likely to target the city. Of course, he didn't merely scatter the mad order like lunatics and call it done. He wasn't lax about seeding scouts between the cities to check enemy movements, and he even asked Jackson to set Jord Dagger in motion. He didn't stop there either. This borders on compulsion and paranoia. With those words, Abnire understood why he hadn't been able to beat this big-eyed friend. The bastard was relentless. No, at this point it went beyond relentlessness and was compulsion itself. What if they aim for cross-guard? Hit that side and swell their ghostly ranks. He had even taken Aspen cities as part of the domain he had to protect. And as if he had prepared for this, he poured his soul into raising troops. Under the border guard's standing army remained power to counter mages. A portion of Rem's assault unit and 10 blades under Ragnar moved to cross guard. At the same time, the toppled Clement moved out, leading the elite. The whole force formed a square with the border guard at the center. That was the shape. This crazy maniac. Abnire marveled countless times. Chris even folded Seiki into these dispositions. Some of that obsessiveness paid off. Some of it amounted to nothing more than a futile march. But no one quibbled with his words. If you asked why, first, the trust in the man called Chris was immense. Second, if you defy him, Enkrid and the Order step in. To the standing army who had faced Rem and Odin directly, Cress was an angel. Watching Ragnar's fight from one side, Cress, the angel of the Salon, felt a flutter of unease. No matter how favorable the situation, he always felt uneasy. It was natural. By contrast, right beside him, Anne, master of alchemy and Ragnar's lover, had her arms folded, at ease. They were backed against the wall. Because the mage had appeared near the eastern wall rather than the gate, the number of standing troops nearby was small. Chris ordered such soldiers not to step out. It's fine. This is all accounted for. On the surface, he looked every inch the perfect strategist. Some officers took comfort seeing him like that. Chris, too, feigned composure outwardly so he wouldn't spread anxiety to the soldiers. No, only his upper body was composed. Stop bouncing your leg. You'll handle it. It's a habit. Chris answered Anne. Anne believed in Ragnar. The man she'd seen wouldn't die to such shabby magic. All the more since Anne, too, under Cress's influence, felt anxiety spike and had made her own preparations. Even so, with him doing this at her side, it frayed her nerves. If you can't step in and fight yourself, trusting him is also work. You know that. Through Enkrid, Cress had learned the innovelot importance of study. He didn't take Anne's words amiss. He listened to her rather. She's right. If you won't step in yourself, you have to trust. He had done all he could. Changing the pips on a cast die is the sort of thing a cheat would do. But what if even that kind of cheating is needed? The thought came to him. While Chris and Anne traded trivial remarks, Nurat merely watched in silence. Nurat's discernment outstripped the two of them. Thus Nurat knew just how dangerous and keen a blade Ragnar, fighting ahead, was. Is it right to fight a knight like that head-on? A prepared mage kills a knight, an old saying of the continent. Nurat thought that proverb should be changed. What knight you go after is what matters. Within the border guard, Enkrid had preached standards for knights. If it were the threshold stage he spoke of, perhaps. If past the threshold to novice, no, even intermediate. Enkrid divided the standard for knights into threshold, novice, intermediate, and advanced. The categories were broad. He couldn't set detailed criteria, that was why. Threshold is unconsciously handling will. Novice is using techniques through that will. Intermediate must achieve changes in the speed of will. It means going beyond unconsciously handling will to reaching the level of consciously handling it again. Even that much, wouldn't you have the knack to slip the mage's preparations? Of course it would differ by temperament and traits. Not all knights are the same kind of knight. This is what Enkrid and every member of the order said with one voice. Though not a seer, Nurat felt as if the end of the mage chanting in the distance were visible. Esther was right. They were arrogant. The result of arrogance was horrific. Even as the three watched, The mage was busy murmuring spells. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes reddened. The vessels inside swelled, turning the whites bloodshot. While the mage chanted, every summoned thing was carved apart and strewn across the ground. This was truly absurd. Why? Because his golems had no cores. He kept the cores that moved them in his spell world and controlled them from there. Naturally, he had told no one this secret. Yet, it didn't work. Murdering spells. Long ago, a dragonkin once fought to kill every mage. What that dragonkin showed then was murdering spells. A cut that severs the pulse of a spell. Was the man before him doing that? Half right and half wrong. Ragnar had watched Enkrid's cuts and learned, and by accepting Esther's training regimen, he grasped the concept of murdering spells. Only, it wasn't something you could do just by deciding to do it. This wasn't solved by talent alone. You have to sense and read the form of the spell. So he needed a track of talent different from the ones Ragnar already possessed. Even so, he could imitate. Now Ragnar swung his sword morning and evening. Watching Enkrid, he had learned diligence. To others, especially a bastard like Rem, it would still be far from diligent, but compared to before, Ragnar was a different man. Half of it was that diligence. The other half was the weapon in his hand. The Reaper born in the East became a shard that could suppress and cut spells. Tempratio, tempratio, heed my words. The mage, cold sweat running, completed his spell. A filament burst in his eye with a pop, and bloody tears flowed. From his nose blood gushed in streams. Even offering up half his mana to an otherworldly being wasn't enough. He tore off a piece of his spell world as tribute. To a mage, the spell world is the soul itself. He did something no different from tearing off a piece of his soul and offering it. Ragnar didn't think about why he was here. He didn't know the backstory Cress had worked out. He didn't care. He simply knew it was time to swing his sword, and did so. A faint light spilled from his red eyes. It was the phenomenon that occurred when Will filled his whole body to the brim. The human mind is not perfect. I borrow the name of the one who rules dreams to proclaim this. You will see only me and hear only my story. The mage stretched out a hand. The magic he brought forth was a kind of curse. He was greedy to the very end. If I could keep a swordsman like him under me. Thus, as his last card, he cast a spell of temptation. Ragnar planted the soles of his feet and dragged them, lifting his blade upward. The tip of his sword aimed for the sky as if to pierce it. He had only to bring it down, yet the sword halted. In that instant Ragnar saw a vision, a most beautiful lady in a mesh dress beckoning from before him. And in that moment, he recalled the freckled woman who had forced a potion into his mouth and made him drink. Do you know, Esther enchants the captain's clothes every night? The woman spoke. I can't lose. That woman spoke again. Anne. The name of the woman he called his lover. You're going to look away from me? Anne was angry. Ragnar did not want that. The illusion shattered. Beyond the broken illusion, the mage was no dream beauty, but a shabby crone hiding her body in a row. You pushed through that. It was magic the old witch had chanted even while cleaving off her spell world. It didn't take. There were several reasons. First, he had recently experienced the salamander's mirage, giving him resistance. Second, a knight's mental strength runs on a different track from ordinary people. Third, sunrise was a relic that blocked any middling mental intrusion. Fourth, he had a lover with whom he shared his heart. Later, Anne would say getting through this moment was purely thanks to her beauty, and Ragnar didn't deny it. Even though Esther knew the other three reasons weighed heavier, she kept her mouth shut. Ragnar shattered the illusion and drew his blade. Sunrise cleaved the spellmonger. I know the enemy, and the enemy does not know me. There is no strategy finer than that. Cress, through Esther, sketched and studied the opposition, while they made no such effort. Indeed, all of Australia thought Esther would hide behind the city as a shield, so they only expected hassle. No one imagined they would be intercepted en route, fail to link up, slip away to secretly target the city, and be killed. Penadex, this is as far as it goes, right? The child of the star spoke his name. The mage who had been with Astrael from the start until now stared straight at the witch who had driven him into a corner. Had she not been cursed and turned into a leopard, Esther would long since have become the thrall of the mage called Penadex. He had the power for it. He was also the plotter who made someone target his own teacher. But even a mage like that cannot necessarily excel at strategy and tactics. Penadex's ruin included arrogance and ignorance, but the decisive cause was the existence named Cress. Perfectly checkmated. In chess, there was no escape. So thought Penadex. He could see on one side another mage just barely enduring a beating. What, huh? What are you saying? I can't hear over the idiot who can't even chant a spell. A barbarian was subduing a mage, as strong as himself. It was a truly pitiful sight. So was he simply going to take it like this? Chess is a fair fight. There are rules. Thus, if this were chess, it would be over. But mages are those who overturn the order of the world and cheat. Chapter 842. Riem watched the short mage coming from the left widen the distance and circle to the side. He moved as if to encircle. Ram matched him, stepping to block the front. Then the mage widened the range even more. The intent was to pull him a little away from the party. Rem knew it, and still obliged. The mage, wrapped in silver plate, specialized in unleashing invisible spells. His epithet was Invisible Death. The mage took up the spot he wanted, gauged the distance, and with a spell called Invisible Hand targeted Rem's ankles. If a swordsman's feet are bound, his strength is halved. It's a commonplace tactic. However inexperienced or arrogant they might be, they still knew how to fight. The problem was that their opponent had gone beyond expert into mastery of battle. Rem lifted his left foot. The invisible hand swept the place his foot had been. Dirt spattered as the ground popped. Rem gave a faint grin. This bastard really does petty crap, huh? Such a smile would not be amiss. The barbarian's face was visible, even to the mage's eyes. Smiling. Smile now. Soon you'll have tears and snot running down your face. The distance was just right. About 15 paces. A mage who had reached the stage of tacit consent, and Tacitus cast without a word. He did so. Forming a seal with both hands, he snapped his fingers. This time it was invisible arrows. Swish. Nile Narzimni. Sish. With the sound of air being cut, something sharp came flying. What was amusing was that Rem, having handled sorcery since childhood, was extremely adept at dealing with invisible somethings. He likely had more experience with this sort of fight than even Jackson. Rem raised his axe and swung. Bang! Air burst, and the invisible arrows shattered. The fragments of the broken spell could not be seen. The mage mixed in one more trick here. The shattered fragments flew back toward Rem. A spell designed assuming it'll be blocked. The mage was sly. He enjoyed attacking with twists and double twists. He'd learned it from Esther. Rem's arms moved busily. With high-speed axe work, a shield seemed to form in front of his body. The arrow fragments struck it, broke, and scattered. Inside his helm, the mage twitched his brow. He blocked that. Fast hands. That thought came to him. Rem, for his part, thought this bastard was truly good at petty tricks. If you need help, you can say so. From behind Rem, Jackson spoke. Seizing something by feel was Jackson's special. Hence the comment. Of course, on closer look it was nearly mockery. Saying that to Rem at all, what is it if not mockery? If you butt in, I'll neatly split your head too. I think I split heads more neatly than you. If you need that, say so, and I'll help. Rem smiled as ever and said, I'm the man who can split a human head the most beautifully. That's me. He used the tone because he remembered what Esther had said earlier. When this fight ended, Esther might seriously heap curses on Men. As you please, Jackson said, and withdrew. He hadn't intended to help from the start. He became a spectator. He'd started it himself. But after that, there was no place to cut in. These punks! Caged in his silver plate, the mage burst into anger and chanted. His tactics were as simple as could be. Widen the distance as he pleased and attack with invisible hands and arrows and blades. In short, buy time without letting him close. The plate wrapped around his body was also for protection. He began another new spell at once. Buy time. Rem quietly watched his opponent, appreciating the tricks he worked. Preparing one big shot? It wasn't hard to read. Does the mage always attack with twists? No. At this level there was nothing tactically twisted, compared to that annoying orthodox swordsmanship. This was far straighter, wasn't it? Enkrid's deceptive sword was a compendium of vexing tactics that exploited psychology and reaction. So sparring with Enkrid and then meeting a guy like this, he felt positively at ease. Rem narrowed his eyes. Looking closely, he could faintly see something laid over the surface of the plate. A warding spell or something. Just as Ragnar had learned by watching murdering spells, Rem too had watched and learned. He spun his sling. Waiting, before there was even time for a single breath, a rapidly rotating disc formed above his head. He cast the muscle-augmenting sorcery called Beast's Heart. Taking that strength, he rotated on his arm as an axis with full force, and preparation was done almost at once. Rem flung the projectile as it was. Using his arm like a whip, he extended, feeling the sling's rotation. A round projectile packed in a leather pouch flew. Boom! The sound of air rupturing followed. Crash! The projectile Rem cast crushed through the air and smashed the magic the silver-plated mage had prepared. Silver liquid streamed over his armor. Whatever its effect, something had clearly broken. At the same time, the spell he was preparing unraveled. What? What? You thought you had degree NIVIGHT degree, the advantage at a distance I couldn't touch you from. Idiot. That's what you are. Rem, in the words that had stuck in his mouth because he'd gotten a taste for it, jeered at his foe. The mage in silver plate fired invisible arrows in succession. A volley poured like a downpour. Rem sprang his body sideways and evaded. It wasn't even that difficult. Invisible or not, the number of projectiles didn't exceed 100. On an actual battlefield, arrows fly in their hundreds. Compared to that, this was easier to dodge. If you don't break them, they won't shatter into fragments either. The mage threw up invisible barriers, grates, even lobbed clumps of fire midway. But Rem dodged what needed dodging and intercepted the rest in midair. Bang, boom, bang. Noisy reports burst one after another. The sorcery woven into the projectiles by its nature suppressed spells. You could say they carried sorcery that diffused mana. In the projectiles he was throwing now was power that stopped and suppressed whatever the mage hid in his spells. The mage was cornered. He tried to chant a canonic spell to kill his opponent. All this work required time. What? Can't hear you. What are you saying? His opponent gave him no opening. The mage in silver plate was reduced to frantic blocking. Then, before he knew it, the opponent was gone. "Hey, you thought I only got this far away?" The voice came from right behind. The mage's body hair stood on end. It was a fantastic bit of timing. He had just been hit by the projectile the brute had thrown, and the wards hung on his plate were completely spent, that gap. Even so, in the time for a couple of breaths, he could have laid a new defensive spell over his plate. There were several spells modeled on a turtle hiding in its shell to endure. He couldn't do anything immediately, but he was confident in enduring. Yet into that gap the brute wedged himself and swung an axe. The last thing the mage saw was a grey line. Rem swung the axe and cut off the mage's neck. He stepped his left foot out and turned his waist. The axe, to which he put such force, was also imbued with sorcery. Crunch! The axe edge smashed through the plate and did its job. It took the enemy's neck. His head, helmet and all, spun in the air with a whir and thumped to the ground. To Rem, this was the most natural outcome. He'd been skilled at the hunt since childhood, and even now he fought Enkrid by tactics that probed for the instant's opening. Striking a mage's neck in the gap, when his warding spell had stalled, was nothing at all. Jackson watched Rem's tricks and inwardly marveled. For one who casts spells, he's a natural enemy. Of course, there was a man even worse than that barbarian. Why doesn't it work? Spewing blood in a surge, the mage of black mass shouted. He sent black platters, swung blades, formed coffins to bury his foe, and Enkrid cut every one of those spells. The instant they touched his dawn-tempering, spells ended. Murdering spells. Even Ragnar's inborn talent couldn't imitate it right away, and not even Rem, versed in sorcery, could apply it as is. Enkrid felt the flow of mana, and cut and hewed. It was a knack Jackson, who taught sensory arts, couldn't do, and Enkrid did it as if nothing. In truth, no one else could have the experience of being burned by the canonic spell-walking fire and cutting again countless times. In that sense, it was only natural. To a stranger, it would feel like peeking at the invisible talent of the man named Enkrid. If Enkrid was pleased, he could not gauge the capacity of the dragonkin chimeras. Then the other side felt the opposite. The mage of black mass was seized by terror. It doesn't work. He cuts every spell I cast, and he closes the distance with a perfectly calm step. Enkrid had no intent to frighten his opponent. He simply, "This is interesting," felt keen interest in the act of cutting spells itself. What's more, the opponent showed no sign of tiring and ceaselessly chanted the spells of black mass. Black iron filings clumped and took human form. The bulk, the sword in its hand, the stance, they were similar to his own. "You're double," the mage of black mass spoke, blood streaming from his mouth. "Enkrid, cut even that. Whatever you mimic, you cannot copy the will within me." With point acceleration, his curving blade wasn't even visible to the mage's eye. Clang! The black knight split in two and crumbled into dust. It was not a fight to be dragged out. Enkrid's cuts, literally, murder spells. Thus, he is a true natural enemy of mages. A bastard like this shouldn't exist. With those words, the mage of black mass died. Before Enkrid even swung, the mage spammed spells. Then his entire body twisted grotesquely, and he collapsed. It happened as a portion of his spell world was destroyed by mana runaway. His forearm bent outward, the calf muscle burst, and his ankle turned so his toes pointed backward. From every hole in his face, dark red blood streamed. Using and discharging mana up to the moment of death, this too was born of inexperience. He simply had too little experience fighting at full power. So, not knowing his limits, he dragged them out and ended up like this. It's the kind of experience you cannot have when fighting those weaker than you. Of course, with no way to know all that, He just suddenly dies on his own. Enkrid only cocked his head. Hearing the sound of a fight ending on one side, Esther spoke. Let's finish up too. A witch who handled snakes was a first even for Esther. Did that make it a problem? It did not. She turned parts of her body into snakes and scattered man-beasts raised by feeding them manna. Esther brought out Bonehead for the first time in a while. Originally a flesh golem, now it ought to be called a guardian. Over it she wore pitch-black plate, and in both hands she gripped blunt-ended short maces. Fight! Bonehead smashed and crushed the snakes' heads. Then the witch twisted both arms and summoned a great serpent. That serpent tried to swallow Bonehead, but Esther split it vertically with Dromel's scythe. At a glance the matchups looked bad, but the witch facing Esther felt the gulf in skill. The quality of her mana is different. Is this the child of the star? The thought came to her. Of course, Esther's skill was the price of her effort. Being a child of the star meant only the talent of being born with mana brimming. Damn! The witch hurriedly fell back. She didn't want to die here. She hid behind the one who had drawn her into a strail, the mage named Penedex. At some point he had appeared and looked over the 3 dead mages. He was cornered. He had to choose. Would he die like this? Or flee? Could he flee? No, he could not. The skill of Esther, the child who held a star, had grown beyond recognition. In Penedex's eyes, a young spirit light clung to Esther's body. Separate from the rumor she was shrouded in a curse, compared to when he had seen her before, it wasn't even comparable. Her spell world had widened to a dizzying degree. I've lost, but he was a mage, a swindler of the world. He looked around the hall and spoke. Do you know what lies beyond the south? He posed the question and offered up all his mana. Even if he survived here, his self would not be the same as before. Still, it was better than dying. He ate the child of the star and pursue a new truth. He chose, and he summoned. What do you mean? What lies? While the approaching ram asked back, the mage's eyes turned pitch black. Gah! With a grotesque moan, the thing bent at the waist. With cracking sounds, muscles tore and bones clacked together. Is he going to die on his own again like before? For a moment, Enkrid thought as much while watching. He's mad. Esther, seeing the flow of mana, grasped what the man had done. Greed, desire, devour. Such feelings are full. So spoke a dragonkin, reading the feelings his foe had spilled. Enkrid, stopping his spectating, abruptly swung his sword. He stepped and drew the blade. It was O'Hara's connecting blade. In an instant he closed the distance and brought the sword down. Thud! The blade of dawn was blocked by a black palm. The hand was larger than a giant's, enough to grip a human face lightly. And that sword arm jutted out as if grown near the mage's shoulder blade, bursting through flesh as quickly as a knight's cut. Seeing black veins bulge over the forearm that had blocked his sword, Enkrid put in more strength. That is to say, he finished putting in his strength. Ripped tight. The leather-like skin that had held out was cut and sliced. I am of the demon realm, Gah. The mage had staked his life to summon a vassal of a demon, yet the moment that vassal emerged, its arm was cut and it screamed. Chapter 843. Penedex was in a hurry. The moment the demon he had summoned through his body, no, the portion of power provided by the demon, emerged, his forearm was wounded. He immediately thrust out a human forearm and seized the wrist of the lover and partner standing by his side. To be exact, he dug in his nails to make a wound and tore as he grabbed. Penedex, "You dog-like." The snake-handling witch couldn't finish her words. Her body withered at once. Her tongue curled inward, and her eyeballs shriveled. She tried to resist, to summon a few snakes, but even the snakes pushed their heads out of the air, only to crumble apart like rotted rags and scatter down. Then the blood dripping from her wrist ran along Penedek's body. Not all the blood fell to the floor. Instead it reversed course and crawled up along Penedek's hand. The snake witch soon became nothing but a husk and collapsed to the ground. All her stored mana was taken, and even her life force was drained. So she died. Penedek didn't even look back at the dead witch. He had taken his objective. What of it if a person needed to die? He had killed well over hundreds in his experiments, killed his own kind, and even captured monsters and beastmen to lock them up. Had he spared children, women, the old? As if he would. In Penedek's eyes, they were all the same slabs of meat. He was superior. The rest were inferior beings. Humans especially. He had the right bloodline and was gifted at spells. No being was superior to himself. I am a noble. Among mages he had been born with special talent. If that wasn't nobility, what was? He retraced the moments from the time of his birth to the present. Whatever he took an interest in, it came to him by itself. In childhood, when he knew nothing, even a glance made women fall head over heels, and sometimes men as well. What about after he turned to magic? Heaven-sent talent, a prodigy. That was who he was. Penedek, I hate you. Hatred gathered. Lord Penedek, with all I am. Reverence gathered in equal measure to the hatred. Those who have much look to higher places. He wanted to stand beyond the sky. How far can inborn talent reach? Farther out, to the edge of knowledge one cannot even imagine. Where, the moment he reached it, he could die in rapture and ecstasy and be content. Even if no one understood, he would go on. Penedek was a special being. He saw himself so. He believed he would swallow knowledge and become something new in the end. Then why? Why is my body trembling? Through a contract with a demon, he had incarnated it here. A middling mage would have had his body seized in an instant. But not him. King? He could maintain his ego and handle the demon. Then, why? The same question rose again and again. Why did his heart prickle? Why did the tips of his hands and feet tingle? Why did every muscle in his body lock like a tightening cord as cold sweat ran? The recollection of his past felt long, yet in reality, it official version, was an instant. Only a brief moment. Penedek, with the demon's eyes, looked at his opponent. Two blue eyes, clear as a mountain lake. Everything else was hidden by shadow. Only the blade descending from above. Hiak! Penedek's body had frozen, but the demon's had not. It pulled the body away. It thrashed and dodged. The demon's power seized control of Penedek's flesh. Fear, terror surged and clubbed Penedek's brain. Was this the first time in his life he had felt it? No, but never so intensely. Oh! The one holding the sword let out a light sound of admiration and moved. A heavy meteor fell along two thin, fine blue lines. A bright blue meteor. The demon was aghast, and Penedek was terrified. Slice. This cut severed one of the demon's arms outright. The severed arm hung in the air. Black smoke scattered, and the fallen forearm also crumbled like ash. The demon hastily cast a spell of his own. The medium was the life force of Penedek who had called him. But just before he could complete the blood-wrought spell, the flow of mana was cut. It was the instant a campfire would have caught. Someone doused it. Hello, demon. It was the witch's whisper. She interfered. A witch with a spell world deft enough to wreck a casting waved her hand without a hint of a smile. She is happy right now. Vertical slit pupils, the dragonkin murmured. Should I sew your mouth shut? The witch spat foul words at the dragonkin. He nodded to show he understood. The demon paused to think. He found himself wondering where exactly he had been summoned to. A swordsman? A dragonkin? A witch? Where was this? The demon harbored doubt. What are you in the demon realm? A minion of the demon realm? A gatekeeper? A janitor? I was curious what came after that. Rem muttered. The demon's words had been cut off, and he was quietly curious about the rest. Enkrid saw that the image he'd just drawn in his head wasn't reproduced exactly as he intended. The demon had evaded his cut. The mage, merging with the demon that had sprouted from his back, had his original body bent like a hunchback. The demon stretched out 2 legs and moved. Looks a bit hideous, though. The one who had been a mage dangled between the demon's thighs. The sight called something to mind. One didn't need much imagination to get the idea. Enkrid ignored the exterior and revisited the moment the thing had dodged his blade. His eyes skimmed the demon's forearm. He saw something rippling over that forearm. It looked like pitch-black soot and like something he'd seen somewhere before. Thornbush Rampart. Was it similar? It looked so. The thing had draped something wrought of wraiths over its forearm. That made part of the path of Enkrid's sword glance aside. Of course, that was because Enkrid had swung as a test. He hadn't gone all out. He had held reserves and gauged his foe. Put another way, he had plenty of leeway. Enkrid swung while prepared for every trick the enemy could pull. Everyone watching knew it. Even the demon realized it in part. That swordsman was far too relaxed. So the demon thought, "What are you?" As a result, the demon gave up on introducing himself. He muttered as the 2 eyeballs in the blunt head that jutted from his back whipped left and right. The eyeballs moved so far they almost popped out of their holes. That abnormal motion in itself would impress upon one that he was an existence of the demon realm. To an ordinary person, it was grotesque enough to parch the mouth. Ugh, an eyesore. But there wasn't an ordinary person here. Rem spoke without concern. Just intuiting an existence of the demon realm here wouldn't shake anyone's core. Everyone present was a Balrog slayer. Makes me want to beat him to a pulp, Ragnar said. The mage, grotesquely swinging between the legs, lifted his head. His hunched back rose as he looked around in all directions, like a nervous rat. Penadex. You know, I see. Is that the star you wished for? Esther saw the sight and filled her voice with contempt. And the dragonkin said, "Fear, the terror of annihilation." He recalled the temperament he often saw in things that stood before him. Quack! The demon threw back his head and screamed into the air. With that, he shook off part of his fear. "I am the lord of 10,000 wraith." He didn't get to finish the sentence. Boom! A projectile blew the air apart as it slammed into his head. With a thunderous crack, part of his face twisted and was crushed. Black blood splattered everywhere. The demon covered his face with his remaining arm. At the same time he tried to chant again, but stop! The dragonkin's dragon speech halted it. "I am the master of a legion that rules 10,000 wraiths," the demon muttered. Until the moment he was summoned by a contract, he had never imagined he'd be treated like this. "Demon, fight quickly." Penadex, conquered by fear, stuck his head up from between the demon's legs and urged him on. The sight of a head lifted between the thighs was truly grotesque. "Shut up." The demon snapped at the squalid mage. In the end, wasn't this mess because this bastard had inserted himself where he shouldn't? Demons are masters of deals and contracts. He sensed the annihilation of his existence and moved his mouth. "Do you wish to face the Lord of 100,000 wraiths?" For Enkrid, it was a question that required no pondering. Also, it was a title he had heard before. Even if today repeats, there are things that do not fade. It was the same name as the demon that appeared as Count Molson died. "I am the Lord of 100,000 wraiths." The bastard who spouted that! A demon. Likely one of the lords of the demon realm. Was it one of the 6 the underling that came before it had mentioned? Perhaps. "Would be nice if you called him," Enkrid said. Asked if he wanted to face him, he answered yes. The demon was briefly at a loss for words. "Hurry, fight!" The mage between his legs stuck his head up again. "Feels right to cut that nasty thing off first, don't you think?" Rem cut in. "Shall I cut it?" The dragonkin asked his intent. "They're already fused. Cutting it off won't change anything." Esther spoke to reality. Still not a pretty sight, though. Ragnar rested sunrise over his shoulder as he spoke. Jackson had wordlessly taken the demons back. He hesitated over whether to neatly carve out what hung between the thighs. "Hurry, hurry!" The mage, his reason paralyzed, flopped about. Watching that, Esther did feel something. Her heart didn't waver. Only, should she say she hadn't expected them to fall apart so hideously? Astrael had been the group that hounded her for decades and killed her teacher. They were the target of her resentment, and the very cause that had pushed her into overreaching and taking a curse upon herself. She was so sick of what they pursued that she wanted to grow strong and overturn them all. Thinking back, Esther had done something tremendous. Because she hated being hunted, she tried to build a spell world that would overwhelm them. Regardless of whether it was possible or not, there was a time she put resolve first and foremost. That didn't mean she relied on relics or another's strength. She did it solely by pressing forward herself. Had her frantic struggle back then gained her anything? She gained a curse. Because of that, she was led to Enkrid. So if not the prank of the goddess called the Lady of Fortune or Lady of Fate, then what would you call it? In the end, only after meeting Enkrid in this land did Esther reconstruct her spell world anew. What was needed was the heart, a heart that knows how to cherish people, a perspective that recognizes what is precious. What do you even call this? A heart that knows how to love. Even as she thought it, she almost snorted. The witch of strife and the seeker of spell worlds talking about love. A word that made her downy hairs stand on end just to imagine it, perhaps. But she would admit what must be admitted. The heart to cherish a person, someone, broadened her spell world. Penedex, you imbecile. Esther condemned her foe. Was the path of abandoning being human, in the end, to entrust your ego to an existence of the demon realm? Was that all those who chased her and tormented her amounted to? That angered her. Rem picked up the words that followed. That's you. Esther decided that once all this was over, she would lay a curse on that damned barbarian. My contractor is a vampire. He's called a noble of the demon realm as well. Kill me, and you'll earn his enmity. The demon spoke reasonably, and just as when he dealt with the former one-killer, Enkrid knowingly chose the irrational direction and walked it. As I wish. With short, heavy words, he lifted Dawn, tempering. He recognized the wraith armor draped over the demon's body, and also knew the thing had a knack for shaking perception. The reason calculations go wrong. Experience is always right. Having faced a Balrog, Enkrid glimpsed the demon's individuality. They would all have different talents. The Balrog was simply the one specialized for brawling among them. Advancing, he swung. The demon made one last resistance. He gathered part of his subordinate wraiths at his fingertips, sharpened them, and thrust. Enkrid knocked aside that pointed tip with his descending blade. Tongue! A sword forged of will parried the foe's attack and pressed on. He didn't care what lay at the end. He had something he believed in, and so he kept that conviction. He stoked his will and set his creed. Pick, pwook. Just as he'd parried, Enkrid moved his sword up and down. With strength far beyond a human's, he chained a crown-splitting downward cut and an upward cut from below. With that, the demon was split with the crotch as the center. Black blood poured out in a rush. The summoned demon unraveled and died. Between the demon's body as it went slack like mush and turned to dust, a wraith's face appeared. It was one of the lords of the demon realm, who felt that a subordinate he commanded had died. "I am the lord of 100,000 wraiths." "You again?" The demon who appeared spoke. He had not forgotten Enkrid. A being who commanded 100,000 wraiths had excellent memory by nature. "Meeting again," Enkrid replied. Just as before, the lord of 100,000 wraiths also sensed the witch's presence. It was the same as when another of his underlings died. That underling had been Count Molson. Back then, too, he had tried to heap curses upon them when he faced a moment like this, but failed. "Because of you, 2 of my limbs have been cut. Stop it." Curses didn't work anyway. The lord of 100,000 wraiths offered a more practical request, perhaps a proposal, than expected, and vanished. No. He did leave one more line just before he faded. "If possible, come under me. I'll treat you well enough to satisfy." A voice breathed out among dust as it burned away in the sun. It didn't echo layered upon itself, and, like meeting eyes with someone you knew in passing and offering a greeting, it was that light a sound. Even Rem shut his mouth with a low at such a thoroughly practical exchange. The demon disappeared, and the fight was over. Chapter 844. Thinking back on it now, Esther had never been afraid of Astrael. Not once. They were just a nuisance. Like fruit flies that keep clinging to you in midsummer. When you try to swat them, they slip away. But if you leave them alone, you feel like they'll lay eggs somewhere on your body. Those abnormal fruit flies. So with Astrael gone, she felt a bit of relief, but nothing beyond that. You could say she had no lingering sentiment, which is why Esther stayed unfazed and made clear what she had to do. "I should make the rounds in a few places." "Where?" Enkrid asked. There was nothing to chew over in the message passed on by the dead demon. It was an opponent they'd fight whenever they met anyway. That was all. So while he was simply mulling over what he'd learned in today's fight, lost in various thoughts, he heard Esther and responded. "To their hideouts." Back then, she had investigated Astrael in her own way, so while she didn't know their main base, she did know how to find their hidden assets. Most of it will be useless, though. Some of it, if left as is, would be dangerous. Astrael's a group were outright lunatics, not in a good way, in a bad way. Who knows where a colony-class monster might burst out, and an ignorant passer-by stumbling on one of their hideouts would be a problem too. If I think a bit more drastically, there could be a recurrence of a contracted beast incident on the level of the salamander. If she cleaned it up beforehand and burned it all, their assets and research no longer meant much to her. This was entirely the result of Enkrid's style thinking. If left alone, it turns to poison. Then a preemptive measure wouldn't be bad. A potential threat sufficient to rob someone of their home or life. Their legacy ought to be treated that way. So Esther thought. Sincerity and concern are... The dragonkin broke off and lifted his sword. Kwarung Gotchi. The sound came a beat late. Before it, light flashed as the dragonkin's sword bica collided with it, discharging prickling lightning in all directions. Tamara's lemon-colored hair stood stiff in reaction to the bolt, then settled down. "I told you to stop speaking my mind out loud." Esther was a witch. No matter how much she had changed from before, her behavior was on a different track from ordinary people. Blasting lightning with a spell just because she didn't like something. That. And in that regard, the dragonkin was the same. They were alike in that both were masters of a mindset that runs on a different track. I remember. He showed no peculiar reaction to a spell that carried no malice. She really had done it as a warning. He was gradually adapting socially too, learning to distinguish what shouldn't be done. Esther collected what she needed from the corpses of the dead mages. Each had this and that on their person. From the short mage in armor, she pulled something like a broad iron plate, an object with a permanently imbued levitation spell. This would be decent with a little work. Helping Atri forge Enkrid's sword had opened her eyes to enchantment as well. A few creative ideas flitted through her mind. It would be nice to tinker with it later when she had time. Getting Atri's help would be fine too. Well then, Esther had no lingering attachment. She always looked forward as she walked and knew how to sort what to do from what not to do. Above all, if they just went back now, those people would have a grand time teasing them. Better to give it time. A cool judgment. Esther regretted tossing a joke out of guilt and gratitude. Maybe if Shinar had said it, it would have passed without issue. Not that I'm about to say I'm feeling faint here either. Why was Shinar's style joking? A tactic to get Enkrid to carry her on his back, popping into her head again now. Anyway, Esther learned one more thing anew. In front of these people, jokes are forbidden. Is it just me, or does this look like you're running away? Rem said. He sounded like he was asking, but the way his lips were curling up made it clear he meant them to hear it. No, Esther answered at once and moved. Even for a mage, if she was setting out on a long trip, there would be various preparations. I'll stop by Lockfrade and then go straight there. As she spoke and turned, Jackson watched her back with careful eyes and said, "Do we pursue?" He doesn't look it, but Jackson means it when he teases people. If that weren't the case, he couldn't have gotten along with Rem all this time. Of course, if you said the two of them teased each other perfectly, you would have a knife fight on the spot. Enkrid shook his head. Leave her. Let her. Then he looked to the ground, not the dead. Hadn't Chris said this land was being tilled over with light brown soil to develop it into farmland? The traces were here and there. Over them the marks of miasma and spellwork were plain as day. Chris intended to turn even this land into fields. It was the work of making it a better land, a better place to live. To guard places like this, they would still have to live diligently today. The sun, slanting westward, met the clouds and diffused a gentle glow in all directions. Even though everything was over, Enkrid felt like there was a faint smell of burnt air. Was his developed intuition and gut telling him it wasn't over like this? Or is it because I cut down the demon's underling whatever in a vampire? He didn't know. You can't know the future, because you can't know the tomorrow that hasn't come. You simply give your all to today, always. So they couldn't just end it here today either. Let's head back. To Mayor's, feels like you didn't even get to limber up. There wasn't a place for me to step in. And you want to fight more? Yeah. At the answer that refused to deny it, Tamers nodded. Dragonkin are terribly susceptible to intelligent beings whose will shines. They're like plants leaning towards sunlight. Let's. The party returned. Cress heard the full situation from his seat, and he did not rejoice over having dispelled his anxiety. Will it be not enough? They had even stopped the salamander, a contracted beast, and now had the force to repel mages even if they massed and attacked. Yet the unease remained. Just as Enkrid smelled burnt air, Chris felt an unprecedented sense of dread. The price for refusing the demon's offer, his anxiety converged there. Well, so is there anything more he can do right now? No. In that case, he would simply do as they had been doing. Abnaya. At Cress's call, the owner of the dark green hair lifted his head where he sat at the desk. What? The office was too spacious to have only 2 desks. When needed, it turned into a meeting room. There was always a military map spread across the big table in the center. It was where they would stand in a ring around the table, and each state an opinion. Cress stood before that table and fell into thought. He'd called Abnaya, then once more reviewed his own thinking. Abnaya understood that, and quietly waited for him to speak. Cress's gaze turned to the map. Even if we prepare for everything and it's still not enough. He divided the regions on the map. He looked again at the points that shone in each region. The vulnerabilities were plain. Aspen must be training knights too, Noviagot. Don't copy, read here. Right? Of course. Abnaya didn't know every single thing happening in his home country, but he knew to a degree. What wasn't told to him he would infer or predict. Stating the obvious. Abnaya answered. A duchy had to rise to its feet on its own. Force was essential for that. Even if for now they were pressed by the border guard in Norillia, who knew about 20 or 30 years later, and along with those 2 remain allies. The continent was more familiar with chaos than order. Human selfishness and greed always changed circumstances. Abnaya didn't trust humans easily. We need a system where betrayal is impossible on both sides. But was that even possible? For now, suppression by force was the best course. If a burly adult with thick fists watched 2 kids and told them not to fight, the kids wouldn't be able to fight. For all these reasons, investing in the future and cultivating talent was only natural. The home country would do so. Send them here to learn. At Cress's words, Abnaya, though he had no such doubt, asked back. You're not telling them to naturalize, I trust. No need to force anyone to stay. What's needed is learning and having force. Cress knew Enkrid. He would protect even Aspen, whatever it took. We can't mass-produce knights, but they could build a foundation. Enkrid had built such a system. It wasn't perfect, but it helps. This proposal would purely benefit Aspen, but Cress didn't see it that way. Aspen will become a bulwark guarding the border guard's rear. Abnaya acknowledged that Cress was a madman too. Not just his rapture for salons, this crazy bastard had a broad bowl. Let's do it. Aspen hadn't been an enemy 10 years ago, only a few years ago. And you're going to step up and strengthen an enemy's force? Was it because they couldn't look even 10 years ahead? No. It was because they could draw a bigger picture than that. They'd suppress the immediate threat, and when future events arose, they'd deal with them then. Cress would deny it, but this madman was no different from Enkrid. They were alike in walking a narrow tightrope with their own lives on the line. Thus, from a land that had once been an enemy, applicants to be trained as knights set out for the border guard. Abnaya persuaded his home country, and Aspen in truth had no choice. If they wished, the madmen of the border guard could already have subjugated Aspen, especially after they killed the Balrog, and the recent events had even been carried to the Aspen royal family. This is an opportunity, so Abnaya judged. Though the thoughts of the Aspen knight applicants who actually came to the border guard were different. He, Krang, let an old habit from the past slip out for the first time in a long while. He didn't usually use refined speech for the sake of majesty, but people nagged him so much that he had come to use somewhat tempered language, not now. These bastards. They really mean to do this? Marcus Baizar, who had succeeded to the Marquisate, was about to agree with the king. Krang spoke again. He didn't glare or pound the table, but from his tone alone, you could tell he was incensed. Why? Is it just a bout of mania? There's nothing in it for the South either, is there? Relations between the southern great power, Rehinstetten and Norillia, were extremely bad, far worse than with Aspen. Both countries shared a border with the demon realm in the south, and the South would cross the line at the drop of a hat. It led to local wars, and in the past to war proper. How many died in between? Even the late previous Marquis Bazar would grind his molars raw at the mention of the South. Krang could read the situation. Norelia was in a period of prosperity like never before. He could almost hear the Southern King's words. Let's die together. If not that, then what? Or they think they can win. Marcus stated the obvious. The South probably hadn't simply gone mad and started inching the front line forward because they think they stand a chance. Krang knew that made sense too, but it felt like some twisted malice had gotten mixed in. Up to now, I took their scheming not as war but as a bid to split the profits. That was how he saw the reason they sent spies and ran all manner of operations. So was it war they wanted? This was internecine slaughter. A fight where both sides kill and are killed. Why in the world do this? Whatever it was, they couldn't just sit there and take it. Move the troops and notify the Council of 10. This is the front guarded by the Red Cloak Order. We will not be pushed back. Watching the South inch the line forward, Krang steeled himself. Venting his anger here would change nothing. Within a month at the longest, Marcus had a lot of battlefield experience. Even without calculating this and that, he saw a full-scale war breaking out in less than a month. He wasn't certain. This war would break out not under Norelia's initiative, but under Rehenstedt's. Chapter 845. The white blade dropping from above, multiplied to 50 in an instant. A slackened mind and eyes imbued with will counted the number of blades. Should I block it? Dodge? It was the process of standing at the crossroads and choosing one side. He didn't drag it out. All of this, moving and deciding, happened so quickly that an ordinary person or even a quasi-knight would struggle to follow with their eyes. But what if you looked from within the soundless domain, where thought accelerates and time seems to stretch? Temer's wedged Baika into a gap only his own eyes could see. The sword that had been falling with 50 afterimages turned into a thrust. If you put that process into words, he was slashing, then stopped, shifted his weight to his right foot, extended his elbow, and changed into a thrusting posture. You could say he brute forced the change of direction in the middle. Still, if you looked only at the direction of that force and the motion of swinging the sword, it didn't stray much from fundamentals. Enkrid saw a point swell suddenly right in front of him. He drew back the sword he had extended to block and raised it like a shield. Only the two blue eyes were exposed over the blade. Ting! Dee! Compared to how fast they moved, the sound was small. That was because they weren't fighting at full power to begin with. The tip of Baika touched the body of Dawn, tempering, and immediately withdrew. If he had filled it with will, it would have become a cut-off strike that breaks weapons. But right now, he instead let all the strength go slack. See? The flaw I mentioned. Temers pulled back his sword, Baika, as he spoke. Enkrid looked at the white dot stamped on the blue blade of Dawn tempering. I blocked it, but if the fight had continued, he would have been driven onto the defensive. Enkrid and Temers were both knights. It was easy to project how the following exchanges would go. To seize the initiative again, or to escape a defensive spiral, he would have to overextend. That alone is a loss. Accumulated damage pulls you closer to defeat than to a winning tide. Of course, it would be hard to say the bout was decided on this alone. There's definitely a gap. The words Temers spoke with his sword were clear. Think briefly, decide quickly. This was a part Enkrid needed to shave down. You could call it the moment he recognized what he lacked. I thought I'd learn to decide in the instant by watching before. There is still more to shave off. Ah, seriously, Enkrid muttered. Timars reads the other's mind. He peered into the madman's insides. You're loving this to death. That was exactly the feeling. Enkrid didn't finish the sentence, but the feeling got across. Timars, in that sense, was a lapidary, a jeweler who carves people instead of gemstones. His insight was specialized for finding the gaps the opponent possessed. Enkrid wanted Timars to use that specialized ability to find his gaps. The result of that wish was now. The lacking parts were being exposed. Then what do? Now he just had to diligently fill those gaps again. Is it easy? It isn't. But it's fun. That's why he's smiling. Add instantaneous judgment, intuition-based decisions, and, on top of that, the cleverness to turn everything to profit. The Dragonkin even offered advice. Enkrid had become a man with a learner's posture. He listened, understood, and reconsidered it over and over. Even if he looked back on all his past time, Timars had never seen a talent this fine. No, was it a little awkward to call him a talent? For a knight his uptake is poor. You have to repeat the same thing several times. The gap from those around him is clear. Anyway, that dopey grin. So it was with the man who might as well be called a gray-haired bandit. You're like water lizard, brother. So it was with the bear beastman who enjoyed provoking others without a care. Interesting. So it was with the man lying on his side biting into an apple, and with the red-haired man watching the spar in silence. Their gifts were out of the ordinary. Just by watching, they grasped their own shortcomings and compensated for them. The contrast with the human named Enkrid was clear. That didn't leave the Dragonkin feeling regretful or frustrated in the least. He was matter-of-fact. His long suit was repeating what a heedless mind should do. His race was one whose lack of effect was a strength. In a way, you could say he and Enkrid were a good match. If it's needed, we repeat. The Dragonkins thought and Enkrid's aligned. As always, they couldn't fight in earnest. Wavebreaker degree, Entropia, IGA degree, or killing embers, and orthodox swordsmanship, the sword of flash and the sword of chance, and on top of that, vortex. Enkrid was still polishing 5 sword arts, and if he used them in full, even a spa would inevitably become violent. On top of these 5 sword arts, 10 combat arts. This was what Enkrid was focusing on most right now. The Dragonkin's presence further refines the things he has been honing. He couldn't help but be glad about that. Did you see it well? Rem spoke from the side. For those at the quasi-night level, it was a string of motions far too fast. They could see the result, but seeing the process was hard. That's why the 3 from Aspen couldn't bring themselves to nod. What? You'd rather die than ask for instruction from a knight of the enemy nation? When Rem finished the jab, one of the 3 from Aspen hurriedly spoke. When did we ever say that? Of course they hadn't. He was saying it because he was Rem. You did. I heard you. I read minds. Rem tilted one corner of his mouth and smiled fishily. He singled one guy out to bully. After finishing a fight and resting a few days, a toy had arrived. Out of respect for the giver's sincerity, it was only polite to play with it. In the West, receiving a gift and not using it was a grave discourtesy. Rem had been born and raised in such a place. Well then, shall we have you die? The killing intent, mixed with sincerity, squeezed the hearts of the 3 from Aspen. Of the 3, only one clenched his molars and drew his sword. Shroom. Is this why you called us? Because you fear the consequences later? Because you're afraid of us growing? I was so scared I couldn't sleep at night. Okay, what did you say your name was? Rem's mockery was like ripened fruit. No one loses sleep because of a nameless opponent. The sneer was no different from a blow that flipped a man's insides over. "My name is Greenhorn. I started in Grey Dog and rose to Quasi-Knight. Rem liked that kind of soft, tender rookie, because he was fun to smack around. That feeling showed on his face. He lifted his axe, letting out a goofy, he laughed. Greenhorn's complexion turned pale at the sight. "This crazy bastard just looks like he wants to kill someone. Come learn swordsmanship at the border guard? Has my country thrown me away?" All kinds of thoughts tore around his head. Greenhorn shook off the idle thoughts in an instant. Screw it. When it's time to fight, you fight. He wasn't the type to use his head in the first place. Then in front of that axe-wielding murderer, he just had to swing his sword. Greenhorn's mindset showed in his sword. Unlike the other two, he had picked things up here and there over shoulders and reached Quasi-Knight. So he was full of rough, ferocious temperament. Greenhorn swung. It was the best he could do. Fastest and strongest. Ram pursed his lips. Still, one of them is usable. Of course, the skill was still far off. At the moment the axe touched the blade, with a deft modulation of strength, he glued the edges of sword and axe together and yanked. Greenhorn's sword stuck fast to the axe. Why is this sticking? Surprising. Flustering. But if he froze, he would only be beaten. If the other pulls, you push. Greenhorn gripped the hilt with both hands and shoved with all his might. Naturally, it didn't work. Karararan. Thwack. With the axe in his right hand, Rem rode along the blade and crashed his left fist up into Greenhorn's jaw. It was timing and speed he couldn't evade. Greenhorn's body crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. Catching his head on his instep and lowering him to the floor, Rem spoke. "You two should just go. Of these three, the one he just floored had the weakest current skill. You could tell at a glance. But temperament? The only one worth raising was this one. This bastard stays." No one cared much what Rem did. The Dragonkin in particular didn't spare them a glance. With no interest, he didn't even hear their chatter. His attention was on two things. One was directed at the duty obstructor, and the other. "Where are we going today?" the Dragonkin asked. Naturally, it was to Enkrid, to the city. Whether it was inspection or patrol, he wasn't curious. He would just follow, of course. The Dragonkin sheathed Baika and stared at him. The existence of this Dragonkin who followed him wherever he went didn't feel burdensome. And even if it did, measured against how helpful it was to Enkrid himself right now, it more than warrants enduring. In the past, he had risked his life and poured out hard-earned krona just to learn a single sword stroke. By contrast now, all he had to do was permit the following. It was far easier. It didn't particularly weigh on his mind either. "Other than me, your ornaments have increased." Lua Garn said this. If she had no business, she did not leave Enkrid's side. They're a metamorphic race, and there was a golden-haired fairy with them as well. In the city she was called the Golden-Haired Witch, and now she really could do things like a witch. "Light me up." Bran, who had apparently come to hang out for lack of work today, held out his smoke, and Shinar snapped her fingers beside him. "Talk." With a single finger snap, a flame bloomed at the end of the smoke. Shinar had made a certain pact with the salamander. Thanks to that, she now handled flame. The fairy who used to freak out at the mere sight of fire, thanks to her dealings with demons, no longer existed. Now, even if there's a fire, I can put it out. It might not be as far as freaking out, but she still seemed to have a slight aversion to the blaze itself. "I'll come with you as well." Jackson also joined the party. He had business in the city today, too. "Do that." To Enkrid, all of this was matter of fact. Just ordinary daily life. It was the same for Rem, for Ragnar, and for Jackson. But it was different for those who were seeing this for the first time, the ones from Aspen. Greenhorn had fainted, but the pupils of the remaining two trembled without rest. Weren't they madmen only in name? Are they just actual crazy bastards? Is that a dragonkin? The legendary dragonkin? Why is a fairy snapping a finger to kindle fire? Their every day was a world apart from the world those two knew, a gulf made plain. The two met each other's eyes and decided, let's go back. This isn't the place. Greenhorn, having fainted, had no chance to go back. Don't kill them. Enkrid recalled Abnir's request and spoke, and Rem cocked his head askew. Do I look like the sort who kills people at the drop of a hat? Ragnar picked up the line. Weren't you? Rem grinned and answered. I'll tell you your weakness instead of the lizard. Your head is your weakness. You'd fight better without it. When those two chatted that chummily, the end was obvious. Boom! A thunderous report as Ragnar's sunrise met Rem's descending weapon, the axe. A gale burst out around them, and concentric rings of shock rippled outward, centered on the two. These were weapons swung in earnest by knights. Come near and flesh would be torn and burst. Emergency. Anu. Move. No one can come here for a while. The guards protecting the Mad Order's drill yard shouted and moved. Being standing army, their main job was less to block external forces than, when chaos erupted inside, to prevent just anyone from wandering in here and getting injured or killed. Thanks for the hard work. Enkrid patted such a soldier on the shoulder. The soldier was moved. It was encouragement from the very knight commander. The ones who might be astray or just some half-baked mages had attacked, and the city's residents once again confirmed who protected the city. There were many who had seen Odin and Ragnar fight. Among them were some minstrels, and they composed and sang songs. A song called The Madmen of the Border Guard. That song was now spreading beyond the city, across the continent, far and wide. Astrael seems to talk more than I expected. Now that we've handled them, there are a few groups sending us goodwill. That was Jackson speaking. What happens in the shadows goes through his hands. The Dagger of Jor was a group with that much depth. Yeah? Enkrid wasn't very interested. Leaving the barracks and passing through the city, a few familiar faces brushed by. Have you visited my library? At Innkeeper Vanessa's words, Enkrid shook his head. Go take a look sometime. A smiling greeting. You built a library? Alec, the innkeeper across the way, heard Vanessa. He had taken her for a rival all his life. So when she adopted 3 children, he sponsored a place called the House of Angels that cared for war orphans. Alec's competitive urge flared up again. Built a library? I'll build something greater. It was a psychology visible just by looking at his face. Enkrid showed a smile. Having fun? The dragonkin, observing Enkrid, asked. Yeah. What about it? The homely warmth of those who stand behind me. It was a concept the dragonkin couldn't understand. As Enkrid brushed past those acquaintances, in his head he repeatedly reconsidered and organized what he had learned and practiced, thanks to Tamers. The ferryman and the dragonkin, the things he learned from those two tangled together in his mind, especially the things the ferryman told him in last night's dream. Weren't they truly striking? Chapter 846. Then where is Sir Enkrid, the king's intimate friend, slayer of demons, savior of the realm, guardian of the border guard, the knight of demonic allure, the heartbreaker, and captain of the Mad Order of Knights? The courier asked. From across the table, Chris watched the courier spill out the words and catch his breath. Aren't you winded? The captain would hardly like a few of those nicknames. And you left out Balrog Slayer. Maybe it wasn't time to announce that yet. Perhaps, if they ended up fighting the South, it wouldn't help to lay all their strength bare. War, after all, begins long before steel meets on the field. Hide me, and grasp the enemy. The South was a volcano that could erupt at any time. Their king had ceaselessly picked fights, and the demon realm tangled itself between Norillia and Rehanstedt. So, is this war inevitable, or the design of someone? If one spoke from a political vantage point, one ought to say they could not understand like Krang, but Kress was no ruler. Strictly speaking, he had never thought of himself as such. Therefore, he imagined the man called the King of the South. What did that man desire? Does he want continental unification or something? You can't know. Imagining a stranger at will was pointless. All he could do was infer the other's desire. Some people stake everything on their dream. Kress had seen such a person right at his side. If his goal differs from the captain's, whether that dream was right or wrong, even if in the process people died, and those living upon this landmass called the continent were made to carry their suffering through the era. If he wants it, a man advances. So Kress judged. It was a war laced through with the intent of the King of the South. That was his surmise. When you meet him, just call him Sir Enkrid. I've never seen him pleased to hear the nickname Heartbreaker. Is that so? The captain is on inspection. He said it as he wet his lips with a sip of tea. Leisure colored Kress's gesture. The salamander had rampaged, and the mage union called Astrael had targeted the city. Few were unaware of that fact. Many had seen the fighting themselves. They were moved enough to put it to song. It was Kress himself who had hired several bards. They'll be uneasy, naturally. Even if told to rest easy, there were those who had watched the fight, leaving behind their children, their wives, their parents. Kress judged that soothing was necessary. Foremost among measures was sending Enkrid into the city. There is no method more effective than showing the townsfolk the person who protects them. If he went around the city and dropped in here and there, many would feel relief from just that. That relief would swiftly spread, and that would give the entire city a sense of stability. So ran Kress's calculations. And his calculations seldom proved wrong. For several reasons, it's something to be done. Kress skipped the particulars. The courier likely hadn't come to demand immediate movement. The only reason he remained was to deliver Krang's message in person. I see. The courier nodded. Kress turned his gaze out the window. Reclaimed land, and the people living upon it. Beyond the panes lay the homes, the earth, the city where such people live. War. The continent was always at war. Lately they had fought fiercely with Aspen just beyond the border. Skirmishes with the South never ceased. Is fighting truly necessary? Could they not settle the matter by some other contest? Say a match to see who dances best at a salon? If that felt too unfair, couldn't they pick several events? Vain fancies. You cannot contend for a nation's hegemony with such things. But the fact remains that people die in war. Resources are finite. If someone is full, someone else goes hungry. He knew that. Kress had grasped that truth in childhood. So war is the only answer. He didn't want to nod. He'd known as much for a long time already. Seems I've ended up with one foot set upon the captain's dream as well. There is a knight who dreams of an end to war and an end of things. There is one who wishes to live like the hero of that song. Kress knew such a man. Therefore, even if the two characters called war stirred up anxiety, he would not be swept up and shaken by it. No. So long as one does not collapse even if shaken a little, isn't that enough? He was mid-thought when, I will wait. The courier's words snapped him from his brief reverie. Turning his gaze back from the window, Cress answered, "Do that. He'll be here within the day." Leisure still showed on his face. The courier felt a quiet admiration as he looked at Cress. At the words war and the South's movements, the man didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Of course, reality was a little different. Cress was barely suppressing the surge of anxiety within. Even if you collapse once, perhaps you just need to get back up again. While thoughts like these kept coming, Nurath, sensing her lover's unease, gazed at him steadily from the door. Once the courier left, she would crack the joke that they should run away again. Her lover, saying such things, was the pillar that stood and bore it all. Nurath knew that. Therefore, it was natural to her that she should show the very look of admiration the courier had shown. If some looked to Enkrid and feel relief and call him a hero, then Nurath called her lover a hero and respected him. You're the captain now." The city of Martai had once been the border guard's neighbor and the emblem of the power struggle with Aspen. Now it was fully subsumed into Norillia and had become one pillar of the border guard's fortress cities. The city's castellan was Torres, a man who had once been a member of the border guard's vaunted frontier defense unit. He had been a fighter skilled at the hide knife, a method of concealing a dagger in the sleeve. Now anyone would deem him fit to be called a castellan. He put on flesh, and he had a wife and child. "Call me comfortably," Enkrid said. "Can I?" Think of Torres, who was called the butcher of the frontier, not Torres of the spare tire. At the offhand joke, Torres snorted a laugh. "Same slick tongue as ever, this bastard. So what brings you here? A day out. If it were just the two of us, we could have called it a date." The fairy spoke immediately from right behind. Torres' gaze turned to her. He wondered if she was truly that former fairy company commander. She seems oddly softer, somehow. She had joked plenty back then, too, but now it seemed even more excessive. Well, she must have gone through something while he wasn't looking. Torres was an adult. He knew everyone had their own circumstances. "Shall we have a drink?" They were comrades in arms meeting after a long while. They had once stood on the same battlefield. Therefore, Enkrid too felt easy with this man. Gladly. He didn't usually indulge in drink, but he knew to raise a glass for a comrade. It wasn't strong liquor. His wife fetched wine herself and poured. She was a brewmaster's daughter, if he remembered right. The wine tasted excellent. Properly astringent and tart, with fruit fragrance rising amid the sweetness. Torres was a man who fulfilled the role of castellan faithfully. He understood why Enkrid had come without warning. He had walked in from the start with his face held proudly for the city to see. Those who saw that would be a buzz that the captain of the Mad Order of Knights had come to Martai. Considering the feats he had achieved and what he possessed, Enkrid did not go out and about often. "He's probably training all day." Correct. Enkrid spent most of his hours gripping and swinging a sword and tempering his body. The name Frontier Defense Unit is old talk now. It's gone. Still, as endings for units like that go, it's the best retirement. After wetting his lips with 3 cups of wine, Torres spoke as he crunched thin slices of potato fried in oil. Units that represented a region like the Frontier Defense Unit or the Grey Dogs had always existed. They disappeared, and soon enough people made them again. You know what it means to be the ones who take on the most dangerous missions at the front, don't you? Torres spoke as if asking. Of course, Enkrid knew. The dangerous places carry a high risk of death. Therefore, the end of such combat units is, more often than not, that most of them die and the unit disappears. Then, as time passes, a new one forms. Nothing is eternal in this world. Especially the lifespan of armed units that existed to be expended in war is shorter still. "I owe you," Torres said it. Had he kept living as he had, he would have finally laid his body down in war. Torres had honed the skill of hiding a dagger up his sleeve. Why? To survive. All those in the Frontier Defense Unit who'd thrashed to survive shared that same heart. Thanks to this man, they had met a new life. For that, your unit looked awfully tight. Enkrid had seen the soldiers filling the drill yard on his way in. That coming out of your mouth? Torres had seen the border guard standing army. In the past, the Frontier Defense Unit had gathered only those rated above upper rank by Narilia's soldier grading. How about the standing army now? Even if they weren't at so-called continental level, men with enough skill to spread their name through a city stood, without fanfare, among the standing ranks as common soldiers. He even spotted the odd squire-grade soldier. "What on earth are you building?" The words sprang up unbidden. Leaving his long unseen comrade behind, Enkrid set out from Martai. To the great night. Torres raised his cup toward the departing man. Lined up behind him, the Martai security force, former members of the Frontier Defense Unit, rendered military salute. They pressed left hands to their belts and bowed their heads. It was by that man's existence that their lives had changed. The sky was high that day. Few clouds, a cool breeze. The air was full of clarity. A fine day, Shinar said. The dragonkin only observed all this in silence. Lua Garn puffed out her cheeks over and over and said, "I'm happy enough for all of us." Would Enkrid's heart be any different? It was the same. He was glad. He had just watched the lives of those standing behind his back flow on, like a stately, mighty river. The inspection was to give relief to everyone, but Enkrid's own heart swelled as round as a frog's cheek. Yes, not a bad day. No sooner had they left the city than, from beside the safe road, a wild horse came clattering up. Do, saying, "Alriskain." A horse with two different colored eyes. He had named him Indomitable, but they called him Odd Eyes. I didn't forget. I didn't. Enkrid stroked the horse's mane. Odd Eyes tried to chew his hand a few times. The hard clack of teeth sounded rather grim. Curious. The dragonkin's interest extended to the horse. To him, everything around this man was a stimulus in itself. Had a scholar of the Empire or a kingdom who studied dragonkin seen it, they would have been struck dumb in astonishment. By nature insensible and coolly contemplating the world, dragonkin had the nickname Observer attached to them. That was another appellation for their kind. Yet this dragonkin, do horses bite people by nature? Showed interest even in a horse. It was a beast that had overcome the blood of monsters. The purity of its will was exceptionally high. No, they don't. It's affection. Enkrid broke off. Odd Eyes bit the back of his hand. Tooth marks stood out clearly on the skin. He bites. The dragonkin spoke and read the horse's inner state. If a being's will was distinct, there was no reason he could not read a beast's mind. Frustration, stifled vexation, such things were glimpsed. If that emotion was a small dot, then joy was a great sun big enough to cover the whole dot. His back looks worse, doesn't it? He said it because a bluish bruise showed on Odd Eyes' back. The swelling had grown more severe too. Being Odd Eyes only shook himself, as if it were nothing. Come along. Enkrid took Odd Eyes as a companion as well, and headed for the city, Lockfried. There he met Leona, head of the caravan, and Castella. What wind blows you to such a shabby place? Judging by the talent for sniping, Leona too was gifted. Right. Good to see you too. At Enkrid's answer, Leona smirked. This guy did as he pleased. Always. Well, that was very attractive. If this man weren't the captain of the Mad Order of Knights, but just an ordinary soldier, I would have made up my mind and tried to seduce him. The dragon can read others' inner thoughts. She harbors impure intent. That woman is aiming for you. At those words, Leona's cheeks reddened briefly, and Shinar twitched her brows. It wasn't common for a fairy's brows to twitch. Where do you think you're laying hands? His fiancée and the Golden Witch is present. The fairy wasn't shy about calling herself a witch with her own mouth. Leona shook her head. That's not it. The fairy city was one of the caravan's core customers. The various goods they made were popular across the continent. The relationship between the two had continued smoothly out of the public eye. Even Shinar's words now were the kind of thing they could hear, take as a joke and pass over. His demonic allure is the problem. Shinar clicked her tongue. It wasn't easy to catch sight of a fairy clicking her tongue either. What followed was idle talk. The core members of the city of Lockfried had looked the previous threat square in the face. But now they saw Enkrid and their castellan strolling the streets as if they were on charming terms. Coming here was Cressa's idea, right? That head of his really turns well. With that brief talk with Leona concluded, Enkrid moved across guard, since he was already making the rounds. And in the city where he arrived thus, he met someone he hadn't expected. Chapter 848. Snuffing the Embers is an extension of Wavebreaker. The foundation is cutting the flow. Enkrid devoted his entire walking time to contemplating swordsmanship. This helped as well. Understanding with the head before moving the body. Because he grasped this principle, Enkrid kept a similar approach when teaching swordsmanship to others. Understanding first. For those who had reached a certain level, this worked well. For those below that, run first. Stamina is the basis of everything. In terms of building city walls, it's like tamping the ground even before laying the foundation stones. Thus, training stamina is training the self, and such training helps no matter what you do. Enkrid believed in these fundamentals as firmly as he believed in his own creed. In his view, anyone preparing for something should already be running. When he stepped into cross guard, Enkrid saw a man in front of him running hard, drenched in sweat. The moment he saw him, his mouth opened naturally. So you were here. Some people refuse to be forgotten. Thinking on it, the impression this man had made on him might not have been that intense, yet the memory remained vivid. The first time we met, he came at me like a naked brat at his father's side. In Western parlance, you'd call him a pup. The meaning is a newborn, a dog within a year of birth. More intimately parsed, they used the same word for a person who had just begun to live properly. It's a dual meaning, that someone who has just begun to live right is newly born. So Rem had said, Western words often carry dual meanings. The word dark dawn could both mean that darkness covered the sun, and at the same time refer to dawn, the darkest moment before daybreak. Some also called it dark sky. If it's dark dawn, it leans toward dawn. If it becomes dark sky, it lays more weight on the darkness. Whatever the meaning, if the speaker puts a positive intent into it, even dark sky becomes dawn before daybreak. He didn't know why that complex Western turn of phrase sprang to mind now. It popped up unbidden while he was thinking of swordsmanship. The running man stopped. At Enkrid's words, he turned his gaze. A few passers-by recognized Enkrid's face. The man who stopped didn't care that eyes around them were gathering. Just ended up here, he spoke. To Enkrid's eye, what should he call it? His gaze looked alive. The man's name was Eden Molson. He was the son of Count Molson, who had once held a demon of the demon realm, and the master of the civil war that had given Enkrid the epithet savior of the realm. A drop of sweat fell, splack, from his sweat blonde hair. It struck the neatly laid flagstones and sank in. Outwardly his build was much leaner than before. Had he put down the sword? It was a knight's eye. The body's balance was better than before. There was no extra flesh. His stance gave a sense of stability, but he did put down the sword. Strictly speaking, he still gripped a blade for fitness and self-defense, but real training had stopped. He was keeping it only at the level of basic literacy. The muscles peeking from his short sleeves looked tough and dense, but he trained the body, not swordsmanship. He must have run every day, in rain or snow, wherever he was. There was a scar on his face he hadn't had before. A line from his left cheek down to his jaw. Not from a blade. It looked like it had torn on something he'd caught on. Did he slip on a mountain? Just from build, stance, and gaze, Enkrid glimpsed Eden's past. He had not lived patting his belly in ease. Enkrid recalled the last time he had seen Eden. He had left with his younger sister for the sake of a peaceful life. Though the observation and thoughts seem long, they happened in an instant. A knight's thinking speed cannot be compared to a common person's. "Your face looks better," Enkrid said. Eden Molson looked at him for a moment, and then opened his mouth. "Thanks to you, sir." And he bowed his head. That posture was nobility itself. He was a different man now from when he had been under his father. So it looked to Enkrid's eyes. As for the dragonkin, the frog, and the fairy, they showed interest in their own ways no matter whom Enkrid spoke with. So the fairy didn't care because the other was a man. The dragonkin observed with a cool eye, and murmured surprised, but stabilized quickly, and the frog, lacking curiosity, only repeated the name. Eddie Molson? Luagarn searched her memory. When she had stood by the queen's side, the most troublesome presence had been Count Molson. The man before her was his son. Frogs did not judge people by blood relation, so she had no particular preconception. She simply thought, better than expected. That was all. He had a scar on his face, but he was rather good-looking. Perhaps because he'd shed extra flesh and filled in with fine muscle, his jawline was sharp, and overall he was quicker cut than before. It made his looks shine. Not quite a beautiful youth, but quite handsome. If Chris saw him, he would at least mull over whether to invite him to the salon. A person's face doesn't change easily, yet his temperament had altered, and his air with it. The man must have gone through all sorts of things to arrive at the present. Curiosity pricked her, but not enough to speak. The last member of the party, Odd Eyes, was simply ambling through the city off to one side. He didn't whinny. With eyes of different colors he looked over the city and its people and learned the roads. No one knew it in detail, but Odd Eyes memorized and internalized the lay and geography wherever he went. It was a habit from his wild horse days. Many were startled to see this curious company. Most startled of all was the Castellan of Crossguard. "You okay? Well, no, why, here, welcome." The Castellan ran out without even tying his bootlaces. The 4 soldiers who came behind him as guard widened their eyes in surprise. Why on earth was the captain of the mad order of knights here? Inspection. Enkrid tore his gaze from Eden and answered plainly. "If it were just the 2 of us, it could have been a date." The fairy kept saying it without ever tiring. At this rate, whoever they met and whatever they talked about, she would bring up that line. Struck dumb by surprise. Tension. Die. Secret. Dizziness. The dragonkin spoke, looking at the Castellan's state. He watched the changes in people as they reacted upon meeting Enkrid. Why do those who stand by this man's side change? For a dragonkin to raise such a question was a very rare thing. Naturally, no one knew a dragonkin's inner thoughts, so no one was surprised. In any case, he read the Castellan's mind and spoke. "Eh? Well, what?" The one with vertically slitted eyes suddenly blurted something strange. It was hard for the Castellan not to be flustered. "Discomfort. Tension," the dragonkin said again. "Enough." The Frock checked him. The Castellan of Crossguard was a sound person, but not a man of extraordinary ability. Rather, he was a warrior. It had been a placement touched by Abnayer's breath. This Castellan, as much as he worried, was also warm-hearted and knew how to cherish people. In Abnayer's observation, he was exactly the sort Enkrid would favor. Even if he didn't win the Mad Order's goodwill in particular, he wasn't the sort to commit anything strange in Crossguard. Abnayer had placed him here with those calculations in mind. "Eh? What brings you?" The Castellan repeated the same question, an inspection that fell short of becoming a date human. Shinar answered in his stead. In the meantime, Eden slipped away and started running again. Enkrid glanced at the running Eden. His clothes were soaked. It was the mark of a man who had run unremittingly, and many around them recognized him and greeted him. So, he hadn't stayed here just a day or two. "Eden has been staying here?" Enkrid asked, watching Eden depart. The Castellan's complexion went even paler. He took a few breaths and answered. "I know that he's Count Molson's son. I also know it could be a problem. So why keep such a man? People act with reasons. Especially a Castellan, even if he's a good man, knows politics. And right now the thing Ozpen minds most is the border guard. A whole, intact order of knights was quartered in a city that shared a border. If the king went mad tomorrow, or the captain went mad, if one of the two went mad and war began, Ozpen would, at best, be reduced to a vassal. The Castellan of Crossguard knew at least that much. If his head didn't work even to that degree, Abnayer would never have seated him here. I've received a great deal of help. In return, what that man wanted was only a small house and a place to stay with his younger sister. Did Eden still desire peace? Was all he wanted to live in a space separate from what his rebel father had done, free of his father's embrace? I see. Shown. Enkrid shrugged. The gesture meant, "Understood, I'll let it pass." The Castellan had at least that much sense. It meant he would let it pass for now. What might happen later, who knew? "I'll show you inside." Even at best, Crossguard was not a wealthy city. It was closer to a fortress city that watched the border guard. For that, though, it wasn't on the border guard's level, but it was a solid, stable city. It hadn't been before. Now it was. Enkrid saw that a temple of plenty had been built where the slum he had once infiltrated to see had stood. Not bad. If this was the Castellan's judgment, he had to be quite the operator. Poverty had been Crossguard's chronic disease. Enkrid didn't know it, but several small crime guilds had taken root among the slums and been a headache. Why had a temple of plenty gone up there? He didn't have to think long. The Temple of Plenty needs to clean up what they did. Earlier, a new religion, more precisely, someone claiming the title of the Grey God, had stepped forward, and an apostle of plenty had been entangled in it. Afterward, in the sacred city of Legion, their voice would have been diminished. In short, plenty had lost power. Where does a temple's strength come from? Of course, from believers. Their faith is the temple's very reserve of power. The Temple of Plenty clung to the scripture that said they would gather people up from the bottom and care for the needy. Now they had to cling to it. It was exactly that time. Whether poor or not, they had to survive even if they poured out all the wealth they'd stored in their granaries. Was it Noah's suggestion? Perhaps. At any rate, These temples picked up and cared for the poor among the poor, the children, the powerless. In doing so, they neatly erased the space where slums could stand. No matter how badly they'd been hit, they would still have force and resources enough to send to a single city. A few of those rusted chain fellows were a problem, but they've been dealt with too. We had the border guard take the commission. The Castellan went on about things that hadn't been asked. It meant he had made smart use even of the soldier mercenary system of the city right next door, the border guard. Crais acknowledged Enkrid's quick mind. Just by listening to the Castellan, he sketched how the city had changed. If needed, borrow strength from anywhere. Borrow Legion's strength to push out the slums and stretch out a hand to the border guard as well to cut out the city's problems. The hand of the trade city reached in too. He caught sight of a few of the banks and shops they boasted. The city's roads were cleanly paved, and a lock-fried caravan wagon rolled along them at leisure. That road was a gift from the head of the lock-fried caravan. Leona was an excellent merchant. She wouldn't lay roads at a loss. What had she wanted from this city? So you opened trade with Aspen. Lockfried's expansion wasn't simply because it sat at the junction where the stone road came in from the west. From the trade city on out, they stretched hands everywhere. Was trade with Aspen a great profit? She must have had her eyes on what came after as well. Aspen had ties with the Empire. She meant to open trade routes that way. Leona's inner mind could be read. However, who had made all this fit so neatly together? Who had made the city this firm? Was the Castellan before his eyes the protagonist of this work? Doesn't feel like it. Sitting in the receiving room, Enkrid scratched his chin. The guards had been reduced to two, a narrow-eyed man and a man whose right forearm was conspicuously thick. The difference in forearm size meant long hours spent swinging a weapon and training. Both mercenary stock Enkrid had spent considerable time in the mercenary world as well. He observed the two who had entered as the Castellan's guards. Whatever their skill, they looked like men one could trust. To hire mercenaries like that, you needed a keen eye. That, too, was a kind of resourcefulness. The reason the Castellan was saying things that didn't need saying was that he knew he had done something wrong. He had taken in the son of a man who had raised rebellion in Norillia. Seen one way, it was something for which he could lose his head with no complaint. And just now, the captain of the Mad Order had shown up and run into him. Ill luck beyond ill luck. That was the core of his tension and unease. "Did you receive help from Eden?" Enkrid asked. The Castellan swallowed with a gulp. From here on, a single wrong word meant straight to the abyss. Chapter 849. It started during the wall repair works. Too much rain fell and the slums went under. At this rate, people were going to drown in the floodwater. Worse, on days like this, monsters called the drowned often skulked around the outskirts of the city. There was a lot to do. The Castellan wanted to save whoever was in immediate danger, slum dwellers or not. But when do things ever go the way your heart wishes? Say you pull those who fell in the water out. Where are you going to keep them, and how are you going to feed them? Along with the swelling rainwater, a strange air drifted through the city. Anxiety spiked. If we're going to die anyway, wouldn't it be better to just turn bandit? Words like this passed among the slum crowd, and some citizens took up weapons. Give me 10 soldiers and authority to act as foreman over the wall repair works for a single day. That was when Eden Molson came. A man with wet blonde hair and a cut on his cheek that hadn't fully healed, showing a faint tinge of blood. "And what exactly am I supposed to trust to give you that?" The Castellan was a man of much compassion and much worry, but he wasn't a fool. He couldn't just believe the words of a man who'd shown up out of nowhere like some thoughtless brat. "Losing 10 soldiers won't cause a catastrophe this instant, will it? I only need 20 hands and 20 feet willing to follow my words, and you only need to be fooled for a day." Edin showed no emotion. Calmly, he said what he had to say. "If it turns out I deceived you, you can take my head later. There's a child I cherish more than myself. I'll leave her behind." He left a pretty woman inside the walls, saying she was his younger sister. The Castellan didn't realize it then, but Edin had placed his sister in the safest place within a city that might riot at any moment. He was using his head, and well, very well. The Castellan didn't have many choices. Crossguard is closer to the border guard than to Aspen, and it's a city that receives more aid from the border guard than from the mother country. Beyond that, for political reasons, it was hard to receive a helping hand from the crown. If I leave it like this, the city of Crossguard itself will be smashed to pieces. What the Castellan needed were urban planners and hands, and a lot of them. If he postponed work for a day, would the riot stop? No chance. But there were no other hands to play. The Castellan nodded. "Do as you intend." Edin immediately selected 10 soldiers. All of them were men with wives and children in the city. He knew how to pick people. As the Castellan later heard in the report, Edin jumped straight into the storm that was all but a riot already. Inside it, he went through the process of asking and answering with those who would listen to reason. Meanwhile, the rain rose higher, nearly up to the shins. With the 10 soldiers at his side, he used force to kill 5 people, in full view of all the slum dwellers. They were members of criminal guilds, or the ones who would serve as the rioters' core. Even so, the heat once begun didn't subside. The rain was lashing down. Left like this, death was a given. Among them, Edin persuaded a few and collapsed a section of the city wall that was in the middle of being repaired. "Are you insane? We're all going to die by the Castellan's hand," said a man who was like the representative of the slum. He was the one who had held the riot back to the end, and the one who helped break the wall. "If anyone dies, it'll be me. I'm the foreman of the repair works for today." After deliberately breaking a section of the wall, Edin gathered people and dug a watercourse. The water drained only after a full day had passed. Naturally, the drowned showed themselves through the breach in the wall. There was now a gap in the wall that kept monsters out. Even though Edin hadn't rested all day and had kept moving, he took up his sword. "All who can fight to the front. Will you request support from Lord Dell?" "I will." They had spent a day with half a life wagered. Soldier Dell believed Edin and moved. Some people take up a blade and protect everyone to prove themselves. Others speak by way of oration and speech, and then prove themselves by acting exactly as they said. Edin proved himself by sweating with his life on the line, together with the soldiers. He earned trust. If you only looked at the result, it wasn't anything that grand. The drowned were easier to deal with than the floodwater. Crossguard might not have city architects, but it had ample troops. Draining the water by collapsing part of the wall was simple, and the army blocked the drowned that came in through the gap. Of course, that's easy to say. To move this much in a short time and persuade people was hard. Edin did that. Having fought on the front line, Edin returned to the Castellan. "The broken wall is my responsibility. If a head is needed, take it." The Castellan did not take Edin's head when he came in with feet bloated from being soaked. Afterward, he kept aiding the Castellan. He advised that thinning out the criminal guilds had to come after clearing the slums, and told him to bring in the Temple of Plenty. Getting help from the border guard, opening trade with the Lockfried caravan and the trade city. Everything was his handiwork. If you have to walk a tightrope on a cliff, then that's what you do. Edin did what the Castellan never would have thought of. Just because the mother country want help doesn't mean you intend to starve the people inside the walls to death, does it? He was right. Even knowing that all this would later become his political weakness and ultimately take his life, the Castellan did not cast Edin out. He had no choice. In return, he gained a tomorrow for those living in the city. There were no regrets. Enkrid asked, and waited for the answer. Given the circumstances before and after, he knew. This wasn't the Castellan's doing. If you added in the favor he showed Eden, the conclusion was easy. The Castellan briefly closed his eyes and opened them. He had always known a day like this would come. Even so, there were no regrets. Without Eden's help, the number of dead in the city would have multiplied several times over. I asked him. Eden Molson acted on my orders as the Castellan. Loyalty, no paying a debt of grace. The Castellan regarded every person inside the walls as his family. Whether poor or noble, human life is precious. He was a devout believer, faithful to the teachings of the temple. While Enkrid gazed at the Castellan in silence, the two gods couldn't even blink from the tension. You took in the rebel's son? In truth, unless it was the Castellan and a few others, no one knew who Eden was. Knock, knock. A short silence was broken by a rap at the door. Someone knocked on the receiving room door. It opened at once with a creak. Pardon the intrusion. It was Eden Molson, the rebel's son. Somewhere in the time between, he had washed. He entered in neat dress. He already anticipated what would take place in here. The Castellan was too soft to be a ruler. He lacked the venom to kill others and climb. He also didn't know how to betray people's hearts. Well, because of that, the two mercenaries standing behind him were also clenching their molars and standing their ground without running, even with the word rebel hanging in the air. Those two were keeping faith with the Castellan. Your forbearance, Eden spoke. He was about to unpack everything contained in those two syllables, forbearance. Spare my sister alone, and that the Castellan's heart is genuine. If the Enkrid he knew hadn't changed, he would grant at least that. If there was anything Eden had overlooked here, it was that Enkrid's madness was in the first place at a level that would make an ordinary lunatic throw up their hands. Pass. Enkrid said it. At the sudden word, Eden shut his mouth mid-explanation. Pass what? Chris had said this. When it came to grasping the true intent of the other's words and reading their design, Enkrid was better than he was. And it was true. In certain moments, Enkrid really did surpass Cress. Right now, he read part of the inside of the man named Eden. He didn't even need the Dragonkin's help. What have you been doing all this time? Enkrid asked. Eden frowned and replied, I mined iron in the Demp Mountains and drifted here and there. Loitered near the east as well. Enkrid nodded. Eden was a fixer. A fixer with superb administrative ability and the drive to act on it. Could a man like that fail to find himself a place to live, wherever he went? Then why was this man here? Why is the rebel's son here? Come to the border guard. I'll have a place ready for you. What are you saying? Eden Molson was a man of misfortune. Under his father, he acted like a man possessed to protect his sister and himself, and only after he escaped his father did he find the dream he had longed for. He wanted to exercise his ability, and by instinct he sought the place that needed it. Crossguard is small. He had solved half the city's problems. Even so, the thirst remained. He ran morning and evening, partly to relieve the frustration, but also so that when the moment came that his ability was needed, when such an opportunity came to him, he wouldn't miss it even if it flashed by in an instant. Go work there, Enkrid said. Plainly, there was no place left in Crossguard for his hands to reach. The city was stable, and apart from running, he had nothing to do. This wasn't the stage where he could use his ability to the fullest. That was the implication inside Enkrid's words. Eden's eyebrows trembled without rest. She now showed interest, which was unlike her. Enkrid's moves always had meaning, But this was something different again. She might be a fairy, but she knows humans. That man is the rebel's son. The kingdom won't look kindly on him. Aye. The Frock puffed her cheek slightly. Luagarn also had a rough grasp of political power plays. She had seen things while guarding the queen. Even so, neither of them stepped in. If Enkrid wanted it, they would simply watch. As always, his will was firm, and his resolve was high. Good, the dragonkin murmured. There was a density of will in Enkrid's words now, higher than before. Give me a single day, Eden said. I'll lodge a night, and then go. Still looking at Eden, Enkrid said it. The Castellan didn't understand everything that was happening, but he understood the gist. He answered, As you wish. Enkrid received the best room from the Castellan. He also borrowed the Castellan's training yard. Eden wanted to prove and exercise his ability. In a way, his temperament resembled that of the late Count Dion Molson. But he knows which way is right. Enkrid didn't even draw his sword and sank into thought. It's a funny thing. Everything ends up coming back to swordsmanship. Condense. It's waiting. If you add condensation to point explosion in the ways of using will, you press it down and then detonate, waiting for the opportunity that will someday arrive. And if I make that opportunity myself? Eden had done exactly that as he looked after Crossguard. Wait with a calculating blade, then strike with a condensed, fast sword. It's a simple movement. If he adds this to his own sword art, flash it will do. He was neck-deep in swordsmanship like that, and had just returned when it happened. 2 women were waiting for him in front of his door. One possessed gold-blonde hair and green eyes. The other had faded blonde hair. I stopped her because she was about to waltz into a strange man's room, Shinar said. She was already inside first. The woman said matter-of-factly. It seemed Shinar had waited in the room while he was away. It was nothing to make a fuss about. I don't know your name, but I do know who you are, Enkrid said as he came closer. The woman's eyes barely reached Enkrid's chest. She wasn't tall. She lifted her head just as she was and met his eyes. It wasn't only the son who took after the father. Please take Eden. She was the Count Molson's daughter, the sister Eden had protected. They had crossed paths once before, when she was dressed as a man. Standing as she was, she spoke of the time that had passed, how she'd worked as a miner in the Demp Ranges, been chased, Nova White, original source, and nearly died while helping people, and so on. Eden hadn't merely wandered. He'd seen the world. The kingdom of Narilia and Aspen on the continent, the 2 city-states that put trade at their forefront. The small country beyond the far west, that supposedly a single knight guarded, all the way to the east, and the empire and the southern fringes. Enkrid listened, standing. It was an interesting tale. It also confirmed that his guess was right. Eden was the sort of man who was dying to exercise what he had. Talent is always in short supply. I'm dying for it right now, too. It was what Cress always said. He often joked that if he had just 2 more men under him whose heads worked like his, he would conquer the continent. So then, if he took Eden, would he conquer half the continent? Enkrid decided what he would say to Cress when he got back. Eden doesn't have to be bound because of me. If need be, I'll bear the sins my father committed and die for them. This girl's sharp. What she meant by that was that she would return as the rebel's daughter and receive the royal judgment, and leave Eden out of it. They were an interesting pair of siblings. It also told him that what Eden had done wasn't solely his own work. Enkrid revised what he would say to Cress. You weren't planning to conquer the continent by opening a salon, were you? Right. Then I'll say it like this. Not half. Conquer all of it. The next morning, Eden came. Have you forgotten who my father is? he asked out of the blue. No. But Enkrid answered. Today again, the three non-humans watched the two with interest. It will be a problem. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his skin looked rough, as if he'd been up all night. Enkrid nodded. Any ordinary person would think so. Enkrid presented the answer. Cress will handle it. He does what he wants. The cleanup gets passed off. He'd learned that when he went to the Gilpin Guild, and he'd done the same when they were dealing with the salamander, and he didn't know what state Shinar was in. Same now. Enkrid liked this man. Not only that, he liked both siblings. It's time for you to meet the man whose dream is to conquer the continent, Enkrid said, and Edin stared at Enkrid's blue eyes for a moment. He heard the strange thing about conquering the continent or whatever, but he ignored it and said, I'm the rebel's son. At least it's better than heartbreaker as an epithet, I think. Enkrid cracked a joke. And so the Molson siblings joined the party. Isn't he coming? The messenger asked after waiting a full day. He'd eaten and slept well, but Sir Enkrid hadn't come. Yeah. Well, he'll come. He's not Ragnar, so did he lose his way? Cress had nothing particular to say either. He'd told him to do a city inspection for half a day at most. What the hell had he done? Chapter 850. A woman with a build similar to a gaunt man, whose face still bore a vivid scar and sunken cheeks. Cress observed the pair and asked, What did you say your name was? Enkrid answered that. Edin Molson. His appearance has changed a little. Not a little, quite a lot. He had taken off the mask he'd worn when he acted like a thug, and the period where he'd raged to save his younger sister had passed. Edin answered Enkrid's summons, but he foresaw many hurdles. Would others welcome him? Hardly. If I'm rejected here, should he prove himself? For what? For the sake of the man who trusted him? Or should I recognize my place and step back? Molson? Does the rebel's son even have the right to be here? His feelings were complicated. Perhaps it would have been right to live in hiding. If he had not come out into the world, this sort of commotion would not have arisen. But is he supposed to merely go on living? To toss aside any reason or meaning to life? To look away, even when there is something he can do? His eyes met his sister's. Brown eyes with a flush of red blinked as they looked at him. If I'm allowed to dream, if a last chance were to fall into his hands, it wasn't simply the desire to flaunt his ability. Having left his father, what could the man named Edin do? It was a challenge toward that. Are you the son of that Count Molson? A messenger from Norilia stood here as well, he asked and looked at Edin. The surprise on his face was plain as day. His eyes had gone wide. The civil war Count Molson had raised was an event that would remain in Norilia's history for generations. The messenger did not know that the Count had been enthralled by a demon of the demon realm, but he knew what the man had done. He had tried to depose the queen and usurp the rightful king's throne. Christ looked at his captain and asked with his eyes, What is this? And what are you thinking? From the first moment Enkrid had seen Edin until now, his thoughts hadn't particularly changed. No, apart from Edin, he'd always thought the same way. He cheers the child whose dream is to be an herbalist. He cheers the woman whose dream is to become an elixir. He merely cheers the man who wants to use his ability to save people. The messenger rolled his eyes. From how things were going, it seemed something might explode any moment. Prepare to conquer the continent, Crace. Enkrid said it. The messenger couldn't even swallow. What? What? Treason? Is that why he brought the rebel's son? Think for a moment, and it makes no sense. Plotting rebellion and bringing in a rebel's son are two separate matters. Besides, Why say it now of all times? For a moment, the messenger's head froze and wouldn't work properly. Still, one thing was certain. If he says this in front of me, isn't it the same as saying he'll take my head shortly? Conquer the continent. Ah, that talk. Chris's tone didn't change, as if it were nothing. With war against the South right before their noses, what was so great about taking in one rebel's son? Besides, it was Enkrid's doing. He would have his reasons. He'd even stated part of those reasons just now. If that's what you want, then yes, let's do that. Chris nodded. Parsing the meaning of the exchange, Enkrid had told him to prepare a place for Eden, and Chris had answered that he understood. Eden understood, his sister understood, and most others simply nodded as if that were that. Everyone present here was used to Enkrid's way of speaking. Setting aside a few who had no interest in this matter, like the Dragonkin or Ragnar, most had grasped the gist. The messenger, of course, had not. He didn't even dare breathe deeply as he watched for cues. Where do we start conquering the continent? With good timing, Rem spoke from behind the messenger. The messenger felt his heart plummet. It was a joke, of course. But if this went on, his heart might stop without anyone laying a hand on him. Chris looked at Rem, then casually introduced the man standing before him and said, "Ah, His Majesty's messenger. I've heard everything. You can go back and relay what you've just heard." Cold sweat soaked the messenger's back. He barely managed to open his mouth and ask back, "Sir?" "Just say that we're taking Eden Molson into the border guard now." With difficulty, the messenger lifted his feet and stepped outside. "His Majesty wishes you to depart for the south as soon as preparations are complete." "Even so," he said what needed saying. He turned his head halfway at the door to relay it. His forehead was slick with sweat. Enkrid thought Krang had at least picked a proper messenger. If there was a flaw, it was that the man's goal was a touch small. Naturally, among a pack of mad knights, few souls could hear jokes like these and remain unruffled. Watching from the side, Eden was as surprised as the messenger. Everything went smoothly. Enkrid decided, and the rest followed. It was similar to, yet different from, the time when his father had overseen the house. Back then, once his father decided, all followed his decision. No, had to follow. If you want to live, fight. Eden, do I have to take in a wretch who can't even fight, even before he's my son? Memory becomes pain, and pain becomes torment. Eden endured all of it and came here. If he had intended to forget his father and live, he would never have come out of hiding in the first place. Enkrid was unlike his father. When he spoke, everyone naturally followed. "Then shall we do a simple test? What's the very first thing you'll do?" Chris was harsh. Without telling him a single thing about the city's situation, he asked that out of the blue. Abnaya quietly watched and thought to himself, so he's not entirely pleased then. Chris knew how to handle people. Even setting himself aside, you could tell by how he treated the attendants under him. Chris's greatest forte was assigning work suited to a person's capability. Was asking this man such a question now meant to break his spirit? Eden blinked a few times, then answered. However things went, if opportunity had come, he had to seize it. That was why he stood here. First, arrange a meeting with the mayor of the trade city. I asked what you would do first. It takes too long to explain in words. Isn't the ability to make that long thing short and persuasive also a skill? Eden looked into Chris's large eyes. Somehow those eyeballs looked about as crazy as that fellow Enkrid's. Right now the border guard lacks 3 things. Eden hooked his right thumb around his pinky and raised his index, middle, and ring fingers as he spoke. First, crime. Second, forbearance, doshus. Third, leeway. Enkrid tilted his head. Ram pursed his lips into a round ooh, intrigued, and watched. Before they knew it, the whole mad order of knights had gathered. Once the messenger had come and they'd heard talk of war and all that, their blood ran hot and they couldn't sit still. Jackson shot Eden a glance and let it go. Auden smiled. Ragnar and Pell were fighters by nature. They had no interest in administration. They let what Eden had thrown out go in one ear and out the other. Rofod, having come up through a knightly order, had gathered varied experience and learned. But since he had experienced most of it within parts of an army or order, he judged the city's state by the armament of the border guard's standing troops. If they weren't wealthy, they couldn't maintain a standing force like this. Their numbers were large, and even the training equipment was proper. Would even the royal household guard enjoy such luxury? No. At least a squire's level would be needed to receive this treatment. In the mercenary world, it was common talk that the border guard's standing forces drew generous pay and solid equipment. Of course, their training is so grueling that many run away. You could understand those who fled. Those with a little talent became ordinary, and those who had made a name in the city learned humility. That's the border guard for you. And it wasn't just one rumor. In fact, it was rooted in truth. There were many fights, many battles. The border guard had fought a great deal. Just recently the salamander had awakened, and a cabal of mages had taken a run at them. They had even wiped out the demon sanctuary church that had emerged on the continent. It was only natural they'd be treated as that group's archenemy. That means the dangers they must face are that much greater. So went the mercenary world's view. Rofod reined in his wandering thoughts. Whatever the case, most people knew the border guard's wealth. Then what did it mean to say they lacked leeway? And what was forbearance supposed to mean? If you spend as much as you earn to maintain the army, then you need to earn more. Eden said it. Was it a calculated line? Probably not. But it was exactly the sort of line that fit neatly into Cress's heart. Kin Bazar opened a dress shop and a tea room in Lockfried, and that tea room became a place where all sorts of talk passes. That library of Vanessa's was impressive too. From here, even Enkrid only understood about half. That was how condensed the talk was. Why suddenly bring up Bazar's tea room here? And why Vanessa's library? The border guard has 3 things. Chris picked up Eden's words. He raised 3 fingers just as Eden had and said, public order, force, and location. Eden was discussing the direction the city of the border guard should take. In short, he was saying to expand businesses they didn't have. The easiest line would be salons or exhibitions and the like. Why is this possible? Krang had said it. From the standpoint of Narilia as the base point, the border guard sat to the east. But put another way, a city that has the empire above it touches the east and opens to the west by way of the Safe Road and the Stone Road. The border guard was a place where the empire's hawks came aiming for Enkrid, and at the same time he had ties with the king of the east, and was even friends with the Pope of Legion. Is that all? People of House Zahn came and went now and then. Routes had opened to the trade city and the west as well. On top of that, the solid public order that made crime difficult gave those living in this city a sense of stability, and the existence of the mad order of knights was a symbol of the force that protected the city. Eden judged that the border guard possessed every condition for soft power to take root. Did Crace not already know this? Up to now his hands and feet had been too busy, so he'd left it. And now he had gained hands and feet. Hands and feet that thought and moved on their own. The talk of conquering the continent was half joke and half earnest. The earnest half was to influence the continent by means of culture. Culture. You could call it art. If painting, architecture, crafts, and music flourished, the city called the border guard would grow wealthier. If they wanted to be a bit greedier here, take the power the trade city holds, too. All of this rested on the foundation of a city that had become self-reliant by force of arms. Edin was inwardly surprised, because Cress had understood everything he said. The salon Cress dreamed of was not simply a place to drink and chatter. It was a place where you listened to music and discussed paintings, where architecture and crafts took their place. Is this a dream born thanks to the captain? It was. If Enkrid truly brought an end to the war, as he said, then in the next era these things would blossom. An age of art would come. That was how he saw it. It was just that for now they didn't have much leeway for it. It's hard to discuss this without the trade city. We give them opportunities as well and prosper together. The border guard was a hegemon. It held the force to swallow the surrounding cities without trouble. Edin was saying not to flaunt that force, but to live together. In the end, instead of a fight where we kill and are killed, we bind ourselves together and make it so we live together. Enkrid's gaze fixed on Edin. This was something he hadn't even thought to hear. His dream touched Enkrid's own. If Enkrid walked his path with the sword, Edin walked a different path. He saw a way for people to be bound together by administration and politics and life. An adult had pried apart two fighting children by force. When the adult looked away, the two children would fight again at once. Therefore, you teach the children coexistence so they won't fight. Crace nodded and said, "Pass." Edin felt that this man and that man spoke in similar tones. Enkrid looked straight at Edin and said, "If you want to live, fight, Edin. If you give up now, it won't end with just you dying. If you want to live, fight. If you start, see it through to the end." Among the things he'd learned from his father, it was the only line Edin had engraved on his heart. Of the things my father said, at least this much was right. Edin was the rebel's son who had forgotten his own name. He set his left forearm beneath his chest and bowed his head. It was a noble salute. "I will do so, my lord." Since the order had gathered anyway, Enkrid at once declared that he would depart for the south. The city will be guarded by the standing forces. Chris had already given the word and provided horses. In less than half a day, preparations were complete. The next day, Enkrid and the order departed for the south, and while they moved, the messenger who had left the border guard had an audience with the king. "Your Majesty, Count Molson's son is?" When the messenger even brought up conquering the continent, Krang laughed loudly. He guffawed until he had tears in his eyes. "He's dead serious about messing with people." Good work. The king wasn't worried at all. The messenger had come bearing doubt as well. If necessary, taking one head would be nothing, yet he let him go. "Taking in the son of Count Molson will put you at a political disadvantage." Marcus Bizarre spoke in his capacity as advisor. "You think that brat gives a damn about political jockeying? No. If we win the war with the South, there's plenty of time to worry then." War was at the doorstep. Krang snapped his cloak and strode out. "Summon the royal guard." Marcus bowed his head and obeyed the king's command. Even if he could not go to the front lines himself, he had no intention of sitting still and watching. Krang was that sort of king.